Welcome to a momentous occasion in the world of chess, where history, culture, and destiny collide in a dazzling display of strategy and skill. We turn our gaze to Singapore, the illustrious Lion City, a global crossroads where ancient traditions meet cutting-edge innovation and the world's bustling economic currents converge. Here, on this storied stage, the Chess World Championship unfolds, capturing the world's undivided attention. In one corner, we have Ding Liren, the reigning champion hailing from China, where a population over 1 billion stands behind him, fueling a relentless drive towards glory. Ding's journey embodies a legacy of strategic mastery and an unyielding pursuit of excellence. The road back to the World Championship has not been easy for Ding. This past year has been one of his most challenging, both on and away from the chessboard. Opposite him, from the shadow of the Himalayas, is Gukesh, the prodigious talent from India. Gukesh represents a new wave of chess brilliance from the subcontinent, leading a generation of extraordinary minds who are reshaping the landscape of the game. Since winning the candidates, Gukesh has been in top form, having one of the best ever performances at the Olympiad, where he and India won gold for the first time. As we watch these giants battle for supremacy, we are reminded of chess's rich history, a game that has transcended borders and ages, uniting diverse cultures in a single shared passion. From ancient palaces to the grand stages of modern arenas, chess remains a testament to the universal quest for intellectual triumph. In this grand spectacle, Singapore stands as the perfect host, a beacon of global unity, where every move and countermove resonates far beyond the chessboard, symbolizing the ties that bind us all. Prepare to witness a clash of titans, a celebration of strategy, and a moment where the world comes together in the name of the greatest game ever played. It is experience versus youth, Ding's unshakable resolve against Gukesh's unstoppable momentum. Who will emerge victorious as the 2024 FIDE World Champion?
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
पूरे देश का ये हाल है, हर नजर तेरे चाल पे। जब से देखा तुझे खेलते, सब थे फिदा तेरे खेल पे। अपने पीसेस कर ले अब तू सेट रे, ये टाइटल अब नहीं हार्ड टू गेट रे। पूरी दुनिया दुनिया है तुझसे इम्प्रेस रे, नामुमकिन नहीं कुछ भी when you're गुकेश रे। अब है टेंशन और इमोशन, ये है कंडीशन, पूरा नेशन रखे पेशेंस कि कौन है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन। गो गो बुकी गो, देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है। गो गो बुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सिर पे तेरे तू अड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है। गो गो बुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। गो गो बुकी गो, चल 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 चल। यहाँ हर पल है कीमती, कीमत है तेरे ड्रीम की। जब भी तू बोर्ड पे बैठे आशा हो बस तेरे विन की। आनंद का है तू चेला, नहीं है तू अकेला। अगर अपनी गेम तू खेला तुझा अपोनेंट तो गेला। हेटर्स वाली बातें जिनकी, शुरू कर लो उल्टी गिनती। मार गिराया सबको उसने, अब बारी आई है टिंकी। इंडिया, 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 गो 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 गो। अब आया है तू एंडगेम में, सब ले रहे तेरा नाम है। सबकी नजर तेरे बोर्ड पे, घर लाना है तुझे गोल्ड रे। अपने पीसेस कर ले अब तू सेट रे, ये टाइटल अब नहीं हार्ड टू गेट रे। पूरी दुनिया है तुझसे इम्प्रेस रे, नामुमकिन नहीं कुछ भी when you're गुकेश रे। अब है टेंशन और इमोशन, ये है कंडीशन, पूरा नेशन रखे पेशेंस कि कौन है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन। देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है। गो गो बुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सिर पे तेरे तू अड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है। गो गो बुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। गो गो बुकी गो, देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। सबका बस अब ये कहना है, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, सबका बस अब ये कहना है, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है, सिर पे तेरे तू बड़ा है, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है।
Thanks, guys. Here we are moments before the pivotal round 11. The water park is bumping. It's a weekend. And if you're tired of the London, we give you downtown Singapore. This is the actual view that the players have from their hotel rooms. They're about 4 floors higher than me. We have a modest income at chess.com. And if you can see, the storms are actually coming to the city of Singapore. Will we see storms on the board? Likely so. Gukesh has been pushing with every game, especially with white. And if you think that's $1 million view, well, you'd be right. Because at this point in the match, both players are guaranteed at least $950,000. And that's only if they were to lose the next 3 games. So basically, Gukesh, welcome to the Millionaires Club. They say the first million is always the hardest, but when you make your first million as a teenager, is it really that hard? I'm not sure. I don't think he's caring about the money. Ding said last night at the press conference, he just wants the title. He doesn't care about the money. Let's see what Gukesh does here in his second to last turn as white. Back to you guys.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to day 11, round number 11 of the FIDE World Championship. It is Gukesh versus Ding yet again, and this is the day we were waiting for. And we have an amazing panel, Tanya, Sagar, and welcome back, Amrita.
Welcome. Thank you, Sahil. I'm so happy. I've missed so many rounds, so I'm very happy to be here.
I think yahi missing tha. We saw the weather in Singapore. It's go, go, Gookie, go. It's his second to last white today. So a big moment. If he wants to push, it's today. It has to happen now.
Yeah, also the people who have come here, they're like, Arey, Gukesh ka aaj white hai. Today is the perfect day to come. I think it'll be a long game. It'll also be something where Gukesh will be very ambitious. And I'm also feeling a lot at home today. Amrita is here.
Yes, and Sagar, today it's Sunday. So we are going to have a lot of people over here. We'll have some interesting guests as well. And today you're wearing a kurta. I think you're already preparing for a very fascinating game there.
Yes, I came very well prepared in kurta. So this is my prep for today. Guys, how are all of you feeling? Like, have you all been following the World Championship match? तो आज डिसाइसिव गेम का क्या लग रहा है कि ड्रॉ होगा आज? Decisive? If today does not happen as a decisive game, maybe we go into tie breaks. Is a thought that everyone has. What do you guys think?
I agree. I think because in the last white game, it's absolutely high stakes. Gukesh will not push too much. So if he has to put extra pressure, go out of the ordinary, today is the day.
And that's why we saw him take those risks at the early stage of the match, right? Because you do have the ability to bounce back. So Sahil's point, I think it's on the spot that the last game with white, you want to keep it solid. Today is the day. आप तो fully prepared आए हो. The question is, Gukesh क्या prep लेके आया है?
I think the first move that Gukesh will play,
E4.
E4 is what everyone's been thinking, because French defense ke against he'll come prepared. If he plays E4, I think he won't go for French. Ding Liren will be like, "Aaj French nahi jaunga. I can bet my house."
Real? But you don't have a house. Don't cheat everyone, Sagar, over
He's
here.
already lost the house once during the stream.
What?
Twice. Twice.
No,
Tanya, we are coming to you, please.
आ जाओ.
But I have a feeling that if one E4 happens, we won't see the French. But Gukesh could also play one D4, because that helped him to win in game 3. Although the last game where he played D4 was very, very quiet. You know, nothing much happened there.
For sure, no Catalans happening today on the board, and maybe I'll be proven absolutely wrong. But we'll get to know Gukesh's mindset. It also depends. We have been talking about if it goes into tie breaks, perhaps Ding, you know, his odds increase given his experience. How quickly in this World Championship match with little time on the clock, when he relies on his intuition, the kind of moves that he's playing. But I think in the big picture, how much of a favorite does Gukesh think he is in the tie breaks? Because agar usko lagta hai ki, you know, the match will go into Ding's favor, then really today is the day to go all out.
That's a great point. So Gukesh ke mind mein actually kitna, you know, he's you know, not as strong as Ding in the rapid tie breaks will be very, very important. And looking at today's match, even Ding knows कि भाई गुकेश ने तो आज अटैक करना है. तो हाउ डू यू थिंक ही हैंडल्स टुडे? वो तो मतलब हाथ ऐसे ड्रॉ के लिए ऑफर करके रखेगा स्टार्टिंग से ही, मुझे लग रहा है.
तो शुरू से राउंड 1 से ही चल रहा है. बट यू नो व्हाट, आई थिंक आई एग्री विद सागर. इफ गुकेश गोज 1 e4, it will be shocking to see the French on the board. I would expect a more solid approach with the king's pawn moving twice forward, 1 e5, keeping things more in control. Amrita, it's just the style that we've been seeing by Ding.
Absolutely. And Gukesh normally gets this G4 move at some point when he is white. Will we see that today?
Yeah, he generally is very attacking. By the way, I see that all the people who have gathered here, there is one boy who is, what, 3 years old? 5 years old. Wow. Do you play chess? Yes? What's your name? Aksh. Aksh is 5 years old. And is Gukesh your favorite player? Wow. Carlson is your favorite player. Okay. Very nice. Hopefully Carlson will come back someday to fight for the World Championship. But this is so beautiful, you know. So many little kids taking up chess, getting inspired by these big stars. I think that in itself makes this World Championship very special, you know, whether Gukesh wins it or not. Just motivating the next generation of players in the country.
And this usually happens, right, at a stage like this, when you get such a deep insight into their personality, their playing style, the effort it takes, what's on the line, the beauty of it all, that it truly inspires a generation of players. We've seen world champions do it in the past. Only 17 world champions so far in the history of the game. Completely agree. The most inspiring, probably the most, I think this and Chess Olympiad are the two most inspiring events for the young generation to follow.
Yes, and Tanya, you yourself were at the Chess Olympiad as a player. Here you are commentating. Guys, gold medalist here in front of us. Let's give a big round of applause to Tanya.
You know, it's such a joy and a privilege to be able to play in the Indian team and to be right now here with this A team and all of you to commentate on this match. And I have a good feeling about today. So I'm going to propose something. Agar aaj Gukesh jeetta hai, Sagar already dressed hai. Sagar और Amrita एक डांडिया डांस करने वाले हैं ये इधर on the stage.
You
you guys agree?
सब
मुझे लगा
करें
कि
तानिया
ये-
तूने सिखाना चाहिए. You are the expert. पंजाबी dance. Come on.
इसको
हाँ
देखो,
नहीं मैं
तुम
डांडिया
आए हो,
करूंगा.
डांडिया।
आई एम रेडी टू डू डांडिया. अमृता
देखो,
इफ यू आर
डांडिया तो होगा बिकॉज अनिरुद्ध भाई कह रहे हैं कि उन्होंने अपने लोकल एस्ट्रोलॉजर से कंसल्ट किया है कि आज तो जीतना ही है.
अरे भाई
Oh my God.
Anirudh bhai has been not just consulting astrologers, also restaurants sending us ice creams and also क्या ही यहाँ पे होता है guys, you know, all of you are here, but all those who are also watching online are in some way connected. They have been sending us food, sweets. Amrita, you didn't come for several days here. Ice creams were being sent here.
Wow.
Yes.
And what was the flavor?
And I used to come home and say कि भूख नहीं लगा है ज़्यादा, you know.
अच्छा, now I get it. तानिया यार एक मैसेज तो कर देती थी.
अरे I didn't realize that. I mean, guys, this is a different. ये तुम दोनों के बीच में है.
We'll sort this out later.
Yeah,
now that
let's
I'm
talk
getting
later
better.
on that. But guys, I think in a few moments we'll have Maurice introducing the players and the ceremonial moves. So, final predictions. Amrita, you think 1 e4?
Yeah, I think Gukesh will win today. I don't know what will
but
be the first move.
First
Okay,
move?
let's go for e4.
E4, okay. I will go for 1 C4. There he is, guys. Gookie in the hall.
Go, Gookie, go.
My guess is he doesn't go E4 because it's too risky to go there. I would say 1 C4.
So, Bishop's Pawn opening, English opening by
E4,
Sagar.
if it has to happen today, yeah.
I am with Amrita and Sahil on this. 1 e4, guys. What do you think? 1 e4.
भाई सब लोग E4 पे ही
Everyone
है.
wants ऐसे दिल से चाहिए कि भाई e4 होना है बोर्ड
दिल
पे.
से आवाज निकली है.
अरे E4
तो
C5.
मजा आ
That is
जाएगा.
Ding.
Sicilian
I-
way
Very
too risky.
unlikely that.
Absolutely not possible.
And Ding is here as well. Handshakes.
Yes, everyone is expecting Ding to play it safe, but Ding himself has made such decisions that I don't think he can break out of that character suddenly and be like, now I'll go for the fight. Why? He's, I think, looking for a very even fight for the classical games, go into the tie breaks.
And it's worked
Ladies
so
and
far for
gentlemen,
him.
and
Very,
children
very
of all
well.
ages, welcome to the FIDE World Championship 2024, presented by Google, held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa here in beautiful Singapore. I am Maurice Ashley, and it is my pleasure to introduce the two gladiators who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, the challenger from India, Gukesh Dommaraju.
Woo!
And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren. We are in game 11. The match is currently tied at 5 points apiece with just 4 games, including today's, remaining. And we have, to make the first moves, 2 absolute legends and trailblazers of Asian chess.
Ooh, Dore.
First, he has been a trailblazer for Asian chess for half a century, achieving a number of continental milestones, including being the first grandmaster from Asia, the first Asian to defeat a reigning world champion, and the first to reach the candidate stage of the World Championship. A member of the Philippine Olympia team a record 23 times. He has won 3 individual medals on board 1. He also won a bronze medal at board 3 in Baku 2016 at the age of 64. Please welcome Grandmaster Eugene Torre.
Woo! Absolute legend.
He became a grandmaster 51 years ago at the age of 22. The
Wow.
first from Asia.
Wow. Okay, what is his move? He goes D4.
D4. Is that because he thinks Gukesh will start with D4?
I think generally the person who makes the move wants to be right.
Our next first mover. At 14 years, 6 months, and 2 days old, she became the youngest female ever to hold the title of Grand Master.
Oh, who's
She also became the youngest female ever to win the Women's World Chess Championship at the age of 16. She's the second highest rated female player of all time and one of only 3 women in history to ever be rated among the world's top 100 players. Please welcome former women's world champion and grandmaster Hu Yifan.
An absolute legend. Second highest ever rated women player in history, right behind Judith.
Wow.
Multiple times world champion.
And it's like, you know, Ding is the strongest Chinese male player. You are the strongest Chinese female player. Very cool, that one.
We know who she's supporting today.
And with that, let the game begin.
Okay, let's go, Gookie.
And
What's the
shakes.
first move? The clock has begun.
And ooh,
Knight
F3!
F3! Ready!
Everyone was wrong.
He comes back to his roots.
Yes.
An opening that Gookie loved to play as a youngster. We've seen him employ this in the World Championship match as well. Knight F3 for the second time by Gukesh.
And when he played Knight F3 the last time, he had quickly converted it into a D4 opening. So although it has a lot of relevance just like that, Knight F3, but we remember he played this Rook E1 novelty.
Oh, yes.
And we have move here D5. That was the same reaction by Ding. And G3 was, oh yes, I'm not so far, guys. मैंने बोला था C4 move 1 पे.
Yes, completely agree, Sagar. This is great. Just one move late, thoda sa, but aa gaya hai.
Wow. Okay, C4 is on the board. There are few ways to respond for black. One is to keep the center with E6. The other one is to keep the center with C6. There's an ambitious way to push D4. And there is also pawn takes pawn. These are the possibilities here.
I think the last one you mentioned is the most ambitious, right? Where C4 here is a free pawn, at least temporarily, and you can grab it immediately, but it comes with its own drawbacks. It'll be interesting to see what Ding chooses. I feel he will go for the solid approach.
He'll play E6.
He will play E6 or maybe C6. Just keep that D5 pawn protected. So this is a fresh position in this match. It's the first time we're seeing C4 being played at this moment.
What do we expect? Yeah, G3 or D4 from Gukesh now? Next.
After
Oh,
he played D4.
D4 is on the board.
अच्छी बात है ना, अच्छी बात है.
Guys, this move, why is it so surprising for me and I think for all of us is because Ding moves the same pawn again. Whenever you do that in the opening and Gukesh goes B4. Bye. Oh my God. B4 is on the board. This is an absolute crazy line.
It's a reverse Benoni, right? Where white is playing like black here because, and you're up a move. This exact position is how black responds in certain openings. And look at that, they continue in the reverse Benoni setup.
Yes, it is E3 now on the
Yeah,
board.
but they are playing so fast, Sagar. But this is the fresh position for their World Championship. Can you guys, let me understand? What is this? Has Gukesh played this before? Is it the first time he's trying this on the board? How is Ding prepared for Gukesh's B4 and this setup?
We'll check our database to see if Gukesh has played this or not. But suffice it to say, Paisa Vasool game is going to happen today. This is really the most exciting opening in this match until now.
We could have hoped for. And Sagar, perhaps we can also show everyone how this position comes with colors reversed. Because similar ideas and patterns we will see, but Gukesh will be up a tempo, having the first move advantage.
Yes, so it starts with D4, Knight F6. It's called the Blumenfeld actually. C4, C5, D5. Sorry, you can start with E6 pehle, instead of C5. E6, Knight F3, C5, D5, and B5. And this is a very, very dangerous opening from black side. It's called the Blumenfeld Gambit. But if you see what Gukesh has done, he's played it with white, which means he has an extra move here. That helps him in some ways because black has, cannot take CB4 easily. Also in this entire gambit line, having an extra move is good.
I think this is the most feisty position we've had out of the opening, right? Gukesh has already sacrificed a pawn twice, first on c4 and now on b4. The whole idea revolves if black does take that e3 pawn, which you have to win a pawn. After pawn takes pawn, you recapture with the f pawn. And once black wins that seemingly free pawn, white gets a free flow on the center of the board. The d pawn can move forward. d4 follows. After shot castle, you'll have an open f file, and this is going to be fire on the board if Ding accepts the bait here.
And chat mein kahi log keh rahe hain, why is this is so exciting? Just to point out a stat by Rakesh Bhai, the last time we saw 2 d4 in a world championship match was in 1937.
Array!
So this is not common at all, and the stakes are very, very high right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gukesh has taken this opening. He's played it confidently. He's played e3. I just want to point out how crazy this line could have been if Ding was even in more ambitious mode. If we go to the move b4, just so that people know, he went c5 here. But here is a crazy move that black often plays, and that is g5.
What?
Yes, g5 is an absolutely insane move. When you take it, knight takes g5, in comes e5. And in fact, black is better after this. So if Ding was in a very ambitious mode, he could have gone for g5. There is also f6 instead of c5. Here, f6 move for black to play e5. So it's a very unconventional opening position. But c5 is a relatively, you can say, solid move. And Ding was like, if Gukesh, you take pawn takes pawn here, then I would play knight c6 and maybe e5 next, and then recapture the pawn with the bishop. Bishop takes c5. But Gukesh was like, I don't care for your pawns. I am striking your center with e3. And this you can see Gukesh is striking at black center at 2 points, c5 and d4 both. If you take cb4, d4 pawn is hanging. If you take on e3, then fe3, and that brings a strong center. So now, of course, Ding has only one option left, that is to take off his jacket.
So he can't take any of the pawns. The jacket comes off. The gloves are off already in this game. What move number are we on? Move number 4. And here's a fun fact. This position Ding has played before.
Array.
So it has to be his preparation. And guess who he played against?
Wow.
The player with white.
Let's ask our, it's an Indian grandmaster.
I will give a hint.
Yes.
Cowboy.
Yes, Adiban, he played against him in 2021.
Not very long ago, Ding had this exact position against Adiban, and he decided not to trade any of the pawns, but instead continued with development, bringing out his kingside knight into the game. And this gives white the opportunity to actually now decline that b4 pawn and push it forward on b5, gaining space on the left side of the board after knight f6, b5.
Sagar bhai, could this be the gambit of the day?
Oh yes.
On to e3 and the pawn is hanging.
Absolutely. I would even put b4 as the gambit of the day already. Director Saab, if we can have this moment as the gambit of the day, a huge shout out to our partners here, Ambit, for supporting this stream from the World Championships. Definitely a big moment has arrived early. You can see Ding thinking a lot. Maybe we just check if e3 is the most popular move in this position. It is. So if this position is reached, one move before, then e3 is the most popular move. So why is Ding Liren thinking?
Because at this moment as a player, you are trying to understand which direction your opponent has prepared in. The idea for Ding right now would be to try to get Gukesh off his prep. He's trying to remember all the games he's played, because clearly those are the ones that Camp Gukesh has looked at, and to sort of bait him out of those positions. So he needs to take his time. He knows he's seen Adiban versus Ding.
Yes.
He knows he has something up his sleeve right now, because you don't go for this kind of an opening with white unless you've really prepared it to the T.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely. And one more thing we should point out is this move d3, which looks very attractive, but cannot be good, yeah? So
that pawn is going to die somehow. I guess queen b3, yes? Just
Bishop
get
F5.
the queen in, then knight e5. I doubt if that pawn can survive. So it looks good, it limits, but it's too risky.
Guys, and look at Gukesh on our camera as well. You know, this is sort of the picture we had seen in the first few rounds of the match. Early on, an early surprise. Ding trying to work his way out. Gukesh going into his zone with his eyes closed, remembering all the lines. Black essentially has two choices here. Either grab that e3 pawn or bring the knight out to f6. And this is what Ding is looking at. Which direction does he want to take it, where he feels Gukesh will be on his own and not in his preparation?
I think d takes e3 is very risky because you are giving up your center, and maybe Ding goes for this more solid move, knight f6. You did mention that to knight f6 the main move is b5. If we can just show what happened in Adiban versus Ding Liren game, b5 was played and then knight bd7 by Ding to play e5 in the center, and then Adiban took ed, cd, and Adiban said thank you for the free pawn, knight takes d4, but the knight jumped into c5, knight c5, and then bishop b2, e5, and black was already having, I think, pretty good compensation. So this was Ding's very good play in that online game. He's about to make a move.
But the one success that will happen from this sort of an opening, by the way, Ding, he pulls his hand back. So a little bit of hesitation there by him on this decision, is that there is no way for Ding to keep it controlled. We are going to get an imbalance. In all probability, we will get Ding up a pawn and Gukesh fighting for that initiative. And this has been the strategy for Gukesh all throughout. Get Ding into these muddy waters. Get him into these chaotic positions.
And today he's been successful. Not 4 moves mein hi, it's a very, very sharp position.
It's going to be a fun game today.
That begs the question, why d4 from Ding, right? I mean, this is not consistent with what he has done so far.
Actually, Sagar Dhote has said an interesting thing in a super chat. He says, Ding's been playing for draws. Is it a strategy? Psychologically, Ding makes the world believe he just wants tie breaks. But what if he starts pushing, breaking the narrative in the last games? So maybe, somewhere Ding is like, oh, I can also be a little ambitious.
World Championship, पता नहीं Oscar जरूर दे देंगे भाई.
Yeah, I don't think Ding is acting out anything. I think we've had this conversation and it's been awesome to discuss these different point of views. It's sort of like that tennis match, right? Where there's one player who's constantly playing on the baseline, Sagar, who's hitting these consistent shots, but not dangerous ones. Easy to respond, but hard to break. The other opponent here, Gukesh, he's looking for those net rallies, those drop shots, those fancy things, but that also opens up Gukesh to danger.
Yes. And today he's come really close to the net. So, abhi pata nahi kya hoga, because I know that Ding looks a little bit not confident at the start. We all feel like, abhi to isko fasa diya hai. And then he's actually well prepared. He's just going over his lines in his head. Maybe he's just thinking ki kya karna hai. So it's too early to say whether Gukesh has had a superior opening prep or not.
It's too early to call out who's won the opening battle, but I think today the audience has won. And it's not too early to call that out, that we are going to get an exciting game.
I agree. It's going to be a very, very high energy game.
It's the last Sunday, right, of this tournament? अरे Sunday पे energy चाहिए ना सागर इसके लिए.
It didn't open.
This is a red alert opening, so time to bring out the Red Bull as well. But I'm so excited that after 2 relatively tame draws, especially yesterday, we finally see that Gukesh, and this is his personality, right? This is what we've been seeing, that he wants to take his chances. He wants to go all out. He's that player who puts all his chips in.
Yes.
And he's ready for a fight today, Sahil.
We were trying to understand who are Gukesh's seconds, right? And apparently Arjun has played this position 7 times before.
Badhiya bhai.
With white pieces?
And has a very good score of 5 out of 7. So very, very interesting detail.
Wow.
Don't know if there's a correlation
Arjun
there.
Erigaisi in Qatar on rest day helping Gukesh. Could be. He's fighting for his qualification in the candidates. He's very close because Caruana has taken lead in the FIDE circuit. So he wants to qualify, but he's like, आज rest day, थोड़ा extra काम करके गुकेश को थोड़ा support कर सकते हैं. Yeah. Yes, could be someone that Arjun has worked with. Actually, the team is very, very difficult to know right now. Even Vishy Anand came on our show yesterday. He said that they were successful in putting together a good team. He did not reveal anyone. He said if the match ends, Gukesh himself will reveal it. So that's something which is on everyone's mind. कि Gukesh के साथ और कौन है team में? One is Gaevsky. That is very clear. He always talks about him. And he also thanks other people, but never has taken any names.
Rakesh Bhai sending stats like crazy. Indian GMs who have played this as white, he has sent a 50 name list.
Hi.
Wow.
Arjun, Adiban, Sethuraman, Abhijit Gupta, Deep Sen Gupta, Hareka, Deepan. I mean, it's a...
So it's an Indian line, huh?
lot of people have played, yeah.
Wow. This is so exciting, yeah, that all Indians are playing this.
So when you play c4 on the second move, if we just back up to that moment, Amrita, right here, you have to be prepared for this response because d4 is an energetic move by black. It is the most played move in this position. And here the most direct way for white is to get into the opening and the variation that we are seeing by Gukesh. So it's going to be really interesting, I think, for me to see how Ding handles this. But it's not going to be easy simply because Ding will not get the kind of positions that he's been aiming for. His strategy is clear कि भाई exchange कर दो सब कुछ, draw करो, game खत्म करो. वो ऐसी opening से नहीं होने वाला.
But then क्यों choose की ऐसी opening? Why didn't you play e6 or c6? Today, I just feel like if Ding wanted such a safe game, he had a clear choice on move 2. The fact that he chose pushing the pawn means that he also wants a fight today. What else could be the reason?
Yeah, he can actually be ambitious. That is actually true.
Or maybe Sagar Bhai, this is something he absolutely did not expect, and this was the preparation he had done earlier, and this is something he didn't expect today.
Yeah,
and d4 could be an impulsive move.
Yeah.
I think that's a great point, Sahil, that perhaps not for this game it was very well prepared, and he did take the decision to go d4 very quickly. It's not as though he spent a lot of time, which is why it's also, how many? 15 minutes, by the way, already.
15 minutes.
Almost 15 minutes.
Yeah, the thing is, he's, I think, recollecting his line, but we have never seen Ding thinking so much on move 4. Maybe on move 7 was the one time where I think that's when he starts thinking.
But that's because वहाँ novelty हो जाता है. यहाँ पे this is a very well discovered position. So it's not the next move that he's struggling with. He's just looking at, again, where do I play? What do I do to avoid what Gukesh has in mind for me?
Correct. And I can tell you that Ding is not going to go for the pawn. This is my feeling.
Yes.
D takes e3, this line. Because it's such an amazing line. Let's just have a look at it. D takes e3.
खेल दे भाई, मजा आ जाएगा.
Fe3, CB4, D4. Let's say you bring your knight f6, bishop d3. Let's say g6, e6, maybe let's put e6, castles, and bishop e7. And this position, if you look at it, it is amazing compensation for a pawn. White can even give another pawn in the style of Benko by playing a3 here, and then just develop all the pieces and so on.
This is a beautiful position even when black gets it. In that reverse position that we showed you guys, it's super dangerous. So imagine being up a move, that e-pawn starts moving forward at some point, e4, e5, and then there are already ideas of checkmate along the king side. So you have to be super careful getting into this, and it just doesn't feel like Ding's style right now to get into this sort of an imbalance.
The best part is, जो 2 games में Gukesh was winning, right, or close to winning, दोनों में Ding took like a 30-minute think here, 35-minute think here.
In the opening.
हाँ, so that is common, hoping he takes that much time, and वही pattern repeat one. इस time Gukesh converts.
Gukesh एकदम ही आँख बंद करके, if we can zoom in on Gukesh, director साहब, that would be really cool. Look at him. He is like fully focused. ऐसे
32% of the time he keeps his eyes closed, right? That's the stats.
That's the big stat.
And I think Tanya, you mustn't say anything because the moment you said last time he opened his eyes, you were like,
Immediately.
looks like he's sleeping, and Gukesh was like this.
Look at his breathing.
Kisne bola?
His
But I'm
breathing,
sure many kids will try this out, and when they close their eyes, they will fall off to sleep.
His breathing is so slow, yeah. ऐसे calm, ऐसे.
Yeah.
Maybe he's learned
Probably
some
worked-
techniques.
Yeah, he's worked on it, on how to keep calm, how Paddy Upton, his coach. I'm sure that these are things that they've looked at as a mental coach in high pressure, high nervous situations. Or let's say when your opponent's thinking for too long, you don't want to get up and leave. How do you keep yourself in the moment and yet don't let the nerves affect you?
Yeah.
Also, I was seeing somewhere that their resting area, I've only actually been physically present in the recent past in Dubai for the World Championship match. And the resting area that they have here is not a super beautiful or a super fun resting area, a player's lounge. The Dubai one was awesome, by the way. So I think that's also to discourage the players to make this into a World Chair Championship where both leave and start spending too much time there. So perhaps it's just not tempting enough to go into that one little room.
Yeah, and I think they both have really preferred spending time on the board. Even now you can see Ding has been thinking for 18 minutes.
Is he getting
Gukesh could
tense?
have...
He looks nervous.
He does, right? His hand was a little...
Yeah. And Ding actually expresses when he's nervous.
Yeah,
Sagar
I
knows.
agree.
Why does he do that?
Don't do this, guys.
Sagar,
Kya hua?
it's like we are not saying he plays bad moves when he's nervous. His chess is at the top, right? He's at his core. He's the world champion for a reason, and he's proven that in this match. But that doesn't take away from the fact that he's probably actually nervous right now.
I used to get so excited seeing Ding doing this, and then I've seen him making classy moves. So I've stopped looking
Sagar
at
bhai
these.
is immune now.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ, तू जो भी करेगा, you even start like frowning or closing your eyes. I don't think we can get too much from his expressions. Although, if truth be told, like any person who watches this will realize that Ding is looking a bit fidgety. He's looking at the clock again and again, looking at Gukesh. But his moves quality is generally very good. So what to do?
So much they have to assess as to what Gukesh would have prepared, and when would he have this line should I dodge, the other line should I play. How do they decide this? I mean, it's such a nervous state right now, Sagar.
I just think that Ding doesn't want to get into some line that Gukesh has looked at in great depth. So he's like, if I can find at least a line which I know well, what is that? Which move should I choose? Because this is a key moment.
So as a player, you try to look for lines in situations like the one that you're describing, Amrita, where you feel like the tension or the moves are not absolutely forced or tactical, where you don't have to be 100% precise, otherwise you're going to land into trouble.
Exactly. And what are those lines over here for
Not
black?
to take on e3, but go knight f6. I think Ding is trying to think in that direction ki after knight f6, b5, he's remembering his game. Where can he change his moves to perhaps bring in a semi-surprise for Gukesh?
Agreed.
Right.
Agreed.
Before we look at lines, Rakesh bhai with another stat on fire today.
बढ़िया भाई.
16 moves खेली जा चुकी हैं इस पोजीशन में ब्लैक की तरफ से in the database. 16 moves. भाई 16 legal moves भी हैं हमें.
You mean in this position, so D takes E3.
Yeah.
Amrita, if you can make the arrows. D takes E3. No, arrows only. D takes E3.
Knight f6.
Knight f6. F6. Bishop G4. Knight C6. G6. C takes B4. E6. B6. Okay, थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो रहा है, but
बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा है.
यहाँ तक ठीक है.
D7 भी खेला होगा किसी
हाँ
ने.
क्या?
नहीं.
Knight A6 is also there. Very weird.
So basically, we already understand that Ding has so much on his plate to choose from.
But look
Problem
at
of
the
plenty.
time. The time, 1 hour 37 minutes.
जान दो नीचे कोई चक्कर नहीं.
Yeah, it's very good that he's taking his time right now. And of course, Gukesh has just taken 25 seconds so far in this game.
But here, Gukesh, what an amazing guy. Just 18, Sagar. So much at stake. Like, one game, if he wins 200k, मतलब 1.8 crore, जिसमें मुंबई का एक घर आ सकता है. इतना कुछ stake पे है. पूरा इंडिया का, उसके खंदों पे pressure है. At 18, तुम, क्या थे? तुम क्या कर रहे थे 18 साल पे?
वो तुम्हें propose कर रहा था 18 साल पे.
I was taking so much more pressure.
You were taking some really big decisions at that point.
Yeah. I think, Amruta, what Gukesh is doing, maybe no one in the chess world has done. It's first
Sagar,
time
even
ever.
what you did, no one in the chess world has done.
Thode, matlab, I understand I was a prodigious talent off the board, but
But Atrape, seriously, Tanya, like really, what were you most tensed about when you were 18?
It's hard to remember, but I think that was the year that I got my international master title, or at least won a woman grandmaster or an international master title. And I mean, at that level, I was feeling so much pressure. So I can only imagine at this stage what it takes to show this kind of courage to play such an aggressive opening, knowing you have only another 3 games left.
Exactly.
You know, yes, we've been singing praises of this, but it's also the kind of opening that opens up Gukesh to a lot of dangers. He could be down upon, and then you don't prove your compensation, and you're struggling to keep things together. The margin for coming back in the match is close to nothing right now.
right.
So very gutsy by Gukesh.
I just want to ask our viewers this question. Do you all know who Mikhail Botvinnik is? Have you heard of his name? A former world champion, very, very well known. I think the sixth world champion. But he could very well have not been a world champion if in his first world championship match that he played, it was equal score. David Bronstein was his opponent. And David Bronstein is someone that, of course, the chess community would know well, but in general, not so well known because he was not the world champion. And I think this is what happens when you don't take your chance. It's like you may not even become the world champion for the rest of your life. So, you know, at stake, this is I don't want to say this because I'm sure Gukesh might get another opportunity, but it could very well be that this is a big opportunity. If he takes it, there could be like, you know, his name would be etched in history. But on the other hand, if this doesn't work out, there is Arjun coming in, Nodirbek coming in. I mean, there are so many world-class players.
Yeah, actually, even if you see Nepo, for that matter, he did get to play twice. And after that, right now, it's not going to be easy to get into this again.
Yes.
In fact, candidates में भी direct spot नहीं है अब तो. So it is very, very difficult.
Yeah, the loser of the World Championship generally would have a spot in next candidates. It was a given, but that rule has also changed. So Gukesh or Ding, whoever loses, does not get a spot in next candidates.
And I think when you say taking a chance or making or maximizing your opportunity, you mean with the white pieces, when you get this moment, you want to create something. I mean, in this whole match, if we think about it, Gukesh is the one who's been putting up the show, right? Ding has been happy to bail out, to keep it solid, to get the draws, to trade off pieces, even when he's had the opportunity. But Gukesh has been sort of the main character energy player here, putting up this brilliant show. And Ding is meanwhile saying that I'm happy to take this into tie breaks.
Yes.
So definitely getting a very fun fight. And Ding keeps thinking he's now touching the 25-minute mark.
Correct. If we look at the scene of both the players, it will be difficult to say kiska move hai. You know, Gukesh is sitting like as if it's his move, thinking. But yeah, 25 minutes on move 4. This is very weird. This is very weird.
But if you just showed the clock and not the players, I think then everyone will guess Ding is the one who's taken this much time.
Right.
Oh, look at Ding. He's, yeah, so sorry.
Yeah, please don't.
नहीं उसको देखोगे तो वो ऐसा बैठा है and look at him. ये why is he expressing himself so much? That is my question.
He's just like this, I feel. वो ऐसा ही है. सच में अमृता, very well. I mean it in the best way. I've been seeing this. I've asked so many times.
ऐसे बैठते हो तो तुम टेंशन में रहते हो.
Exactly. Anyone here, I think most of us will feel like if you're sitting here, it's a posture of tension. But Ding has done this, and then he plays good moves. So let's see.
मैं भी घर पे राजमा नहीं बनाया तो सर पकड़ के बैठ गया.
You know, I'm just wondering, this opening that we are seeing, right?
Yeah.
The previous white that Gukesh had, we saw this very docile Catalan where really not much happened. And it's very possible at this match, having studied so many of them, that at that time, Gukesh's team was actually preparing for this. Trying to find an idea as you get closer, which will pose some really big problems to Ding in a very critical moment, and perhaps they hadn't finished their preparation at that point to go in with this.
Right.
So going for a very solid Catalan, you know, if I get my little opportunity, I'll try to take it. Nayua, draws fine, next white. So the preparation is not a one-game preparation. This goes on, trying to find the right moment to strike with what you've cooked. And I think this has been a few days of work by Gukesh's team.
Correct. And I think one of the reasons why they chose the move c4 on move 2 is once again putting Ding into that question ki kuch to decide karo. I think that has been their strategy. Put Ding into situations where he has to make decisions. Today, perhaps he's not made that solid a decision. We'll see. Meanwhile, Stain Matter has been following all games till early morning hours from west coast of US. Today feels like a Gookie win day, though don't want to jinx anything. Thank you for the panel for a compelling show. We have had so many viewers from US tuning in. It's like early morning for them or late night, and they've all been sort of burning the midnight oil to watch this entire match.
Yeah, like how in candidates, all the Indians had to stay up in the morning. I think for this one, all the US people have to stay up.
6 baje subah ka bhi ho raha hota, I think we would be like this. Everyone would be up right now. But yeah, it's so nice to hear that people from across the world are rooting and supporting and awake and wanting to watch this match. So thank you for all your love.
And
guys, tumhe kya lagta hai, Amrita, how much longer is Ding going to think? Because it's only move 4 right now.
And actually 30 minutes, he's already thought on move
30
number...
ke pehle, before 30 he will make it, I'm sure.
How 30?
Ghar laga do bhai.
Arre bhai, ghar. But I think
he wants to make a move, but you know, sometimes it happens na ki you've gone to a shop, you want to buy something, but mil nahi raha hai, but itna time ho gaya hai, like yaar kuch to le lo type. So वैसा वाला, it's necessary.
Yes, this is Amruta when buying shoes. I know this. We go to one shop, then next, then she says shortlist here, next shop
Shoes
shortlist.
are very important, Sagar. Laat marna padta hai.
Yes, Amruta, that's true. And maybe Ding is right now in that state. Yeah, he's like knight f6 khelu, या d takes e3 मारू, या फिर राकेश भाई ने बोला 16 options है ये position में, f6 भी है. Actually f6 very interesting move. If we can just play that, f6, b takes c5.
It's a counter pawn sacrifice.
e5, I believe. And perhaps this the engine does not prefer it, so maybe not a great idea, but it is played in few games.
Did you see that? Like, Ding is just closing his fist. It's almost as though he realizes ki 30 minutes ho gaye, I need to physically push myself now to make a move. Because, again, this is just the start. You know, it's going to be a lot of long things for him ahead as well, in very critical moments.
Chinmay Watwe ji is
He's
saying...
about to do it.
No, move abhi time hai. Chinmay Watwe ji ka super chat ke baad hi. Wonderful to have Amruta commentating today. You may have heard of cheesy couples, but I'm glad you are a wonderful chessy couple. Sahil bhai and Tanya, please continue the great work. Big fan. Thank you, Chinmay.
I missed you too, Amrita.
Arey, thank
It's so
you,
nice
Tanya.
to have you back.
Arey, it feels like complete adrenaline rush. Like pehle 8 दिन I was like on the bed taking medicines and all of that, और आज एकदम ही हालचाल अलग ही है.
आज शायद तेरा तबीयत और अच्छा हो जाएगा after this game. Yeah, let's hope.
देखना तू आई और क्या ही opening मिली. No Catalans, no some Queen's Gambit decline, long games. This is just...
30 minutes are done.
समय कहाँ है? समय दादी को visit करने गया है क्या?
Samay is in Bangalore today. His show is there, and I believe he will join us. I don't want to say exactly which date because he hasn't confirmed, but I feel towards the end, the last 2 games is very likely.
So the idea that you showed with f6, again, a very interesting approach, but sort of playing with fire, because you are giving up a pawn, even if it's temporarily, but it's very committal to go into this kind of a structure. You've sort of weakened a little bit of the light squares around your king. क्या हो गया भाई?
नहीं मैं देख रहा हूँ 31 minutes हो गए
वो
यार.
तो गया घर गया.
अच्छा एक question है. What about the move G5 which was mentioned earlier? Does
Now
it
the
make
problem
sense?
I feel is after G5, B takes C5.
What, you can't take on G5.
No, but if you take, that's a bad move generally.
Oh,
E5.
and Bishop G7 somewhere. Maybe just yeah.
And this is very good compensation. So this, by the way, Tanya, if you go for Amruta D4, that position,
Yeah,
move 2,
Yeah.
move 3, yeah, B4, G5 is one of the main moves here, where Ding went C5. So
C5 is the one that I've seen. G5 is that's.
If Gukesh was
Very
black, he would have
surprising.
played it, I think.
G5.
Yeah, so sorry.
Wait, let's wait 32 minutes. And if Ding makes a move, imagine, and Gukesh responds instantly because Gukesh
he
would be
will.
in his prep, then Ding would again start thinking, or maybe this could also be that Ding has some prep, and this happens by the way at top level chess. Sometimes the top players wait. They make their opponent feel like we are unprepared, and then they are prepared. It is possible, although we know Ding doesn't try to fool his opponent or do all these things. Kya pata aaj shayad he's trying some kind of that strategy.
If he was trying that strategy, I think the move would have come sooner. He's genuinely feeling unsure, and what happens to a player is that the longer you think in a position where there are so many choices, the more convoluted it gets in your mind, the one to make. Because तुम्हें लगता है यार ये होगा तो फिर मेरा opponent क्या सोच रहा है, and you're just not able to decide along the path of the different variations that you're looking at. So very often a long think is actually counterproductive.
True.
At the early stages of the game.
Yeah, also right now it feels like if one of them wins a game, that's gonna be the last decisive game. So
Quite possible.
I think the chances are really high for that. That winning at this stage of the tournament, of the match, it's hard for me to imagine a possibility of a comeback.
Yes.
I have a question. So
Yeah.
tiebreak के बारे में हम पूरा focus है ना. Ding wants to head to the tiebreak. That's his goal. So what percentage chances would you give Gukesh Ding, like that percentage? We saw 60-40 for the classical. So tiebreak में क्या दोगे?
I would give 50-50. I'm not sure if Ding is the favorite. I also saw few top players, including Anish Giri,
Shaking
saying
his head.
that it's an equal. Yeah. My 50-50 for you.
Looking at this game, I don't think we're going to go into a tiebreak.
yes, I think I agree with Tanya.
I'll tell you one small incident for me, which really makes me feel a little scared for Gukesh. There was once a tournament which had a walkover time of 1 hour. So I was sitting there and opponent didn't come for first 10 minutes. Then I got up. Then 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes. मैं बोला जीत गया. Already I was making some plans in my head. And then the opponent came when there were only 5 minutes left and I lost that game so badly क्योंकि मेरे दिमाग में मैं already celebrate कर रहा था. So that's why you can see Gukesh is not at all even getting up. He's like, I don't want to think about anything right now. That's what I feel he's doing.
The gravity of getting such an opening in, the fact that Ding had this opportunity to keep it solid on move 2, this was the dream perhaps for Gukesh ki bhai ye position aa jaye. It doesn't mean that white is better or anywhere close to having a big advantage. But this is the imbalance that Gukesh has been trying to get over the last 7 games, sometimes successful, a lot of times not, and he's managed to do it. So he doesn't want anything to take away that focus now. I think for the next 10 moves, every move will be super critical.
35 minutes
By
now.
35
अभी चल क्या रहा है?
27%.
Time bar,
Yeah.
so already +1 for Gukesh. Now psychological bar, also slight plus, मतलब +1.5 बोल सकता है ना?
मैं नहीं बोलूँगा ये सब.
नहीं?
नहीं, I know Ding, he'll come back, but the thing
I
is.
don't think this time. Look at him, Sagar. This is real.
But
For
Amrita,
real.
you were not here, no, for 6 rounds. Many times he was doing this, even in game Rookie 1 where it happened, where he surprised him, F6. He was
How many times on move number 4?
No, not 4.
He has thought.
It was 7, but.
This is the longest thing that Ding has had on this move in the opening state so far. Beyond this was
Correct.
game 1 Move 7, 27 minutes and 42 seconds.
बस?
He's already touched a 36-minute
27
mark.
ही किया है. मुझे तो लगा बहुत बार 30 के ऊपर गया है वो. नहीं?
एक बार I think गया इससे ज़्यादा. Second highest.
In the first few moves of the game. I think in the middle game he's taken a longer thing. But in the first few opening moves, this is the longest, almost touching the 40-minute mark.
By the way, we have
ये
some
बहुत
very
start में है.
funny super chats coming in.
Tell
हाँ
me.
बोलो.
Actually, you're right.
सुपर चैट पढ़ लो.
अरे.
More important than any stat on Ding or Gukesh.
Mayur says, Sagar bhai, what happens if players write the wrong move on score sheet? ये पहला weird super chat. Second weird super chat was
No, they actually, if the
Samir
opponent
says,
claims.
Ding is supposed to be very strong in rapid. So can it be strategy to take lot of time now and then make it into a rapid game?
बहुत ही फिल्मी हो जाएगा.
That reminds me of Nihal, you know, anytime when he's playing, it feels anything beyond 1 minute on the clock is too long for him. So he takes a lot of time at the start and then just goes absolutely berserk when he's got 60 seconds left and plays his best chess, like God level chess.
Correct. Yeah, by the
नहीं
way.
but because in the start when they are thinking Sagar, imagine you have to find a place, like तुम्हें समय का एड्रेस नहीं पता, तुम उसका घर ढूंढने जा रहे हो, स्टार्ट से ही नहीं पता किधर जाना है, तो it's irritating, but you're closer to the thing and then it's easier, right? So अभी के लिए initially for his psychological mind he is feeling irritated.
Okay, Amrita. But
अमृता क्या है ये?
I understood the last part.
So
I
the
didn't
first,
get the relation of समय का
He's
घर.
saying कि Ding समय के घर नहीं पहुंचेगा. Is what Amrita's trying to say. By the way, guys, Ding's longest think in this match has been in game 6 with the white pieces. On move 21, he thought for almost 43 minutes on one move.
क्या वो record break होगा अभी?
Yeah,
good question.
4 minute है.
I think
4 minute
possible
है.
है. And यार वो move 21 पे था. Here
खेला नाइट F6 जो मुंह हमने सोचा था वही हुआ.
आधा घंटा पहले.
Yes, we thought आधा भी नहीं. And
Immediately played by
oh,
Gukesh.
but Gukesh played what, A3?
A3.
Oh,
So not
novelty. No,
What?
come on, knight F6 one. Let's see.
Whoa.
Only this position before A3 has been reached 242 times, and A3 is played only in 6 games, which means, and with transpositions perhaps 12 games, it is pretty clear no GM has played it with black, no GM has played it with white. So it seems like a new idea, and Ding now has to think all over again.
For 35 minutes.
43 maybe, Sahil, you wanted him to think that.
Yeah, this actually means we get another long think, and it's clearly this was the preparation by Gukesh's team. We've seen him throw out these fresh ideas, move 7 usually. Today it happens on move 5. It's been played before, but definitely not a move that was checked by Ding at any point because of the level of players who've played it. And it's been incredible the kind of work Gukesh's camp has done in this World Championship. I mean, we are living in a time when openings are so widely discussed, so tough to come up with new ideas. And how many have they managed to find in this match? Just incredible stuff.
Yes, I think a huge role has been played by Gaevsky. He's known for these little ideas, very small ones, slightly unusual. And he's been finding that a lot of them for Gukesh, like A3 here. Just to tell you guys, the main move was B5, which we did analyze, which was seen in Adhiban versus Ding. And instead of B5, there is also Bishop B2 here, which has been played before. But A3 ke baad, we have had 12 games.
Who is the highest rated player still?
Highest rated is Krekak Zwonko, whose rating is 2431, but in correspondence chess.
Which is very strong because they
Yes, in
analyze very
correspondence
well.
it's very strong, but I mean it's such an unknown line because it's not played in over the board.
This is the ideal setup जो
हाँ.
गुकेश को चाहिए था. इससे
Total.
better he could not have asked for anything. Opening dynamic है, novelty भी आ चुकी है. Ding already, if he showed Ding's time to anyone right now, he had no clue कि क्या हुआ. कहेंगे यार कम से कम 15 मूव तो हुए होंगे. सिर्फ 4.5 मूव हुए अभी. ब्लैक ने खेला नहीं ना, ब्लैक ने खेला नहीं तो.
5.5.
11 out of 12 are correspondence games. So only one game has been played over the board, that too by not so well-known player.
And top level pe correspondence chess is very important for preparation because they bring out many novelties through that. What is correspondence? Sagar, maybe you can just give a quick overview of that.
Correspondence chess started long time ago when people used to stay in different cities, would send a move by post or by
मतलब फोन के पहले जब two lovers एक दूसरे को पत्र लिखते थे, love letters, they would write. It's like that.
Love base India.
Here it's chess lovers who are sending moves to each other. But now with the internet coming in, they send it every day, or you can. There's a time limit. Make your move within these many hours, and you can use engines. You can use whatever. You can ask your friend. And generally that's how correspondence chess works. So the focus is less on speed, the focus is less on the sporting element, but more on the accuracy and the quality. So that's why the correspondence games have become a very big treasure for over the board players. They are like, isme to bahut kuch mil sakta hai, to try it out.
Wow.
And that's why you can see Gukesh's camp has been using it very carefully, going deep into it.
By the way, 41,000 people already watching chat.
Wow.
10k likes कर दो. 10k likes से बहुत अच्छी चीजें हुई हैं पिछले दिनों पे, है ना सागर भाई?
Correct. 10k likes से क्या पता कौन आ जाए आज?
And सारे super chat पढ़ लो सागर. किसी का भी
result आ जाए आज.
Correct. By the way, Abhishek has sent from Sweden. He's saying he bumped into Pia Kramling.
Oh wow.
Wow. An absolute legend. And that is so cool that it's like you are walking on the road and you bump into she was like the fourth grandmaster female player to become a grandmaster, I think, something like a third or
and
fourth.
even in the Olympiad this time she was playing in the team with her daughter Anna, and her husband was the coach. It was so nice to see the whole family there.
Yeah.
And you know, the point that you made about the importance of correspondence games while coming up, trying to come up with an idea that's difficult to respond. And I think A3 is exactly that. But I want to get deeper into what does Gukesh have in mind, because at a superficial level, he's maintained tension. He's maintained tension between the face-off of the central pawns E3, D4 as well as B4, C5. So if Black continues with developing ideas like bringing out the other knight,
Knight C6.
the reason is that you want to also keep in the air the E-pawn moving 2 steps ahead. E5 is always something to watch out for. Then perhaps Gukesh is able to expand on the left side, on the queen side with a tempo.
And the knight has to go back.
You
or
don't
go
have a
front.
great square.
A5 or B8.
Either ways, it's not a happy choice to make. On the other hand, if Ding decides to trade either one of the 2 pawns and release tension, he's trading on Gukesh's terms, either opening up the A file for that beautiful rook on A1, which hasn't made a single move to develop itself. If he takes on E3, he opens up the F file for when the rook will land after a short castle, and also allowing Gukesh the possibility to go D4, gaining complete control.
Already looks very promising, I must tell you. But guys, if you look at the objective evaluation, our bar is just below that number 4. So I always look at that number 4 ka line on the notation, that is 0.00. So actually it's gone below that, which means Black is even slightly better here. But what is that move which gives Black that great position here?
Nothing like simple E6 or G6.
E6 or G6. I was thinking, how about E5? It looks completely crazy move.
What?
But if you take, I want to maybe try and take on B4, or maybe, I don't know, B4, or play bishop D6.
Takes, no?
Yeah, takes, and I cannot take bishop
Let's
B4.
ask the chat.
Guys, why is it winning for white? Queen?
Very good.
Queen A4 check, well done, very alert. Queen A4 and the bishop falls. If you play knight C6, I'll take the knight. No, the move E5 is more from the perspective of, I think, gaining time. So if E5, knight E5, maybe bishop D6 is what should be the move. If you go back, knight F3, perhaps castles or something. You play in this spirit of just full gambit.
Yes, but after you are so low on time, you don't want to enter in such a scenario, especially against
Yeah,
Gukesh, who
yeah.
is very well prepared.
I agree. Instead of, yeah, knight a6, but b5. Yeah, do you want your knight on c7 square?
Also, I'm
Perhaps
wondering,
instead
Sagar,
of
can you
b5.
take the pawn
Yeah.
on c5?
But then the compensation,
Knight takes pawn and then...
No, that's a free pawn.
I
That-
thought e5.
But why not take
Maybe
with
take
the
it
pawn?
with the pawn, e3 pawn to d4 and hit that knight on c5.
Knight a6 looks a little bit misplaced somehow there. It does, if you, yeah, you want to put it on d7 or c6 to play e5.
c6 is the square your heart wants the knight on, which is why usually white plays b5 on the previous move to stop that.
I think the main move should be here bishop g4. This is my feeling. Like you pin the knight, but okay, that's also not the best.
There's a
I'm
move that-
very curious.
That chart is suggesting a5,
a5. Oh.
which would lock the queen side completely if white goes b5.
Ding kelega a5.
But it's so tough.
a5 kelega. He'll play it. Because if pawn takes pawn, b takes c5, not a5, b takes c5, then knight c6, and your knight is very stable on that square.
And
then
if b5,
yeah, b5, then maybe just knight d7, similar to this Adiban game, ed, cd, knight d4, knight c5, bishop b2,
so
e5.
basically it's for the square, yeah, c5.
I think that's the point, that black only sacrifices this pawn once you have the c5 square for your knight, a sort of a stronghold. So Gukesh has done a very smart thing. Right now, if you go knight d7, you simply capture. If in the live board you play knight d7, you can perhaps just pick up the d4 pawn, and the pawn formation that white has on the queen side doesn't give black that activity. So black really wants to provoke that b pawn one step ahead with a move like a5 and then continue with the development.
Tanya, 10 minutes now again. If you combine it with the previous move where he thought for 38 minutes, that's 48. How many? It was 38, right?
Yeah.
40.
He's got a 50-minute advantage already, Gukesh, on move 5.
Yes, this
on the
is
clock.
not trivial. I mean, whatever I might say or anyone might say that Ding plays really well under time pressure and all, this is not trivial what is happening right now.
But Ding is going to play really well. He is one of the best players in the world. To remind everyone, 2-8-1-6 at his peak, the reigning world champion. But the problem is the less time you have, and if the position remains complicated, if you don't have a way to trade off too many pieces, you are more prone to making very critical errors in those moments.
But you both have been there, right? Like when you have you're playing a game, you're 50 minutes low on time in the very beginning. It is a huge amount of pressure.
Huge.
Huge. So this is right now what we are looking at is a very rare case scenario in this match.
Correct.
It's a big edge for Gukesh. We can say that actually for the moment.
We just need it to happen once. Rare case, एक बार हो जाए, आज जीत जाए, फिर अपना आधा तो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप जेब में ही है.
I agree.
What is our super chat saying, Sagar?
Joy Datta is saying, sending all the good vibes for Gukesh. Hello to our commentators, favorite and fab. I'm sure positivity will manifest into a big win for Gukesh today. Yeah, many people sending in their best wishes. I just don't know. He's going to go below 1 hour on the clock.
Yeah, and on move 5...
Oh, sorry, 1 hour 8 minutes. I thought that was 0-0.
But he probably might even think for another 8 minutes. You know, we are on move 5 and this is just a lot of time spent. And again, you know that your opponent is going to be blitzing out moves. The next couple of moves. Gukesh is going to play fast. He's prepared this position. And it's slowly going into that territory where you have to be precise as black for a long amount of time.
I agree.
And as a player, you know, Amrita, what you were talking about, the pressure mounts up not only on the clock, you're trying to dodge your opponent's preparation, but also you know you can't make a bad move here because it's the sort of position you could be lost out of an opening.
I'm pretty sure he'll go A5.
A5 would be a star
A5
move.
बहुत सही है. Can we just switch on the lines and see which are... you did it.
Right, now I did.
Knight C6 is the best move, then G6 and then A5. Okay.
So knight C6, G6 and A5.
Yeah, these are the best moves. So actually, black has several good moves. Ding might definitely choose one of them.
Knight c6 and g6 feel very thematic. They often occur in different move orders and similar setups. g6 aims at bringing the bishop onto the diagonal. The bishop will come to g7. So it's also a very logical developing move. a5 is, I feel, a sort of a class apart kind of a move. It's something either you've seen before, maybe part of a similar concept in a position, but it's not the first move that comes to a player's mind.
I have a question. If you go g6, how does the play continue? Because bishop b2, and I thought that your center is now disintegrating. How do you? Because if you play knight c6, I'm going b5.
No. If bishop g7,
I take on d4.
you're gonna win the pawn.
Yes. And I didn't realize what compensation. No, if I take with the knight,
There'll be a pin
I'm a
probably.
bit worried about the pin, so I take with the bishop.
Yes.
Do you come out knight c6?
Knight
Or just
c6
go
or bishop
castle?
g4, yeah? Bishop b2. And now what? Because I'm going d4.
D4.
Yeah. d4 is my next move, right?
Indian says e5.
e5.
Yes.
And this is actually the way in which we are seeing lines. Yeah, give the d4 pawn for black, play e5, because if you take e5 now, the central pawn, is it knight? No, knight g4 will be knight
Maybe you
c6.
just go short castle here, trying to get rook to e8 or knight d4.
But then
too.
d4 now?
Yeah.
Thoda,
Not d4 actually. You take here.
take and
now
bishop
develop
e2.
Bishop e2.
So instead of castle, maybe there's something else here. Sorry, knight, queen e7,
Queen e2.
queen e2.
Yeah.
Looks fine for white. Let's go. There should be something. You can feel it in the position. Is it knight d4?
Yeah. Nice.
Wow,
move.
crazy
Stopping
move.
d4.
Crazy move. For this you need another 40 minutes. So utna time thoda kam padega.
I mean, look at the amount of think, right? A close to a 40-minute think, then a close to a 10-minute think, and now reaching a 15-minute think mark.
The only thing which is on Ding's side is that if he is able to find a good moves, his position is still pretty good.
Yeah, that's true. But you know,
Objectively.
मुझे ऐसे लगता है, and there are so many people who go to work every day. Does it ever happen that you go to work and you don't feel like working? This is the feeling I get with Ding. आज आया है वो गेम पे पर उसको खेलने का मन नहीं है.
वो तो हर रोज लगता है लेकिन सागर
But today he's not making moves. Like he's not playing. Who makes like 5 moves, 4 moves in
about to make.
56 minutes? That is crazy.
आधा टाइम जाने वाला है भाई 50% of the time. That is insane.
Ram Ganesh says that's not Ding chilling, that's Ding freezing. He's just frozen completely.
And he keeps doing that head in hands, taking a long think. He's feeling very uneasy in the position. Even though objectively, Amrita, like you said, nothing is wrong. You know, the clock is ticking. You know it's right there. And you know you still have a long way to go before you can think of anything equalizing here. So for Ding, it's really not looking good right now, despite the position being fine.
Agreed.
I mean, in such a position, even when you see all these choices where you are landing up in good positions, you will feel the pressure because of the time.
100%. It's like TikTok, just right there. And it's tough. It's tough to be in this position. He also knows the math situation, right? If he also knows Gukesh. Give Gukesh an opportunity. Give Gukesh his kind of positions and you can be in very big trouble. Too big to even come back from. Ding has managed to avoid it for the most part of the match, but not today.
What do you think, and how many of you think Ding is doing this? Because if you remember game 1, Gukesh went really, he stretched a lot and Ding won, right? So here, he's trying to make Gukesh as confident or overconfident as possible and then try and see if he gets his chance.
I hope he succeeds.
What is the chances that he's trying to do that?
0.
Because I can't believe someone thinking for an hour
Somebody-
for 4 moves.
Anyway, Gukesh is not the same man, Sagar.
Exactly, and it's not the same river either.
Yes.
Because, you know, we are in game 11. Gukesh, the nerves that he felt in game 1, the tension that you feel. Gukesh has fully adapted to the match now. He's feeling a lot more in his rhythm, a lot more gutsy, a lot more focused. He knows that now he knows. Ki to break Ding, he has to do it again and again and again and again because Ding doesn't give up. He's resilient. So I don't think that's part of the strategy at all. He's just come into a position, an opening, which suits Gukesh more than it suits Ding as of now.
Kanau has said Ding does not even have 2 minutes per move till time control now. Because he has to make 36 moves and he's down to 61 minutes.
Srihari says the art of war book suggests appear weak when you're strong. Ding believes that.
हाँ भाई वो तो that is true. Sun Tzu का Art of War. I'm sure Ding has read it, but I think as you guys rightly pointed out, Gukesh is not going to fall for any of that, and then this 1 hour definitely becomes relevant. Look at Gukesh there. It's also a tough moment for Gukesh. If I was like there, I would have been walking around showing like, "Arey, dekho kitna acha chal raha hai sab." And Gukesh is very calm.
He's very calm because it's sort of a dream start, right? You're inching towards the finish line in the match. You get an opening which you know will be more suited to your style, more imbalanced. He already knows that Ding is thinking, and now he's really coming under an hour on the clock. You could not have asked for, a better start on going into Game 11 in the World Championship match. Speaking of which, when we were panning onto our audience, I saw a lady wear the FIDE World Championship t-shirt, and I'm just wondering where it was you, yeah?
Oh.
Where did you get this from? It's so cool. Oh.
You came from Singapore. Okay, if you can say in the mic.
No, mic is not on.
Singapore.
You live in the US, then you went to Singapore.
But I went to Singapore for 4 days,
Okay.
watched the match, and now I'm here. My first time in Mumbai.
Wow.
How was it watching
Yeah.
them play? Tell us about the hall and your experience there.
Yeah, it was really cool. I'd never been before, so this is my first one. The hall was nice. There was like a glass, so they were playing where you couldn't directly see them. And there was, like you mentioned, there wasn't like a big room or anything fancy for them to go out and in. So it was quite nice. I watched game number 5.
Did you enjoy there more or here?
I think I enjoyed it here more, obviously. There is like live commentary, and of course being in India is nice. So yeah.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. And also, I believe that when you go there, in the previous World Championship, there used to be certain arrangements made to tune into commentary. Maybe not there, right?
They had it in like a separate room, but it was just very nice being there and trying to think of the moves on your own as opposed to going to the side room.
And in US, so you would be also watching the World Rapid and Blitz, I believe, in New York?
I have not done that yet, but I plan on it. So yeah.
I want to just add that we got our US visa.
Oh, nice.
You're going to World Rapid and
Yes,
Blitz, yeah?
yes.
We'll get some awesome coverage from the World Championship then. Looking forward to it. Both of you are going?
Yes, अभी
yeah.
तो visa मिला है तो जाएंगे.
I mean, we had to get the passport, but that guy told us that visa is approved.
He said he took the passport and said, "You guys will get the visa." Like, oh, क्या बात है.
And he did interview us and he did ask about our love story.
Oh, tabhi visa mila.
That's what I'm telling.
Acha, by the way, guys, Rakesh is telling us that sources from Singapore.
Okay.
I don't know what sources these are, but we have some sources from Singapore that are giving us some insights that they saw Gajewski walking by himself at 3 p.m. today, 2 hours before the round, 3 p.m. local Singapore time, which perhaps means that the team must have been feeling confident and they were ready, because just a few hours before the round, if Gayu is chilling and Ding is now not, then perhaps they were feeling good about their prep. And coming back to that point, this maybe was the game plan a few games before, but Gukesh and the team wasn't ready at that point. And today they were to strike with this.
Yeah, I want to see what Gayu is doing right now. Where is he?
Chilling.
No, but tell me, Tanya, no matter what, like you can be very well prepared, but this is out of your understanding that Ding will be thinking for an hour extra.
Move, Bishop
Bishop
G4.
Ooh.
which is
not
the
the
best
best
move. But
move.
let's all try to think why. What is the best way to continue?
भाई ताली
Oh, he
बज गई
knows.
भाई उसने खेल ही दिया
एक सेकंड में
The best move by Gukesh on the board.
Played in second.
He is prepared.
crazy and Ding also is like अभी तो fast खेलेंगे आ जाओ rapid game C takes
And
D4.
H3 on the board.
भाई साहब
भाई एक मोमेंट नहीं दे रहा है वो सोचने को साहिल.
एंड सागर भाई अगर बिशप h5 वापस गए तो आई थिंक ही इज रेडी
G4
फॉर
भाई
g4
G4 हो जाए
भाई साहब अमिता यू सेड
G4
g4
बोला
यार
था ना मैंने आएगा कभी ना कभी.
So bishop G4 was something that Gukesh has prepared and he's in his prep H3. Now Ding can take the knight or go backwards. We saw going back is not the best idea. Meanwhile guys, as the game gets exciting, we have good news for you. All of you present here get a food box from us that includes a snack and a drink, all thanks to Group E4 who has sponsored it. So big round of applause to them. Group E4 is doing phenomenal work. They are supporting young talents. It's like a group of more than 250 families and firms who are coming together to raise money for young chess talents. It was started by Satya Prabhakar along with Vishi Anand, Aruna Anand, RB Ramesh and Aarti Ramaswamy, and they have sponsored the food here. So thank you.
One thing's for sure that Gukesh is hungry for the win today.
हाँ उसको
You know, the way he was calculating all the lines and possibilities when Ding was in his long think, one big strategy that the player has is when you know you've caught your opponent in preparation, you want to make your moves as quickly as possible because that adds that much element of pressure on your opponent. You know, you start feeling a bit, यार मैं 30 मिनट सोच रहा हूँ, मेरा opponent immediately खेल रहा है. And these are the factors that eventually lead to a collapse. Even if right now it's an advantage for white, our eval bar shows, but nothing too drastic. But slowly the pressure is mounting, right? On move 5, under 1 hour, already made an inaccuracy and he goes into another think.
Yes, so not only 1 hour 4 minutes behind on clock, but also having a slightly inferior position on board. So this is looking very bad.
And a question to you guys, okay? Now Ding has to decide whether the bishop should be exchanged for the knight or not, and which means that white will get a double bishop advantage. So it is a decision to make.
Yeah.
How is he going to think over here?
Let's say he takes, okay, bishop takes knight. I think he'll take with the queen. The queen will then attack the pawn on b7. Imagine you go knight c6, right? That looks logical. And now we push b5, right? Bar has risen even further, and this is a terrible move, b5.
Knight a5, knight, yeah.
Oh, so then
But you already have a bishop pair advantage. Can't you just continue with a
Bishop
developing
d3, yeah?
move? Bishop d3, knight e5 I was trying to work out.
Correct.
Maybe bishop e2? Oh, bishop e2? Yeah, maybe bishop e2?
yeah, or bishop b2,
Bishop b2 is also, yeah.
and then
Or
maybe
simple
g4,
as the
D3
engine
probably.
suggests, just d3
Yeah.
first.
and then
I like
g4 I'm going to play. Let's say e5,
Wow.
just to continue this line. Then does g4 make sense to put bishop on g2?
No, because there is a very strong move for
E4
black.
somewhere.
Guys, if I was
Yes,
playing
Tanya.
in Gukesh's shoes, I would have been
Maybe
making
knight
so many
d2.
errors.
You have to stop
Actually, it
this.
is still not an easy position, what we understand for the white pieces.
Yes.
But this plan by black is a thematic one, and often white just plays knight d2 to stop it forever. Perhaps we can make
And
that
then
move.
g4. And then
And
g4.
then Sagar's idea of g4.
Why is Ding thinking? I mean, जब bishop g4 खेला था, the first idea should be okay. What happens on h3? Because now he's taking so much time again.
Because I think he's now getting confused whether he should go back or take. Matlab, taking is a more safe choice, but he doesn't like that position. And bishop h5, he is now thinking khelu ya nahi. It looks so risky, right? It's like putting your hand in lion's mouth.
You know, we can only... Sorry?
Going backwards may be also possible.
Can you...
Yes, but what about bishop b2 now?
Bishop b2 also.
But d3 I was also thinking.
And with the idea of attacking the d4 pawn, if you come knight c6, now I think b5 would be very strong. And if you play d3,
Then g4.
then g4. And Gukesh is so happy because one bishop opens on this diagonal, bishop b2 to a1, the other bishop on that diagonal. It doesn't look great. Although, I mean, bishop f5 is a possible move. It's not at all bad.
You know, we can only speculate what's going on in the player's mind. And I think when Ding made the move bishop g4, he came with the expectation on that move taking so much time that he's getting Gukesh out of prep. Because it wasn't one of the moves that was very heavily played in that position. He had taken his time. And then Gukesh immediately blitzes out, taking the pawn on h3.
Yeah.
So again, Ding is like, भाई इसको तो सब पता है इस position में. अब फिर से सोचना होगा.
Correct.
Because it's the hardest thing to do in chess.
Oh, he took.
Is to give up the bishop pair.
मार दिया भाई. And Gukesh will take with the queen, attacking b7. Pretty sure he's going to play knight c6 here.
Or maybe a queen move to defend that b7 pawn.
No, but knight c6 ko agar b5 is bad, then it's the best move, right? You just develop a piece,
The
bring
thing is,
it
I'm
out.
not sure if the knight belongs to d7 or c6 because you are also exposing itself.
Oh, got it. You want to play Tanya's idea? Correct me. Tanya, you are right. Queen c7 because, as she mentioned, the knight could belong to d7.
Yes.
Absolutely. And now the
Safer.
question is, how long is Gukesh going to take over here?
Yes.
फटाफट खेलेगा क्या bishop b2? एकदम सोचे बिना.
What are the candidate
Bishop-
options here? Because the best move of the engine, I am not sure if you would think of it as the first.
Let's get the candidates and see if we hit the best move of the engine.
Let's see.
My candidate is bishop b2. आप लोगों को क्या लग रहा है? Bishop b2. Anything else? c5.
Yes, c5.
Oh,
अरे
that's
हाँ,
the top move.
c5 क्या move है भाई?
Because you open your bishop.
To an active square.
I'm not a big fan of this move. Moving again, I very much doubt if Gukesh will find it.
Unless he's prepared, Sagar.
So queen c7, basically look at the bar, it has come down a bit, which means that Ding's choice here was pretty good.
Best move.
He does that, right? He takes a long think, but again, the caliber, the level of chess remains high. But the question's not about going wrong right now. It's what's going to happen over the next few moves as the clock ticks lower, hitting the 51. He's less than an hour. I mean, the difference is more than an hour right now.
But Gukesh has to maintain that, yeah?
नहीं
It's a
इतना
big
भी maintain
task.
नहीं करना है. हम
क्यों
तो 1
नहीं?
hour maintain कर रहा. I think he should use his time.
If
no?
he's not familiar with it, he should.
Yes, he should take his time. He should now
but
sink
right
in.
now, Ding has this feeling कि यार 1 hour कम है मेरे पास, बहुत tension है उस चीज का. जितना वो gap fill in हो जाएगा ना, then he's going to be relaxing.
I understand, but
We've
okay.
seen that happen. It's true what you're saying. So you want to keep at least a tangible advantage on the
Correct.
clock, but it doesn't need to be as much. Gukesh head in hands, I think now it's him on the board. It's not prep anymore. Now he has to play over the board, inspiration. He has the ideas, he has the plans. He has to find a way to make them work.
Right. And by the way, guys, we all know that one of the things that Gukesh does is that before his game, he comes very well warmed up on the board. And we saw it in the previous games that he was actually doing this puzzle rush on chess.com. And I think this is something which is a very advisable thing for anyone who wants to kind of get to the game in a already warmed up state, not to be like ऐसे सोच के. So you can actually think about going, check the pinned comment there, and there are some offers there. Check that out.
In fact, मैं दोनों की प्रोफाइल पे जाके हर दिन देखता रहता हूँ.
कल आज किया था.
They are always online, like 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, both of them. And I just keep checking who are they kind of played last. कोई second तो नहीं accidentally reveal हो जाए, मैं देखता रहता हूँ.
तो साहिल भाई कुछ पता चला?
है कुछ लोग ऐसे खेले हैं who are unknown, but ऐसे कुछ clear cut नहीं मिल रहा है.
साहिल भाई को पता है, उसको पता है, बता नहीं रहा है भाई.
अरे नहीं मैंने बहुत ढूंढा है कि मिला नहीं कुछ.
Because last year actually there was some reveal like this that happened of the opening preparation, right? Of Ding's team as well. So you have to be so
Oh,
careful.
that was that leak on leeches had happened.
Yes.
Yeah, that one. Yes,
So
I remember.
as players, you have to be really careful. You know, you've got Sahil who's got his eyes on the players. So कुछ भी reveal हो सकता है.
But साहिल और ताने तुम दोनों दिल्ली से इधर मुंबई में इतना लॉन्ग टूर्नामेंट है कि how are you feeling away from home?
भाई मुझे तो बहुत मजा आ रहा है. Honestly,
हाँ.
बहुत ज़्यादा. You know, as a player, this is sort of like the best way to follow this match, right? To have this privilege of doing commentary here with a live audience. I mean, this is how chess has to be played and shown. With people watching it live, the energy we get from them, people from across the world joining us online. I don't think, I mean, this is just amazing for me.
Yeah, even Sagar bhai is flying to Singapore like भाई जाना है यार इसके लिए कुछ भी करने के लिए ready है भाई और दिल्ली का weather देख के match देख के सब बढ़िया है.
By the way, before we head over to our first break, we have a very huge super chat by Joy who says Magnus recently mentioned Gukesh's brilliance in calculation, but not as much in intuition moves. What's your take on that? Is this game, if game or another heads into time crunch, how would Gukesh's calculation skills play out against Ding's intuition? Very important point. I think this has been debated whether Gukesh has good intuition, is his calculation very good, and so on.
Yeah. I think we all know that one of Gukesh's, perhaps his biggest strength is his calculation ability. An absolute beast when it comes to the concept of looking at different variations precisely. And he definitely seems to rely on that a lot more than on his intuitive ability to just make moves faster. For example, in my eyes, if we compare him to Pragnananda, Prag also equally strong in strength, but I think Prag has a more intuitive sense of play, which is why, we have a move.
D3.
D3 played. But I'll just finish that thought that often Prag, when it comes to faster formats, has an incredible performance. And maybe that's the reason that if this goes into tie breaks, it could get trickier because you don't have so much time to calculate those critical moments. So I agree with the...
Ding Liren to फटाफट खेल रहा है.
Intuition पे
He is like, हो
This is
गया
a
मेरा.
problem by the way because after A5
He
the
finds
bar
the
really prefers
best
black.
move. No, he does find the best sequence here.
Ding is crazy. I have not decoded this guy in any way. This is like he thinks for an hour, then starts making really good moves. A5.
Because now this is a direct threat. You have a pin over here, and as you guys were
B5
mentioning,
on the board and 97 instantly coming to
खेलेगा
that
ही ना क्योंकि
C5 square.
नाइट को तो उधर ही आना है. It's a beautiful outpost.
And you remember that game with Adiban?
Amrita nahi
Ding
played.
had given a pawn to get to the square. He's not even down a pawn and he gets full control of C5.
No. Can it be a possibility that this is Ding's prep? And he was waiting. यार मेरे को I can't believe what's doing.
ये क्या है यार? नहीं.
है ना?
I think the possibility is that he took that time and despite his expressions, he did. This was his plan. He wanted to get to this moment. This was the dream. And he's managed to achieve it. And now looks
But
gives
डर
a
लग रहा है
glance.
ना position
थोड़ा
देख के.
सा.
and what is the possibility Gukesh goes G4 over
Now,
here?
full possibility, full. Because imagine, ठीक है, if white doesn't play aggressively, black's plan is E5, bishop D6, short castle.
Short castle, you will not gonna think of long castle at all.
नहीं. Short castle करते खुश रहते. Rook E8, rook F से E8 पे लाते हैं. Knight C5, उधर है मस्त. The other rook comes to D8, and then try for some central push. It's such an easy plan, right, that black has. So in a way, for a player like Ding, now there is nothing much to think. It's like an autopilot for next few moves.
नहीं का सारा बता दिया but एक सेकेंड इधर white से बहुत कुछ आ रहा है.
Exactly. So Gukesh has to play like G4 stuff. He must complicate things. Otherwise, he will be in a bit of trouble.
Sagar bhai, there's an idea which the engine really likes. So after knight c5, let's say bishop g2,
Yeah.
h5. It really, says that h5 is a very good
G5,
move.
you'll go knight D7
Knight
and
D7,
knight
knight
E5.
E5.
Wow. And also just to point out, instead of h5, if black had jumped knight b3, which I thought would lose material, white has this move bishop f4. Is that correct?
No,
E5.
actually tough move.
क्योंकि इधर तो आपका रुक भी मर रहा है, बिशप भी मर रहा
Maybe
है.
you just sacrifice an exchange here. Do you go bishop b2?
अरे वाह, सच्ची.
And then
It's a pretty decent move actually. What Tanya
How about
mentions,
queen
but
b7?
Yes.
you start with queen b7, yes.
Take this. Rook is hanging. You take.
And bishop c6.
Bishop takes. Rook b8. नहीं पहले मेरा रुक तो बचा लूंगा मैं.
check है ना.
Check.
Bishop c6 and then bishop f4, huh?
No, but now, bishop f4. Wow. Okay. G4 तो करना है भाई गुकी को.
करेगा.
Guys, whether he'll go G4 or not, let's take a very short break of 2 minutes and be back to see if Gukesh goes G4 or not.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are.
With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
Welcome back everyone. We want to just go back to the game because even when the break was given, all that we could discuss was भाई ये तो crazy हो गया आज. कुछ भी हो सकता है. Anything can happen. We are so tensed because in a way Gukesh has a lot of time, but in a way Ding has got such a nice position. Or maybe too early to say such a nice position, but looks okay at least.
He's navigated it really well, but he took his time. And again, it's all around this c5 control, right? Give black 3 moves, e-pawn will move forward, opening up the bishop, the knight will land on c5, bishop comes out, perfect harmony. So here, white can't make natural moves, like knight d2, bishop e2, short castle, would mean that black is just controlling the game in the middle game. Gukesh has no option but to go all out here. He has to push the chaos button because you can't wait in a position like this.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, I had one question which put me in this, which was like, if you go g4 here and then e5, it was giving a huge advantage to white, which I did not understand why. Amruta, if you can make the move e5, suddenly the bar rose like crazy.
Because there is no square which is vacant for the knight to go back.
So g5?
Yeah,
g5.
अच्छा, g5 के बाद knight is trapped.
You have to play e4.
I am actually a bit worried here. What is Gukesh's move going to be? Shall we analyze g4 or is there any other move that comes to mind?
So black's idea is simple, right? If you don't go g4, you want e5. Is bishop g5 an option here? Oh, no, queen. Okay, let's ask our audience. Black to guys.
Guys, black to play. Must snack hai yahan pe board pe, not just in the box. What do
Black
you?
to play, guys.
But this is really good, you know, thanks to group E4. The sandwich and the samosa, very good. Try Sagar.
भाई तुम snack कर रहे हो, audience भी bishop पे snack कर रही है.
You know,
Queen
Tanya
E5 they found.
today we...
भाई move तो दिखा दे.
दे मैं मूव करता हूँ मुझे तब तक तू स्नैक खा ले.
अरे आज गैस चला गया था ना.
What? अमृत खाना नहीं.
घर पे गैस.
Oh.
घर का. So queen e5 check and you lose the bishop.
Yes. So I can't take the bishop out just yet. How do you fight against knight c5 and e5 is the question.
So knight
What
c5.
about bishop b2? Is that a move?
But then he would play e5 anyway, right?
Yes.
The bishop doesn't look good on b2, right?
Yeah, it's actually blocked by this very solid pawns.
I wanted to go queen e2 and then knight c5. Yeah, queen e2.
Threatening bishop takes d4. Ah, smart. What if I just play bishop e7?
Yeah, and then knight c5, knight b3 coming in and knight a4. Not looking good for white. What else can we try?
But why did Gukesh go so quickly for b5? Do you, like a5 kela hai, is this like the forced move here?
Yes.
Should he have played? Yeah.
It is the only move. I think pichli move mein c5 was very, very important. That was required.
Acha, so the key mistake, or you can say a small error, opening error was d3. If he went c5, as one of our viewers said here, and if a5, now
Bishop
you can
b2.
go bishop b2, right?
And just maintain, yeah, looks like that.
Or check. Bishop b5 check, huh? Ah, this is also there. And if knight c6, you can now...
Go bishop b2 or not?
Maybe.
This is a little tough, no? That you just have to castle and give up the
Castle,
material.
AB.
Yeah, this is a computer line, some crazy computer line. And again, unless you've seen this at home on the board, you don't play this move.
Very difficult.
Something like this. But I mean, it's essentially saving the pawn. Yes.
It's essential. Sorry?
Sorry, first move is? Bishop
E5.
b2.
Yes.
But we are going here anyway, making space for our knight here. That's the plan. Bishop coming out, castle. Yeah, but this is defended, you see.
Everything
So I
is
come
defended,
here.
yes.
And black has this beautiful harmony somehow. It's like as if कोई tension ही नहीं है position में.
Full control of dark squares in the center. This knight on c5 is, it's a stallion on the board in such positions because it doesn't allow white any breaks, which is why c5 was the move. But again, computers can show us that line on the board, playing like that, incredibly tough. You know, Gukesh, I think he realizes that Ding is back in this game.
He's
It's
more
like,
than back, yeah?
He's more than, yeah, there's, white has to be careful for the next few moves. It's kind of turned around really quickly.
You know, when you see some kind of a good plan, like you, when you are making your own home, someone comes with a plan and they're like, oh, we'll build this, we'll build that, and you're like, ha, chalo, chalo, karte hai, and then suddenly you see, bhai, kharcha to bahut ho gaya, this is, I think that's some similar feeling that Gukesh might have. He pushed, but suddenly now a lot of weakness is created in his position. A4, bishop, A3.
For e5, maybe?
E5, bishop A3. So at least you get rid of one pair, but then yeah, I take. Possible, but it's not that great. I think black is just saying I'm going E5, bishop D6, knight C5. Do what you want.
Look at the holes in white's position on the dark squares, right? Ding for the rest of the game will just put all his pieces on the dark squares now, and the pawns as well. This move b5 is just so committal in these structures, and unless you have something direct, which Gukesh has to find, moves like g4, moves that are aggressive, you can be positionally outplayed in such positions.
So if we look at the engine suggestion, another one is g3 over here.
So you
and for knight c5, it says to simply continue with development. How does black play over here? Do you play e5? Do you play something else?
Well,
What do you do?
E5 is also very attractive here. Even e6 is, it just feels like e6 or e5, and you keep that e5 square for the knight maneuver from d7 at some point.
Yeah. And then
So let's say short castle,
Acha,
bishop
G3
d6.
kiya, okay.
Bishop d6.
But Tanya, why didn't you play e5?
I want to keep the option of knight d7, knight e5.
And knight d2.
You know, again, you play e5, you give light squares to white.
I agree. But somehow you put all your pieces on dark, like when your knights are on dark squares, they control light squares.
So let's...
So if we are reaching this position,
say
which
short
are the
castle.
natural moves, yeah, white has played bishop g2, short castle, developing knight d2. What else can Gukesh really bring in? There's not much, if you see.
No,
And
he can't do much.
I actually want to provoke you to play bishop b2 and then go e5 and say, hey, what's your bishop doing on b2? It's a misplaced piece. So imagine e5, knight d7, f5 coming in then.
Yes, could be. So Tanya being very careful there, pushing her pawn one square with a clear idea of pushing it to e5 later. Very interesting.
It's sort of saying, I'll show my cards depending on what you play. Do I move my knight back or do I put the pawn on that square?
But for a moment, guys, we did talk a lot about Ding taking time. I think it's time for us to just acknowledge that he's played this opening really well with this idea of bishop g4 to f3. Like Gukesh had h3 move in his prep. So if you think about it, after take, bishop g4, take on f3, queen f3, queen c7. I think this is a very key move that he played. And then a5 after this.
This is where d3 happened, right? The inaccuracy. And again, one might think, hey, this is Gukesh's preparation. We are early on in the game. How did he not know about this? But it makes me think about what Ding said in a press conference, that preparation is like an iceberg. Bishop g4 and bishop f3 is a very small idea that perhaps Gukesh's team saw, did not go super deep into it. Often what you get in the game is a very small tip of it. The whole preparation goes a lot more. It's like what's under the water. So Gukesh here, probably for the first time in the game by himself, not knowing the path forward, and d3 is really a hand move, what we call in chess. Something you really want to get in the game, open up that bishop. You feel nothing can go wrong after this move. You know, it's a solid move, controls a central square. But often accuracy is the need of the moment, and this just happened to be one such position.
Agreed.
चैट में लोग कह रहे हैं ये भी ड्रॉ होगा, कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं है, but I would say draw is the least likely result right now.
अभी तो फिलहाल के लिए we have to figure out how to play against black's plan if we go ahead in the game. I think I really liked what you guys came up with, which was to go g3 instead of g4, because g4 just creates maybe some more weaknesses. So g3 is really interesting. Just to point out, bishop f4 instead of g3 does not make any sense because of e5. And then if I go bishop g5 now, what did I gain? You know, nothing much.
There is a very strong move here, which is e4.
ये e4 बार बार आ रहा है ना? d takes e4 and knight e5. And if queen e2,
दिन के 50 मिनट यूज नहीं होंगे भाई यहाँ पे. तो हार गए.
Too strong, huh? Yes, knight d2 definitely seems like a good idea, and Amruta very quick to put her knight on c5 to
For
stop.
black, next move is fixed. No, almost knight
e5
c5.
or knight c5, both, either one of them. Yes, a4 also could come in for black actually. At black can play some point a4, but maybe at the right time. Yes, knight c5, a4, clamping down the b3 square.
But a4 is not giving you anything much because it helps white with that one move. There is no immediate threat. Exact same game with reversed colors. Has happened.
Wow. ये किसका बीच में?
Rakesh has sent some.
Okay, by the way, we have a small update here that Rakesh has sent to Tanya, and that is that same position has reached with reverse colors.
Yeah, we've had this exact same position where the structure and the piece position we see of white has been played by black. And in that, then white really put a stronghold on this c4 corresponding in this game, the c5 square. And it was very, very difficult to handle it, to defend it. So Gukesh, head in hands, takes the first long think of the game. He sees all of this. He knows that the next few moves of black just flow in the position. Get the knight on c5, push the e-pawn, pleasant choice e6 or e5, put the bishop out, remaneuver the other knight to the center of the board, short castle. And the moves don't flow as much for Gukesh at all once he's fixed the pawn formation on the queen side.
Wow, he needs to find some counter. It's important. Very, very important.
You know, it's that concept, right, where, again, we've been talking about the stylistic approach the players have had in these positions, in these matches, where often we see a very optimistic Gukesh and, meanwhile, a very conservative Ding. Sort of just saying, I'll take my chance, I'll grab the opportunity when the odds are heavily in my favor. Otherwise, I'm happy to just hold the line. And going into this game, going into this setup, perhaps he has managed to bait Gukesh into a position that now Gukesh needs to be careful
So
about.
you're now slowly trying to agree with me, or what, Tanya, that Ding was baiting Gukesh all this while?
I am sticking to the point that he takes his time because he does navigate. It takes him longer. But everything we see of him, I think he's being honest about the stress he feels. But he's just a very strong chess player.
That's true.
Who finds his...
That's literally been his entire strategy. Just wait for Gukesh. Wait for Gukesh to overextend and just otherwise just kind of play normal chess and go to the tiebreaks.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now it's early days in the game. We are on move number 10. Gukesh has started thinking for 20 minutes. We are not able to decide where to place our b1 knight, c1 bishop, f1 bishop. Everything is on its initial squares. It's such a fresh kind of a position to even understand ki kaun sa piece kahan pe. Moment you put your bishop on b2 and black goes e5, suddenly you have committed it to a wrong square perhaps. So you have to be very careful here with your every step.
So how much do you think that Gukesh should take time over here? Because already position is slightly under pressure and time is one advantage which he has. If that is, let's say, equalized, then Ding definitely a great position.
It's also going to be, to your point, fascinating to see that if Ding does get this slight edge, slight push, how much does he want to capitalize on it? Will he feel he wants to make the most of it, or the narrative that we've been seeing ki bhai find a way to equalize, finish the game immediately?
I think if he gets this, idea that he is slightly better this time, he will push. Because it's getting closer to... It's not easy to get such positions.
Exactly what he needs. Na jahan pe koi counter attack hi nahi hai. There is nothing Gukesh can do. So he can just push calmly, no stress, normal moves, knight c5, e5, castles. And by the way, Rakshit in the chat saying he just checked some, I think, some engine there. And it's giving black a win percentage of 24%, white win is 16% and draw 60%. So already black is a slight favorite.
Got it. And also Gukesh, now you can say that it's good that he's taking his time here. He really needs to figure out a way. If he just keeps pushing ahead, he might land into a more serious difficulty here. So...
And it comes down to that little move d3, right? Once again, such a natural move in the position, but it just comes with huge baggage now because you just didn't have time to keep the flexibility of the pawns.
By the way, Darpan has sent a nice super saying that when the move Queen c7 was played, Instead of that, if knight c6 was played here, then the main move is d3. Best move. And I think Gukesh could have mixed up the two lines. Queen c7 played and he played d3. He was like, okay, what difference does it make?
It makes a huge difference, and I'm not sure. It's possible. We can only speculate. But again, we discussed this briefly. As long as the knight is on b8, it can go to a different square and land on c5. A very thematic idea. So the position is completely different once black has committed knight c6. b5 comes with a tempo. So d3 makes a lot of sense because you're not scared of a5. But queen 7, a very tricky move by Ding, keeping it flexible. Again, not showing his hand.
Ding has gotten up. He's comfortable now.
Maybe he went into the resting area. Thoda chill karne ko abhi.
And Gukesh has not got up, right?
No.
From his place?
Not yet.
Wow. Close to 25 minutes now for Gukesh. And that's a clear telltale sign that Gukesh realizes the problem factors, which are not visible right now, but they're the horizon. And you have a few moves to make sure that doesn't happen.
Guys, क्या लग रहा है आप लोगों को? What is your feeling? Yes. Bishop g2, e2, e2. Okay, so the gentleman here is saying bishop e2, then let the black goes knight c5, bishop b2, e5, knight d2, and we get this setup. Let's say bishop d6. If you castle, this is like a very dream scenario for for black, because black has space, black has very nice position. White's pieces are developed, but they are not doing anything. The bishop on b2 is blocked, e2 is a little bit cramped. So ये नहीं कर सकते. This would be the natural way, but if you do this, you are then stuck passively for the rest of the game.
And also that knight from c5 can jump to a4. I'm not sure if you highlighted that as well. This is giving black a lot of play, meanwhile struggling to find your own counterplay. And perhaps that squared bishop, it belongs on the long diagonal, because there's only one target that you have here, right? The b7 pawn. You want to make sure that as many black's pieces stay defended to it, the more you can hold. So maybe bishop g2 is where that bishop belongs.
And g3, not g4. I have a strong feeling that Gukesh will play g3 here, not g4.
One of the lines after knight d2, knight c5.
Yeah.
The engine also says you can consider rook b1. Now, what is this move doing here? Rook b1.
You want to play b6 or what? Because if I play e5,
maybe knight b3 is the idea. To trade the knight.
Knight b3 to trade that knight.
And I'm just wondering if you can jump in with knight a4.
Yes.
बहुत weaknesses है. You remember that when you push pawns, you create weaknesses while you get space. So it's a double-edged sword. Yeah, Gukesh has space, but so many square weaknesses.
Yeah, every pawn move comes with its set of consequences, very strong ones. It's really the most important move in a chess game because pawns can't be taken backwards. It's the most committal move that you make. And let's not forget, Ding also has space in this game because one of his own pawns at the center of the board has crossed the middle line. So even with the space advantage, it works for Ding. Look at the development, right? Black has 3 pieces out right now, while Gukesh only the queen. A piece that you actually don't generally want out because knight e5 would start asking questions to it. A lot of pawn moves, and it's starting to look a bit tricky for white.
Yeah, that's why. Do you think Gukesh will be very much seriously thinking of ideas with g4 which feel a little more proactive?
Now, what do you think is going on in Gukesh's team's mind right now? Because imagine you get your prep in, right? And just a move ago, you're so happy कि भाई Ding इतना time ले रहा है, सोच रहा है, everything's going right according to plan so far. And suddenly, in one move, everything turns around. You're seeing all the easy moves for black. We're talking about development. Ding having space advantage with that central d4 pawn. Control on the dark squares. they must not be chilling right now.
नहीं ऐसे मतलब in the first hour the mood here was like yes, you know, great. The second hour has begun and the mood is slowly becoming a bit sober. You know, we are all a little bit worried. As the game goes into the third hour very soon, we don't know what will happen.
This tells you एक square से कितना फर्क पड़ जाता है ना. ये C5 square इसने नाक में दम करके रखा है. अगर इस पे कुछ अगर ये बैन कर दे ब्लैक के लिए, suddenly Gukesh's position is awesome.
I agree. G3. Yes, I think that might be G3, Knight C5, Bishop G2, E5, or like Tanya likes to do E6 maybe.
I like E6. I don't want to give squares. I will go E5 at some point, but maybe start with E6.
E6, castles.
Let's try this.
Bishop D6, Rook A2. It's a very interesting suggestion, Rook A2.
Wait, let's... Rook A2 is going to be
with the idea of Rook E2. So castles and then put the rook on E2. So we don't know where knight will go or bishop will go, but...
Black has a fixed set of plan.
Yeah, it feels like a bishop on C1 does not have a good place to go, right?
And also the rook is not doing much over here.
Also the queen on F3 is running out of squares, so you've got to be very careful in that position. Okay, so Gukesh has been thinking close to 30 minutes. He has to find a way forward. It's pressure on him. But the kind of player he is, he's always looking for dynamic ways to go on a counter offense, right? So G3 we know is the move by the engine, Amrita.
Yes, absolutely.
But is a player like Gukesh who wants to go combative be more tempted to go G4?
But if he thinks a little bit and realizes that things have gone wrong, maybe then G3 seems much more likely than G4. Because with G4, you're also giving this chance with Sahil mentioned of H5. And then H5 also opens up another front for black.
But how do you assess here? Like we have engines and we are thinking this is better for black. But on the board, it's not very clear, right?
Knight D7.
Short castle.
Knight E5, D3.
थोड़ा रिस्की लग रहा है. थोड़ा तो रिस्की लग रहा है.
True.
In general, it definitely makes sense to play G3 here. But let's see how much time Gukesh takes and when does he come with his conclusion here.
Now only about half an hour ahead on the clock.
But also G3 is not an easy move, yeah?
I don't think it's a difficult move as well, Amrita, because of course, you know, we realize the bishop belongs on G2 in these kind of positions and openings. So it's between these two moves. Gukesh is thinking far beyond the move right now. He knows the problems that exist, so he's trying to find a way to counter 5 moves down the line, not at this moment.
Right. Because black's plan is very clear. Actually, it's so easy now for Ding to play next 5 moves. Doesn't need to think.
Basically, Ding के pieces पूरे free हैं. जहाँ जाना है वहाँ जाओ. पूरा board available है. And free से याद आया 1 month Diamond Ambition free for all of you if you check the pinned comment.
Yes, 1 month is free, and then I think there are 3 links, so you can check it out. And also, Sahil bhai, there are 5 chess boards.
Yes.
Which are to be given away each day for those who upgrade to premium. I think we had the names of 15 people who received it in rounds 6, 7 and 8. So we had shown it on the screen and maybe we'll show it later, but you guys can check it out. Rahul Malla says, Ding showing why he's the world champion.
I think both players have been shown exactly why they are at the stage that they are. You know, Gukesh with his bold moves, trying to find these risky positions, the imbalances, relentlessly putting pressure, and Ding surviving each of those onslaughts, each of those high pressure moments, constantly proving why he won the world championship that he did, trailing from the back every time. 3 times he had to back in that one.
Right. And by the way, this position which we spoke about, color complexes, is very interesting because white will have control on light squares, black will have control on dark squares, but a very important element is this knight on c5, which actually is on a dark square but controls light squares. And the knight on f6, which is on the dark square but also controls light squares. So while we are talking that black has dark square control, because the knights are taking up the dark squares, black has light square control. Isn't that so beautiful? No?
तो ब्लैक की सारे ब्यूटीफुल चीजें हटा देते हैं किसी भी तरीके से ना ये दोनों नाइट ट्रेड कर देते हैं सो मे बी रूक b1 नाइट b3 so how can we do that somehow?
Oh, that's a good point actually. Sahil is trying to limit the damage, so here knight d2 for example we can start.
पहले normal moves g3 bishop g2 castle
yeah, it's going to be because you have to be very quick in developing in short castling. नहीं तो black is coming at
Okay, knight c5.
Knight c5,
bishop g2. I'm
e6. We are looking at e6 for a long time, or but E5. I do think that e5 is also very interesting to consider.
e5.
I just think e6 is a more ding move to make.
Bishop d6. This position I think we are reaching.
Yes.
And now maybe a few options like knight d2 or a4.
A4 makes a lot of sense because a4.
A4, knight d7.
Or first short castle.
First let's go short castle. I also like knight d7. Now let's go knight d7.
Yeah.
अभी एक knight को मार देते हैं ना.
Exactly. So you are not happy with the double bishop because the position is pretty closed for that matter.
Knight takes.
With the knight, yes.
Knight d2.
Knight d2, knight e4.
And then bring the other rook to b1. e4 से ही कर सकते हैं. Like if f5 is
so
played.
So if you want to play f5, now imagine you would have loved the pawn already on e5, correct?
Could be. But then there
Queen
could be
b5,
other.
and there are always issues.
f5, rook fb1.
Wanting to get knight.
What?
Rook fb1. Very weird move.
But you want to play knight b3, so it has an idea.
Or have another idea, which is.
वही सोच रहे like which is
maybe in the chat also
rook ab1 or what?
No, rook ab1, a4, queen b. You want to take on b7.
Yeah, that was. But
something which is more direct.
Rook e1, huh?
That also
E5.
looks indirect.
Direct.
It's tough actually. The move is tough. What the engine recommends. Yeah, b6.
Oh, crazy move.
And if you take now, Sagar, you were mentioning rook fb1 ideas. So this pawn sacrifice. What do you think about it? Getting into opposite colored bishop. That is the idea. Removing the defender.
There is hope.
Hope, matlab, if you think about it, Sahil bhai, this was like you pulled your brakes and you just were like, let's control the damage. There was no sense of ambition. There was nothing. We were like, bas ek knight marte, dusra knight ko somehow exchange karte. And if that is how Gukesh is thinking, I'm sure he can survive because the edge is not so huge for black. The problem can have Gukesh is right now thinking, oh, let me find the most critical way to gain advantage because he doesn't know that this is already very comfortable for black or something like that.
You can feel it. You know, as a player, you can feel that there are these squares and the next moves are flowing easily. So I would think that he knows that he needs to be a little active and little precise over the next few moves, which is why he's taking so much time right now.
But another question is because, you know, all these moves like a4 right now, as somebody also had suggested in the chat, why not to start with that, right? Which is a bad move. And he will have to find it on the board.
But it's also the concept, right? You're really looking to develop pieces. A4 is a move which weakens further dark squares. You've already given a bunch of those. You haven't developed your king side at all. So don't rush with this. I think it's the kind of move you disregard, and maybe Gukesh will play it. I'll be eating my words. But I don't think A4 will happen here.
I think the best exchange for white is that dark squared bishop being traded for a knight, not the bishops. Because if you trade dark square bishop for that bishop, eventually one of the knights will survive on c5 and that's not what we want.
Which is why I wanted to play bishop g5, blundering away into that position.
Exchange one
but
knight.
Thought of just trading a knight.
This is the power of good moves. The time is already moving towards equality now. So
Yes, and Anirudh Saikia is saying, "Lag raha hai astrologers refund lena padega." By the way, audio में कुछ issue है क्या director साहब on the stream? People are saying some audio is stuck.
सागर भाई board पे भी issue
If
लग
you
रहा है
want to
मुझे.
restart and maybe we want to take couple of minutes off.
बाप रे.
हाँ, okay.
I think 5,000 rupees a month or something.
No, plans are affordable for all, along with the 1 month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to diamond now because Chess.com is best.
You're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you will beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
Welcome back, everyone. We had some glitch in audio, which we have managed to fix. And we are back, and Gukesh hasn't yet made his move. Unbelievably, he is thinking for 43 minutes. That is much more than what Ding thought for that one move, 38.
I think this is the longest think of the entire match, yeah?
Yeah. वो वाला song क्या था?
Go go Gookie go.
नहीं वो कोई तो English song है. How fast the night changes या ऐसा कुछ.
Does it ever drive you crazy just how fast the night changes?
ये वाला हो गया है. This night has changed very quickly. We were like, first hour में we were all excited. Second hour में we are all tensed. And now, at least from what we realize and we also got to understand is that White has to go into this damage control mode to trade his dark squared bishop for the knight somehow.
So you mean that the minors get traded off and you're left with an opposite color bishop complex where white will have the light squared bishop and black will have the dark squared bishop. So the aim to equalize, one plan could be that white trades the bishop and the knight for the two knights. And then you're able to hold the balance somewhere.
Yeah. I think that's the plan.
But you know, Sagar, even that would be far from over. As long as the majors remain on the board, it will become whether Ding can achieve a central break with those pawns pushing forward, e5, f5, e4 plans that we're seeing. Because again, for Gukesh, I'm struggling to find a breakthrough with the pawns.
Yeah. That's exactly why Gukesh has been thinking for so long. And it's also a bit worrying कि what will Gukesh come up with? क्योंकि बहुत बार when you think for so long, you come up with a move that is a bit desperate then.
Magnus said it, yeah. Once you've been thinking for like 40 minutes, you're kind of recalculating the same lines and कुछ productive निकलता नहीं है उसका.
So in chess, one of the ways to figure which side might be pushing for more or have an edge is to look at the pawn formation. And I want to divide the board into two right now. Amrita, we can highlight the pawns on the left side. You've got a 3 versus 2 as white. But notice how, because of black's control on the dark squares, it's close to impossible for Gukesh to push that extra c pawn ahead because of the c5 pawn. Now focus your attention on the other side, right? Where there is a 5 versus 4 majority and you can feel the flexibility of the black pawns once e5, f5 comes on the board. And these are the kind of plays that directs which side is got the edge in the position.
Agreed. Very well pointed out, Tanya. The pawn majority is here, clearly working in black's favor. Oh man.
So the
Gukesh.
right exchanges will still help Gukesh.
Yes,
but
very
for
much.
now, G3, if he has taken 43 minutes, it's obvious that G3, no matter what, is not a very simple move to make on the board.
हाँ वो एक move कर दे बस. So then we'll get to know his plan. What is he thinking about? And
it's also a shift in mindset that's required, right? Because going into that position where we trade an opposite color bishops, it's basically saying, okay, I concede and I'm fighting for the draw right now. I'm going into an equalized position where I can hold. And that's not the game strat or the game plan that Gukesh got into this game with.
Also, I feel like Gukesh is not that kind of a player who will quickly become very unambitious. So we don't know what he'll do. That's why it's so exciting right now to see what he comes up with. Also a bit scary.
So do we think for the first time in the match that Ding is technically on paper the favorite?
Maybe interesting question, but at least today, like for this game, he has become a favorite. Yeah, like right now, small favorite for sure. And if he wins this game, then he becomes a favorite in the match. So yeah, technically yes, this is.
Maybe Gukesh is getting ready to make a move in the next 1 or 2 minutes.
Yes.
He should be because he's touching the 50-minute
Wow.
mark. The danger of this position is that if Gukesh still wants to go gutsy and ambitious, it could get him into big trouble. It's the kind of position that can work in black's favor. No weaknesses for you, full control of the dark squares, flexibility of pawns. So it's absolutely key somewhere for Gukesh to change, to change what he wants out of this game right now.
And by the way, this one idea which very much we saw is that white can sacrifice at the right moment that B pawn and push it to B6. So that can happen at any given moment if B6 is given up, but not now, but at some right moment when the rooks can come on the B file.
Guys, what do you think? Knowing Gukesh, what we've been seeing of him so far, will he push the G pawn 1 step or 2 step? G3 or G4 if you had to predict?
G3, G4 या knight D2 भी कर सकता है. Knight D2, keeping it flexible. We are all waiting for Gukesh to play his move.
Should we go full screen on the players and get a little bit of the feel of the tension that is on in Singapore right now? Okay, Gukesh leaning back. He closes his eyes. So a long think.
It's tough moment for
Very
Gukesh.
tough.
Actually, how he deals with this is interesting to see for all of us. Because naturally, when you have got your prep in, you were like feeling confident. Is it easy to readjust?
It's a very different kind of lean back that we've seen from Gukesh at the start when he got that huge time advantage and what we're seeing from him right now.
And what about Ding? You see him looking a little bit more comfortable now? Little less
Shaky.
Yeah, look at
him.
Much less shaky.
अच्छा लग रहा है उसको. He's feeling he's calmed down a bit.
But that often happens, right? I mean, you guys would know about this, that when your opponent takes a long think, over time you calm down because you start feeling that, hey, my opponent's feeling the pressure now. He's the one who's feeling the stress right now. And that somewhere makes you more confident about your chances.
And sometimes when there is this huge time gap, that is when you tend to think for 50 minutes or something. Otherwise, I don't think Gukesh would have thought for such a long time if the time gap was
You're kind of mirroring your opponent.
Yes.
50 minutes it is, yeah. 10 seconds to go.
Ooh.
Longest think of this game at least.
Maybe
right?
he'll
This
think
entire
for an
match.
hour.
Oh, wow.
है ना? 1 घंटा सोच लेगा तो बाप रे. That will be huge. That's like using half your time.
And he's literally choosing
On
like
one move.
G3 is saying, okay, I'm going to damage control mode.
Yeah.
And G4 is saying, I'm going to double down on what I'm doing.
Yes, G4 would be like, हाँ, I still like my position. G3 is like, इतना पसंद नहीं है, पर चला लेंगे.
And also the question is, what would be the assessment of this position according to Ding?
Ding के लिए तो I think अपन को सबको लग रहा है अच्छा है, तो I think Ding will also be feeling that it's good for him. No? I don't think he'll have doubts.
I think in this match, what's more important than how he assesses the position is what his match strategy is. We've seen him know that the position should be better for him, but then to just bail out, repeat moves, agree for a draw quickly, exchange pieces quickly. So that's going to be interesting to see how much he pushes in this, what he's achieved
But what
with
do you think
black.
here? Will he push?
What we've seen so far, I think it's on the negative. That I think he wants to really take this into tiebreak. If he draws this with black, he has 2 whites in the remaining 3 games.
So if Gukesh could potentially offer a draw to Ding, Ding would take it.
I would say yes, immediately. What do you think, Sagar?
Not allowed to offer a draw.
Not allowed, but if hypothetically, in an alternate
I think that
alternative
C5
universe,
square, I don't think Ding
he would
will.
refuse in this one?
He has nothing to
Interesting.
lose, I think, right now in this position at least.
I don't know if you've been seeing the math so far, Amrita.
Maybe you're right.
But to your point, it's true. Ding has everything to play for, continue the game. For Gukesh, it's a tough moment, yeah. Also to shift your mind, getting what you wanted, feeling, hey, my opponent is taking so much time. Am I going to be the one who will be again piling on the pressure? And all it takes is one inaccuracy. One small inaccuracy.
Khel de move. Come on, Gukesh. 52 minutes. This might be the longest thing of your career.
Oh, of the career.
Yeah, I never seen Gukesh think so much.
Possible.
This is his life's dream, by the way, hanging in the balance to become world champion. As he said, Sagar bhai, with you. And
if you start thinking that way, then there's so much pressure, right?
अभी तो 50 मिनट है ना, he understands the gravity here. जो 4 game बचे हैं, and I cannot go back if I go wrong here.
Yeah, he knows that like better than anyone. He knows that he's been the player who's been pushing in this match. He's been the player who's been finding ways of keeping the game alive. He knows what everyone's been talking about him being a favorite. And somewhere, that also makes you want to do more, puts that pressure on. But also, to become world champion, it's not enough to put in the effort. You have to win a game.
Yeah.
You have to find a way to convert that.
And also a very big motivation is $200,000. Dollars?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But
Not,
they're not
I
thinking
don't
about
think
that.
itna bada. But if we were just calculating today on the way to here, if Gukesh wins 2-3 games, then the prize money becomes like winner gets 1.5 million, the one who loses gets 1 million. But if it goes to the tie break, irrespective of how many games each one has won, it is 1.3 million to the winner and 1.2 million to the one who loses.
Yeah.
So it's not a big difference. At
If
the
it
end.
goes into
tie
playoffs,
break gaya to $1.2 million you go back, which is like 10 crore rupees. Not bad.
Not a bad paycheck at all. And for the tie breaks, I think we should tell everyone what the format is.
Yes.
So it shifts into speed chess, right? And 12th is the last classical game. 13th, a huge shift. It's a different animal altogether because the players will play a best of 4 with only 15 minutes as starting time and a 10-second bonus time every time they make a move. If that remains a tie, then they go into a shorter format of only a best of 2 with 10 minutes on the clock and a 5-second increment. If that remains a tie, then we have a blitz playoff. I think the first to win on the blitz.
No, there's 3+2 ka 2 game.
3+2.
And then if it is 1-1,
Then it goes into a blitz playoff, a sudden death.
3+2, they keep playing.
But
Till a player wins.
usually rapid decides matters very comfortably.
Yes.
And
Yes.
rapid, by the way, I think Gukesh has the lowest rapid rating among the top 18 players or something in the world right now. So it's like Ding is like 2776 and Gukesh is 2654.
He's also not played as much,
Yeah.
so the experience is also a huge factor. And we've seen World Championship matches where reigning world champions have just had a strategy that I consider my best odds in the playoffs. I'm just going to take the match there.
Even Magnus, who is the best in the world, said that was his strategy. So why not Ding?
Terminator says, just a hunch, I may be wrong. I think so, Terminator, you're wrong. He says Gukesh has already seen the best move, but is now using Ding's tactics on him. Even though he's not winning, but not really at a huge disadvantage. Itna nahi sochna hai. You can't think so much. 55 minutes.
What tension I think his parents and his coaches, they all would be feeling, right?
Yeah, everyone is tense right now.
55.
It's a part of him is like spending time thinking मैंने क्यों किया, कैसे पहुंच गया position में.
No, I don't think Gukesh is such a player who will regret. Like, that's like a kind of not the best quality for a chess player to be on the top.
I think that's also what he has trained before the match. In fact, Arjun has spoken a bit about this, that he learned not to regret during the game if he made any mistake, and that significantly improved his performance. So that's part of mental
Life
training.
में भी वैसे ही है ना, we keep regretting something. अरे यार मैंने पिज्जा क्यों ऑर्डर नहीं किया या मैंने ये क्यों, तो then
Or like, Amruta, when you couldn't come to commentate here, you were like, "Arey yaar, I should have come," and so on. So
yeah, day one I was a bit sad, and then I realized like Gukesh ki, chalo, let's fight.
But I think that's also what sets top players apart, right? Because mere mortals I can speak for myself. I think this has happened to all of us where we make a decision and it's so difficult to let go what you could have done differently. At this moment, if I'm playing white, I'm thinking, yeah, D3, why didn't I take a little bit more time? in that moment? Why didn't I think of something else? But for the top guys in situations like this, I think they all have, a goldfish memory where you want to remember your variations, but when it comes to these moments, you have to just let go. And they're so good at that, at just concentrating, being present at the task at hand, which is one question: what is your next move? And not thinking about what went wrong in the previous move.
But one question, Tanya, what is goldfish memory? मतलब goldfish का ये memory है क्या?
It's supposed to be like a very short-term memory. You forget very quickly. A goldfish doesn't have a great memory, so to say.
है क्या तुम्हारे पास goldfish?
Oh, me? No, I would be thinking about, यार मेरी क्या गलती हो गई यहाँ पे. I don't have it. I wish I did. Like you said, in life also it helps.
In your home, you do have.
Oh, do I have a goldfish? No, she said goldfish memory.
Achha.
No, I said goldfish.
Oh, अच्छा.
Tanya, come on, he's going to understand me better.
By the way, I have a
don't have
very
either.
off the chess question. What song depicts Gukesh's current state well? Like any song that comes to your mind. I got one song, which is like ये कहाँ
Oh, dude, I was thinking the same song.
आ गए
Wow.
So he is great in that.
Amazing.
तुमने भी वही सोचा?
Dude, that exact same song
अरे,
played.
बढ़िया।
Like, you
क्या
keep
बात
on
है?
चलते चलते. नहीं,
हाँ,
इतना
ऐसे
है
ही।
क्या?
तो और कोई सॉन्ग
I
आपको
had
लग
that
रहा है?
exact same song. I can't believe it.
भाई वो होता है ना ऐसे हाँ टेलीपैथी
Crazy.
या एनी अदर सॉन्ग कोई सिंगर रहेगा यहाँ पे
Singer.
भाई गुकेश 1 घंटा सोच रहा है दिस इज क्रेजी
चैट को
Has
हमने
he
पूरा
reached?
मटेरियल दे दिया है अगर भाई अब सॉन्ग्स का.
Yeah, actually, I'd love to hear from chat what song they think is representative of what we are seeing right now.
एक जन बोल रहा है इंतहा हो गई
तेरे मुंह
इंतजार
की.
उफ,
क्या से क्या हो गया. Oh my god.
ये क्या हुआ
कब
कैसे
हुआ?
हुआ कितने सारे सॉन्ग है वैसे there are many songs which depict this situation
By the
well.
way, we have an interesting super chat from Harshal Tiwari who says Gukesh is constantly looking at the left side of the board. Is he thinking to play something on that side or is he just calculating Ding's next move knight
clock
c5?
देख रहा है वो
Just
he's
glancing.
just seeing the clock that oh my god now I'm also below
Like, देखो, look at Gukesh. You can tell that he's
happy.
feeling it. He's not happy with the way things have gone, and he's trying to find a way which makes it easier for him, but not comfortable with the overall situation. On the board, his mind.
also the
Because-
chair is moving
Yeah. No, because he wants to play g4. Like that is his instinct, but he understands it's a bad move and he cannot play it. Sometimes you still try to work it out, yeah?
1 hour.
Maybe he's
by the way.
thinking, क्या करे, क्या ना करे, ये कैसी मुश्किल.
Oh,
That's
that's
a
a
good
one.
one.
By the way, while Gukesh is thinking, we have a guest joining us all the way from Singapore, a man who's played a huge role in this match, although behind the scenes. Let's give a huge round of applause to the founder of Westbridge and the man behind, he's the sponsor of Gukesh, Mr. Sandeep Singhal. Oh, and as you came, Sandeep,
G3.
the move has been played here, G3.
And he gets up and leaves immediately.
Oh, and
Ding
Ding
responds.
plays his move instantly. Wow. Knight c5 is on the board. No, Sandeep, we have been waiting for Gukesh's move for an hour. He took 59 minutes. You are there in Singapore. What is your feeling like? You are so involved in this match. Tell us a bit.
I was too. I had my dinner. I had the dessert. I spoke to the Google guys who were hanging out in the lounge, and I kept waiting. You guys were discussing G3, and I guess finally it happened.
But Sandeep, firstly, we want to give a big shout out to you and for all the wonderful things you have done in chess. We also want to tell you the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy, which began roughly 4 years ago, is a joint initiative by Vishwanathan Anand and Westbridge, and that was one of the brainchilds of Sandeep here and with Vishy. Sandeep, this entire thing where Gukesh has reached the World Championship. You are supporting him. We see him every day sporting the jacket with Waka and Westbridge written on it. How is that feeling for you?
Well, that indeed is a feeling of pride, of course. But I think we must not overstate our contribution. I say it many times that the dinner was almost ready when we arrived at the table. So, Gukesh and his parents, early coaches, everything that was happening in the environment was already pointing to what they call in baseball as bases being loaded. We were just able to add a little bit with Anand's help that helped people like Gukesh to go from, good to great. So it's been indeed satisfying, and it's come too early. And I know that right now there is a bit of tension around when does Gukesh find his way? Why is it not today? Why wasn't he yesterday? I mean, all that, of course, is fair game. But I mean, the truth is that we just sit back and enjoy that moment. In the journey of Indian chess, if you look at that as a chess game itself, look at what an incredible move this is. That we have an 18-year-old, at 2800 or knocking the door and playing the World Chess Championship. I mean, it's incredible. I recall when Tendulkar was 17 or 18, he just arrived at the global scene. I mean, the first few years were he was facing bouncers from Bakar Yunus, getting hit on his head, and a few years to turn into the force that he did. And some of the youngsters like Gukesh, Arjun, and Prag are already there. So it's such an incredible moment.
That's such a nice analogy. Yeah, that's a very nice analogy of Sachin and facing the bouncers at first. And so this one actually for Gukesh is quite a tricky match. And I think you've been following it closely. Everyone dubbed him as a favorite. There must be a lot of pressure. You met him during one of the rest days. What has been your conversation with him overall?
Well, on the rest day I met him, my strategy was to not talk chess at all. We played squash with Gayo, Gukesh, and myself. We played squash, and I won't tell you the scores, but it went well. And we talked about everything from Michael Jordan to soccer to sunny things in life, anything but chess.
Oh. Makes sense, yeah. He doesn't have to sort of worry about chess there and get a good break from that.
Is Gukesh as competitive when it comes to other sports as he is, as we've seen him in the match as well?
Absolutely. When he loses a point, it's so sort of, you can see he's like determined to win the next one.
Yeah, I think for chess players, they just want to win regardless of where they're playing. We've seen the same attributes in Magnus as well, right?
Absolutely. On the football field, he always wants to be, winning. But Sandeep, in this entire journey of Gukesh, we've seen that you have played this role of always trying to identify what exactly is needed. Like in this particular match as well, I think there was a moment when what is needed for Gukesh beyond the chessboard. And I think this partnership, or you can see this association with Paddy Upton also came about. Can you tell us a bit more about that and just the overall mindset of Westbridge?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Sagar, our approach is focused on inputs. Outputs will take care of themselves. And one of the conversations that I had with Gukesh prior to his preparation starting, thinking through his team, thinking through his seconds and all of that, is that what other X factor, what other sort of slight area where one could eke out some advantage or sort of nullify some disadvantage. And we talked about some kind of good psychologist helping. And I'm a long-time supporter of Olympic Gold Quest. So I called Liren and I asked him who he thought was the best sports psychologist in his view because they work with a very large number across different sports. And he mentioned Paddy, and then that's how he got connected to Paddy. And like each of these things by themselves shouldn't be overstated in terms of their significance, because they are all small inputs, but you don't know what can be useful at what point of time.
Absolutely. Especially at this game, which has been so unusual. I'm sure there are so many mind games that are being played right now. Ding thinking for over an hour in the opening, then Gukesh for 1 hour. Suddenly, right now, we saw Gukesh was away from the board for close to 6 minutes. He came back. I think he's come back as a fresh guy. He's like, let me forget all that has happened, and I want to just focus on chess. Sandeep, will you be there till the end of the match, or what's your program like?
Well, I was hoping that I wouldn't have to stay till the end, but now I think I'll probably go till the last game. And, clearly Ding's defense in the short term is seeming hard to breach or not easy to breach. And I want to ask you a question. In wrestling, taking knowledge of another sport, if one wrestler is purely on defense and being passive, a point is awarded to the wrestler who's trying to attack in order to get the game moving and be decisive. I guess nothing like that can be applied to chess, because in this game we do see that Ding is basically defending all sorts of possible ways. Sometimes it can be very frustrating to when someone is defensively behind the line to sort of breeze through that. Do you think it's harder when someone is intent on defense and not worrying about offense to breeze through?
I personally think this is maybe one of the toughest matches for Gukesh, because as it keeps going on, he does find that Ding is not easy to outwit. Even if he gets a good position, even today when he got his prep in, Ding hangs in there. So, yeah, you are right. I think this is turning into quite a tough match for Gukesh.
Yeah. And as you said, to win the crown, there are no awards for efforts, for being the one who's putting the show, for being the one who's taking chances and showing these incredible ability to do that. But you have to just win a point. You have to beat your opponent somewhere. And Ding time and time proving his resilience. So very tough and can be extremely frustrating for a player. Sometimes so that, you over push and sort of expose yourself to certain dangers as well.
Well, one other thing that I noticed here, Ding has just such an amazing body language. And I don't mean amazing as in strong or positive or anything like that. It's just hard to hit him.
Hard to get Ding, yes.
He's just such a nice man. This whole demeanor is something that non-Western, I would say, maybe, Asian people can be themselves and don't have to be in your face and, still be so resolute. But it's amazing to see these two guys go at each other. And I have to say I'm thoroughly enjoying it, of course, hoping for a positive result. But unmindful of that, it's just such a great moment that we have to pinch ourselves. Anand and I were talking the other day, and we were saying we have to pinch ourselves to really know that we are here so early.
Absolutely. Sandeep, you began with Waka, then you've now supported Gukesh and Vaishali in their individual careers as sponsors. And there's something big coming up in the next year with Westbridge.
Well, I don't know if it's coming up yet, but we are trying to see if we can get a super tournament to India of some sort of really global scale completely sometime next year. Not yet fully determined, but very high likelihood. So yeah, that happens. I think India should have, mind you, the top 5 or 6 cities in India should have one super tournament each.
Wow.
And that should happen in the next 5 years.
Amazing. Thank you, Sandeep, for, coming into chess, for pushing chess forward with all your support. and also being such a huge support to Gukesh's chess career and chess journey. I think we all are very grateful for all your support. Thank you.
But I'll just restate. I feel more like a guest at dinner table. So you guys have been cooking this meal for a while. I'm just enjoying how wonderfully it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. See you. Guys, Sandeep Singhal all the way from Singapore joining us. And back to the game.
All the way from Singapore, a lot of moves coming in as well. And maybe we'll just do a quick action replay of what happened before we dive into it, Sagar. But so exciting that
one
we're
and
gonna
half
have another.
move.
Yeah, a lot of moves. I am also wondering
No, only
what
one
Tanya-
and half move happened. But yes, Tanya, you were saying about...
I was saying how awesome is it that we potentially would have another super tournament being organized very soon for our youngsters and for Indian players.
Yes. I think this is huge. India does need huge events happening in the country with so much talent we have. And I think it's thanks to supporters like Westbridge who've been constantly there in this space for last 4 years. Whatever happens, they are there to support. Even for Gukesh, imagine all the seconds, all the costs involved, the mental trainer, everything. If someone is supporting, it puts so much of you. It puts you to so much ease that you just have to focus on your chess.
And one of the most important thing is, yes, people have come and gone, but to sustain, to be in the space for such a long time already, it's amazing. Like 4 years is already amazing. Plus the plan to be there, it's a great support.
I mean, the fact that we see all these youngsters, the golden generation of chess, wearing the Waka jacket, it just goes on to show that how much behind the scenes contribution they have. And Amrita, you said only 1.5 moves, right? But in this kind of a position, every single move is a big one. Look at the amount of time the players are spending. Finally, Gukesh made the choice to push the G pawn one step.
This was very important, otherwise it would be a big trouble.
And he took 50 minutes to make this decision. Ding, as
Instantly
expected.
played knight c5.
And Gukesh was not on the board at this point. He
And so
5
Gukesh
minutes.
lost 6 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Around 6
Something like
minutes.
that.
He came back. So he already spent 1 hour plus 6 minutes. Time pay, it's almost equal. Both are at 45 minutes. He plays bishop g2. We did analyze this line. If you guys remember, knight b3. Now it's the live board position. If you come in greedy to gain the rook and the bishop, it is a mistake because of queen takes pawn, queen takes queen, bishop takes, rook mar raha hai, rook ko bachao, check.
Ooh, knight of d7 on the board.
Oh, he did move his knight back. So
he
ye line
finds
nahi
the
hua.
best move actually. Ding finds the best idea.
The best idea with a massive threat. And, while you were discussing, I was looking and thinking about this because black is coming for that d3 pawn. I don't see a direct way to defend this pawn.
There is no, in fact.
Castle karo, bhai, castle karo,
has
pawn
to
de
give
do.
it up.
Bhai, pawn de rahe ho, but what's next? Knight, that's a key pawn. So knight
No, but
e5.
your king is in the center. Haan, aa
But
jao.
where are the pieces?
Okay, wait.
Where do you
Queen
go with the
E2.
queen first?
Queen E2.
No, important hai, important. Socho.
Okay, if Amrita. Amrita is the all-knowing entity here, so not queen e2.
Amrita
okay,
is like Socho. Okay, queen f4 then.
I just want to point
No,
out
then
one
knight
thing.
takes d3.
Listen, queen d5, is that a queen trap after rook d8? I don't see a square, but the bar does. Oh, what?
Wow.
Ek second.
Wait, let's find this. Because I don't see a square for the
Why?
queen. Oh,
What?
b6. The queen is overloaded.
b6 kahan se aa gaya ye move? Amazing. Well done. That's a great
very
suggestion.
nice spot.
b6.
So queen d5 is possible then, because that's the move point that I
Maybe
want.
it's the best move. Queen d5.
Okay, but what if
Accidentally
knight?
arriving at it?
It's a
Yeah,
good
this
move.
is the big question. I mean, I actually thought queen's getting trapped. But knight takes pawn. Where's your compensation? Are you going to take d4? Because I'm okay with that, I think.
But also black is okay.
I mean, look at my beautiful knights. I'm one move away from taking the bishop out.
But queen e3. If I get knight c3 out.
Queen e3. Knight c3. I'll just put my pawn on e6, take away the d5 square. I don't really care, do I?
But also bishop g2 is good. I mean, white also has some trumps. I agree that.
I would take black here.
This is -1. This is
Okay.
a big trouble.
So maybe I went wrong somewhere. Queen C3 जाना है. अच्छा.
Okay, we're too deep into this
हाँ,
now.
ठीक
The
है, वापस
point
आते
is-
हैं.
We will go
Let's
back,
go
but
to
the
the live
point of
position.
queen c3 is just to keep the bishop open in case you don't take the bishop. Then my bishop is going to come to g5.
So, if we go back, actually we are far into the line, but it is very possible to happen if white castles here, right?
But Sagar, if you don't castle, I am still struggling a way to fight knight e5. I mean, the only
Yeah.
move is bishop f4, but that means you're
No, that
allowing
you provoke
e5.
e5, yes.
With a tempo.
No, not here.
Oh,
Move,
sorry,
one
sorry.
move back.
Yeah,
हाँ.
instead of castle.
Instead of castling, bishop f4, provoking e5.
This is black's dream. You've given an extra tempo. You know, the f pawn eventually will move forward. Bishop comes out, short castle, f5, and you're in big trouble. So Gukesh has to give up the d3 pawn right now.
Correct. And the main question will be like, where do you move your queen? Queen d5 is one option which we saw. And another one, I think, Sagar, you were mentioning queen f4, right? Pinning over here.
Queen f4 I didn't like because of knight c takes d3. My queen gets attacked again.
But
Achha, d4
you are
is
happy
the
to
same
take the
position.
pawn, and then knight on e5, maybe not a very happy.
So, if we go back to the live board right now, if we click here, it goes to the live board. Huh. So, if this live board, we go back and we say to ourselves that knight e5 is a big threat, castle has to be played.
Khela,
So,
khel
Gukesh-
diya.
And knight
Oh!
e5 instantly.
Ding is going for the pawn.
Because Ding Liren, instead of knight e5, could also have played e5, right? Or e6, correct?
Yes.
He
That
could
was
have,
also
but-
possible.
But Sagar, knight e5 is screaming
पर
to be
उसने
played.
सोचा भी नहीं.
Bhai, pawn
But
mil
what
raha
is
hai.
wrong
I
with
never
Ding
felt
Liren?
that Ding has been materialistic, you know? It's like the first time in this position it feels like that.
I can't decode him. He doesn't think at some point. He thinks for so long at some point.
And
He
look
just
at this,
comes.
he's ahead on the clock now.
Yeah.
So the time advantage has not only been squandered now, Gukesh is a little under pressure. He has to find his path. First question, where do you move the queen? I had discarded queen d5 thinking the queen is getting trapped.
पर नहीं हो रहा है.
Nahi ho raha, but you still have to find a way forward after knight takes pawn. Is Gukesh okay with this trade of the two d pawns?
Queen f4 is an important move here.
So
Actually.
knight cd3, queen takes pawn.
Actually,
No,
Tanya,
six.
can we save that d4 pawn because we want to win it? So rook d8, threatening knight c d3. Would that make more sense?
But your queen spins, so I'm wondering if this gives us time to go rook d1.
So if you take with
I'm
the
not
knight,
sure,
then let's ask our audience, knight c d3. अरे एकदम
भी नहीं खत्म।
क्वेश्चन के पहले ही आंसर आ गया. रुक टेक्स एंड द नाइट कैन नॉट टेक इट because the queen is hanging. Very cool, very cool.
ये position it's too tactical for the time they have remaining. I feel कहीं ना
हाँ,
कहीं
rapid game हो गया ना भाई.
Exactly, and ये time कम होता जाएगा. By the time they get out of this mess, दोनों के पास 20, 25 मिनट होंगे, and anything would happen.
Yeah, and what move number are we on? Only 13
13,
moves have
only
been played
13
so far.
And also an important thing to point out is this is like a permanent weakness here.
तो
It's
दे दो,
locked.
है ना?
नहीं मतलब अभी what will you do if black doesn't take it immediately?
Yeah,
White
threatening
is in
bishop
trouble,
d6.
very big trouble.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't want to play bishop f1 and save this pawn. You're
No.
just setting up all
No.
your pieces on the first rank.
Terrible. So maybe rook d1 is a little passive, Tanya. Maybe we try for something active. I don't know what, but I just feel that something has to be more
Bishop
active.
e4,
Very
but bishop
difficult
e4,
position.
e6 is there.
Yeah, e6 with the idea
Guys,
of
yeah, you should try to find because I
Guys,
think
what
it's
to do?
not easier for Gukesh to find the best moves.
What move would you play here? Clearly understanding you don't want to defend. You want to be more active. Knight d2.
Knight cd3.
And what if I take knight c d3? And suddenly the engine is like, hey, you guys are right, but queen e4 maybe?
Queen e4 is nice, but knight c5, right? I can
Yeah,
come
attacking
back.
b7, knight c5 back.
You have to remember that trick again and again.
b6.
Oh, wow. But b6, now I only have one knighted defense, so let's say queen d6.
d6 or b8.
I wasn't sure, but let's go d6, Sagar.
But now knight e4 can come at some point, so maybe I have some.
Knight e4, but I have my knight. Acha, you mean you'll move your queens?
हाँ, कहीं पे तो
There's
देखते
a
हैं.
tricky square for the queen now.
Oh,
Very-
queen d5, queen d5. नहीं?
No, even better.
अच्छा.
B1.
Queen b1.
Oh, and queen b5 somewhere. Ideas a5
Crazy,
is suddenly
crazy.
weak.
Crazy position.
I
भाई
cannot
ये वो
believe
देखो
this.
Bishop F8 पे undeveloped, Rook H8, King E8.
Black
So
is-
ये तो
Ding,
घर से निकले ही नहीं है.
when he played knight e5, on one hand he wants to win a pawn, but on the other he's neglecting his king safety and development. Gukesh must play with lot of fire now. Yeah.
But
A4
Gukesh is also very precise in calculation. So if he
It's
gets
his
something
biggest
like
strength.
this, it's possible that he could find. But for Ding to consider that Gukesh is considering such moves is very tough.
So Gukesh has two moves, right? Queen f4 or queen d5.
Yes.
It's between these two moves. Every other queen move is passive and you lose the d3 pawn.
Correct.
So Queen F4 and Queen D5 are the only two moves, huh?
It
Yes.
feels like that's the one that you want to make here.
Got it.
And
Not
which
easy.
one feels more natural to you guys?
If I would have spotted that after queen d5 you don't have rook d8, I would put my queen on d5.
Because it's more direct. It is threatening d4, and to rook d8 you have b6, which gives you a huge advantage, right?
Yes,
I think
you
rook
win a
d8
piece.
b6 is so
Winning. Queen
Queen
f4
F4
played by
F4.
Gukesh.
Guys.
Has he calculated this entire
बढ़िया
sequence?
बढ़िया.
Wow,
मैं
man.
मजा आने वाला है अभी.
नहीं ये तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना. ये if he doesn't play like this he'll lose. So he has to go now for such.
How much time
Oh,
will
look,
it take?
I think Ding will take a lot of
How
time
much time
here.
will it take though? How much time?
Don't look at Ding.
Let's not.
Don't look at Ding. This is he does
Fine, we
something
stop.
we start thinking nahi bhai he's in trouble. Nahi. He is not in trouble. He knows what
How
is
fast
happening.
खेलता है usually? Usually he will play very quickly now. So how much time do you think he'll take?
I think he will snatch the pawn on d3. Free pawn है. नहीं d4 मर रहा है.
I
Correct.
think he'll take his time. He'll take his time. Exactly. Rook d8. He'll see these ideas of b6. I think I'm expecting a think here.
Yeah, I think what will happen is if he starts thinking of these crazy ideas, then he will forget and he will think a lot deeply.
But
So
if
it
he was to
depends
take on d3, right, and you give up d4, does that still
वो
because
नहीं अमृता
नहीं,
queen मर रहा है
queen-
queen मर रहा है.
मैं देखा उधर गुकेश के कैमरा पे.
So knight takes d3, queen d4.
queen takes pawn, and let's say you make a move like e6 is what I want to play here, and put my bishop on c5. A slightly safer approach than the other line we were looking at.
That's a good point. Bishop c5 is a threat. Bishop e3 को भी bishop c5 आएगा ना? Because the knight is defending it.
I just lost my mind for a second. Shall I say it or shall I not say it?
Please say.
So after this line, at some point,
Oh, he played
he
what?
played something.
Oh, Ding is like, भाई pawn नहीं दूंगा. I am not giving it. Now your d3 pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
And we come to this key moment where we were thinking of what move? I forgot.
Knight d2 is the
Knight
only
D2.
way, otherwise you are in
Knight
trouble.
D2.
But Sahil, what were you saying? Maybe you
It
can
was
show.
queenside castles.
Kab-
And
kab-
what?
what?
Yeah, in that variation. After I think queen e4 whatever, it was queenside castles for
नहीं
Ding.
मारा queen d4.
हाँ.
e6.
E6 and I think now it was. Let me check again. What was the move? It was
भाई ये
crazy.
queen side castling बढ़िया मूव होता पर अभी नहीं कर सकते.
हाँ.
But also this did not happen.
Yes.
He's gone for rook d8, but to me this spells, Sahil, that maybe is Ding sort of feeling that he's going to push here because he defends a pawn and now he just wants to be up a pawn. He's not playing for positional factors here.
Even knight f d7, right? Not castling. I think is a sign that he's ready to push a little bit because e6 was so safe, castling, आराम से खेलता long term game, but he is definitely in the mood to push today.
दोनों players है ना ऐसे moves कर रहे हैं and then they are like a little bit where have we reached? You know they are. Oh no, rook d1 ने मत.
Rook d1 he played.
No.
This was the move that came
No.
to
Did he
our
play?
mind. Yes, I saw him move the rook.
Oh my god.
It's on the board. And
It's
What's the
trouble.
problem here,
This
Sagar?
is trouble.
And this
It's
is
a
what we were
permanent
discussing.
weakness here.
It's defensive move. E6
You
is.
had to play knight d2 to survive.
And rook d1 is the only move that defends that d3 pawn, but just for the moment.
Okay, let's try to understand if it's so bad. What is the move?
E6.
E6 with the idea of.
Bishop d6.
But then d4 is
takes
hanging,
you-
huh?
But then you take, and there are probably all kinds of threats of bishop.
No, let's say for example.
Okay, knight
What
where?
should I will play?
Bishop b2 maybe.
Can I go a4? One second.
Because this move is
can-
pointless, Sagar.
Can I
It
ask
doesn't
one
defend.
question? Instead of playing e6. Does black have a chance to jump knight b3 here, or is it a pointless move?
But knight b3 just rook a2, right? Or
Acha.
something stronger maybe
Hey,
actually.
wait, rook a2.
Knight c1, rook c1, and you can't take on d3
And
because
rook e2
of
we are
the pin. The queen is hanging. Got it. So knight b3 makes absolutely no sense. So e6. Now if we go a4, does that make sense? Because my idea is bishop a3.
Bishop d6.
A d4 pawn mar gaya.
Yeah, some tactics have to be there. Everything is
Arey,
lined
knight
up
b3,
on the
knight
d
b3.
file. Okay, knight b3 is the simplest, I think, refutation of it. But Amrita is saying this is even stronger. And rook takes knight takes rook, queen takes knight, bishop e5. This is what I was looking at. And everything, falls apart.
No, rook d1 is a lot of, like, it feels little passive, no, this move.
But you know, again, it's really the first move that comes to your mind in this position, because the line that we were looking at, knight d2, just allowing knight takes pawn, and the crazy idea that the computer shows.
Queen e4.
It's so...
Knight c5 and b6.
And queen b1 somewhere, right? After the queen moves.
Yeah, it was crazy. But it was just in like the spirit of the position where you don't cling on to the pawn. But I agree, like at the board, it's not easy to figure out these things. So rook d1. But in a way, if Ding can do e6, bishop d6, then clearly Gukesh's pieces are misplaced.
And the thing is, why Gukesh perhaps made this move a little quicker is because he also realizes the clock factor. The players are playing with no increment in this, you know.
Correct.
And you're at the start of your problem, so you just want to make a move g6, by the way, not e6.
Oh, he played g6.
That's a mistake.
And the bar goes up.
What?
Wow.
Oh, that is relaxing, man. It gives another option for knight d2. One more chance.
Is it the only move, Amrita?
No, there is another one.
Okay.
I cannot believe how Ding would not want his bishop
No,
over
one
here.
second, 1 second. But how easy is White's move? That's what we have to realize.
Yeah, let's try to guess. Two good moves over here. One is, as Tanya already found.
I think the other move that I would be considering is a move like maybe rook a2, I wanted to say, but probably not.
Oh, rook a2. Interesting.
Socho.
Yeah,
But bishop b2, bishop g7, it doesn't work. Like I was looking at this tactic, bishop g7, bishop takes pawn, and now black to play and win.
Yeah, good question. Very easy.
Yes? Anyone? Yes, you can do knight to f3 first, but maybe reversing the move order is even stronger. Rook takes bishop. And if queen takes rook, knight f3 is a nice disco. Yeah, so this does not work.
I thought actually that Ding might consider a move like f6, which was another suggestion by the engine, where the queen would be in trouble. But he played g6 very quickly.
So we realize that bishop b2 is bad.
So
a4.
Yes, very nice.
A4.
Very nice.
Okay, a4, bishop g7.
bishop a3.
Bishop a3.
And you're clearly better.
B6. No, not b6. Why?
Bhai, castle kiya to?
Maybe you just take on b7.
We get rid of bishop, but we
Gayana,
get
you
that.
stay with this pawn, you have a passer, you have a nice bishop.
Acha.
What is this bishop doing on g7?
So
Khokla.
in a way, that bishop on f8 was needed to defend the c5 knight.
Yes.
So if Gukesh realizes that a4, bishop a3 is a possible move to find.
It's also, Sagar, after the bishop comes to d6, you're hitting that vulnerable queen on f4. You've unpinned your knight. It would have so many direct threats.
Yeah.
Because even if you get the bishop to g7, you're actually not threatening the d3 pawn.
Exactly.
It gives Gukesh extra time to consolidate the position.
The idea of g6, by the way, could also be h5 and bishop h6 or something like that.
Acha.
But you do have the h4 square. But let's see that. a4, h5. It's very interesting.
Bishop a3. Bishop
Bishop
h6.
Queen
And now
h4.
is my queen trapped? Almost.
Yes,
Almost.
be very careful.
Oh, wait, there's
B6,
also
B6,
b6
B6.
always.
हाँ, हर लाखों वो क्या दुख की दवा एक ही है.
When you attack my queen, I attack yours. That's the key thing.
It's like the money move, right? b6. Har lakho dukh ki dawa, sometimes money hota hai, and this is the money move in the position.
And
we
Vim Mohan
have-
Kumar अच्छा तुम भी वही पढ़ रहे थे. Has sent a huge super chat saying, "Hi, I am an ICU doctor from Bihar. I want to see Ding's queen in ICU." ये position में B6 is a nice move for that. But okay.
B6 is such a nice trick in all these different positions to keep in mind. And then to overload that queen on C7, you want to put your bishop on A3, targeting the other knight.
You know how sad it's going to be for right now the seconds of watching Ding's game, right? For his seconds, I mean. G6 is a move which is a heartbreaking because you're so clearly better. This is such a simple plan.
And it's not a tough move to find or make, right? You play E6. The tactics after bishop D6 are also very spottable. They are not engine tactics.
But do you think that Ding, we might not have gone very deep, right? He might have some variation which he didn't like after E6.
What could it be? My question is, knight D2 you will play.
No, knight D2 is a tough move to make as well.
Knight D3, no? Once you play Rook D1, then knight D2 becomes tough.
A4.
A4. Bishop D6. Now already some threats, huh?
Some big questions on the board. Yeah, D3 is hanging. The queen on F4 is
hanging.
I
have a point. Queen takes D4.
Okay, knight E D3.
Knight E D3, G7 मर रहा है, but bishop E5.
But bishop D6 is what we've been screaming from such a long time, is the natural flow. So G6, a very surprising decision.
Okay, but it makes the position equal. And in fact, correct me if I'm wrong, already Gukesh seems to have a nice position now.
But he has to find these moves. Now, I want to say that knight D2 is a tough move to make because you block your bishop, you block your own rook, the one that you've just placed. So, Amrita, is it just these two moves that keep the position balanced?
Yes, knight D2 and A4.
Okay, can we understand why knight D2? Because to my eyes, the first question, knight takes pawn. Not that one, Amrita.
Sorry. I keep forgetting. Knight C D3. And the same idea, queen E4.
So knight C5, what is the same idea? This is so difficult to grasp. B6, yeah.
B6, bhulo mat, B6.
And queen, no, B6 is fine. Queen B1 is the tough move to understand.
No, but even if you play queen D6 now, instead of queen B1, you could do something else as well, right? Because the position looks so wild.
No.
The key idea is queen B1 with queen B5 check in some position.
And this you keep defended.
Okay, I get it. It's very tough, this. And also...
So knight D2 we discard like it's not humanly possible.
I think A4 is very much possible.
Human.
Knight D2 will be a superhuman move, but we've seen Gukesh make
Pani रह रहा है वो, पानी पी रहा है. Guys, we all know Prag takes his bottle when he feels really...
अभी 7 घंटे में पानी तो पिएगा ना यार.
हाँ, पर उसका move है ना. Sometimes when it's your move, you don't want to drink water. You want to drink in your opponent's time. साहिल भाई क्या लग रहा है? A4 knight D2.
साहिल बहुत टेंशन में लग रहा है.
मुझे लग रहा है आज ही वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप हो जाएगी. आज ही होने वाली है. And if Gukesh wins, then Ding has to come back. And if Gukesh draws, then I think tie breaks are very, very likely. तो मुझे तो स्ट्रेस हो रहा है भाई. आज ही सब पता लग सकता है.
I love how you didn't even mention the third option. You're like, वो बोलना ही नहीं है.
I think the fact that he played G6, it's already going down an option जहाँ पे he's maybe being a bit too cautious.
But you know, both of these moves not easy to find, but perhaps process of elimination. Because what else can White be thinking about
कुछ तो
here?
piece निकालना है. Bishop B2 makes no sense because on that diagonal bishop is doing nothing. Knight D2 feels tough. तो Rook A2 खेलेंगे.
Rook A2 was a move that did come cross.
So let's play Rook A2 for example.
We saw the bar doesn't approve of it, but what's the problem with Rook A2?
Rook A2, Amruta. Bishop G7. Rook E2, right? You want to get the rook there. थोड़ा attack castle कर देगा. And I feel like we haven't gained much, right?
Yeah.
It feels like we have no way to increase the pressure on the knight.
And I think one move like Rook D7 and then suddenly D3 pawn, there's a lot of pressure on this.
By the way, we are calculating deep lines. इतना time है उनके पास 28 minutes now.
Wow, for Gukesh only 28 minutes and 15th move.
25 moves to make in 28 minutes and look at Gukesh. He's closed his eyes. Can we zoom in on Gukesh? It's like he's just trying to calculate everything. And socho guys, you have only 25 minutes or 28 minutes. It's the most important game
of your life.
Oh, yeah, kind of. It's your most important game of your life, and you're not even seeing the board. Now he started to watch. कि क्या करना है भाई? I think A4. Let's go Gukesh. I'm saying Gukesh goes A4. क्या लग रहा है आप लोगों को?
Oh, he shook his
He
head.
played it?
Huh?
What?
He shook his head for a second like this, yeah?
Oh.
अच्छा.
Guys, do you think he'll play A4? Because knight D2 also works, but again, I feel that's a tougher one, which means only one option. Has to find, I think this is a moment, if he finds one of the two, it's a party popper moment.
Yes.
Yeah, knight d2 I find
Acha.
tough because he would have played it before.
Yeah. Huh?
Instead of rook d1. If
Knight
he
d1.
had seen that idea, it was stronger earlier. So a4 is
Agreed.
definitely something which he should be looking at.
Can we say if we have to look at their body language and the kind of feeling that they have, it's not the same as we have with the engine, right? Gukesh shaking his head might mean he doesn't realize it's equal. Ding playing g6 quickly might mean that he feels कि भाई मेरा position सही है. It's a great position. So maybe that also rubs off, no, to each other.
Absolutely, and doesn't matter कि engine क्या दिखा रहा है, उनको
हाँ.
दिख नहीं रहा है तो it is completely useless.
But I will say that during a game, players are not thinking about कि भाई objective evaluation क्या है. They are just in a position
Correct.
like this where it's so concrete. You're only focused on finding your next move and calculation. तो वो ये नहीं सोचा भाई मेरी equal है कि नहीं है, बस how do I solve my problems right now? And knight d2 difficult to make because you've just put the rook on d1.
Correct.
How do you block your own defense and find this
नहीं तो
idea of the
पहले खेल
queen
लेता.
retreat? पहले खेल लेता, and you know what the tough point in that is that queen b1 move. It's a very tough spot. So Gukesh, if he finds it, incredible, but at least he has to play a4.
But he's thinking for 10 minutes and now down to 26 minutes. He might have even less than a minute per move, which is not easy in such positions.
We
But a
are going
critical
to
position.
We are
Very.
going to see a blunder here. किसी side से तो कुछ ना कुछ तो आएगा.
How low can Gukesh afford to go at this moment in the game, right? With 25 moves remaining to make time control.
Generally, I've seen Tanya, if they have like 5 minutes and 10 moves to make, they are able to do it. So by that logic, you can say,
Sagar, it depends on the position.
yeah. मतलब कभी-कभी तो 1 minute में भी वो लोग 5-7 move कर लेते हैं. But it depends a lot on the complexity of the position. Right now, it's super complicated.
We have a super chat by Cricket Outlook who says, guys, I'll tell you what Ding thought for g6. Before he had played rook d8, actually he was thinking about g6. Because g6 before rook d8 would have poisoned the d4 pawn.
Could be. But दोनों mix करके थोड़ा slow हो गया ना.
हाँ.
Rook d8 भी खेला,
But
then
that's
g6.
what is an effect somewhere of you have thought for 1 hour initially in the opening and sometimes you want to make quick moves and you don't want to spend again on thinking.
Correct.
So
Would it be right to say, guys, that the momentum is with Ding right now, at least in that playing venue?
Yes, I think.
Gukesh feels under pressure.
And you know, Ding has done this. When Gukesh has gone lower on the clock and has burned time, then suddenly Ding starts playing on Gukesh's clock very strongly. Even if he doesn't make objectively the best moves, he makes whatever he plays fast.
Look
So
at
he
him right
plays
now.
the position and the time.
Look at him right now. He looks stressed. Genuinely stressed.
Yeah. He has to play quickly because this is not his final problem to solve for Gukesh.
Correct.
But I have a difference of opinion. I think right now it's more important to find the right move than to play quickly and go for the wrong move because it would be a big trouble in such a position. It
But
can
how
very
much
quickly
time,
collapse.
Amrita? How much time? Like he's
Maybe another 4 minutes also, but a4 is a must to find.
Yes.
A4 bishop G. एक बार
let's
line हो जाए.
look at
A4 bishop G7.
Or H. Okay, bishop g7.
Bishop A3, and already you have a great position. Sorry, E6 again. E6 फिर से
e6,
change.
but after
Can you go queen f6?
फिर तो वो dark square थोड़े weak हो गए ना. Now queen f6 comes in. Could be, but I doubt if you play g6,
so
you will
because
go
if
e6.
you go bishop a3, you don't have time for bishop d6 ideas
Queen f6,
anymore
yeah.
because even this one is a problem.
Yeah.
भाई g6 के बाद e6 is like saying that you know I completely.
मतलब पहले 12th तक साइंस लिया फिर चेंज करके कॉमर्स लिया.
True,
but I think you've given up a lot of counterplay on the dark squares. So, exactly. And this position is all about tempo and momentum. Guys, it's absolutely essential.
A4! Let's go!
Whoa, अरे खोल ना फिर.
नहीं हो रहा है,
नहीं
अमृता,
होता
नहीं
है.
आता है वो. हम लोग को नहीं आता है वो.
उल्टा मत फोड़ देना.
ठीक है रहने दे. पूरा
बलराज भाई चाहिए.
जेंटलमैन नॉट देयर.
I think ये सिर्फ डांडिया
पार्टी नहीं हो सकता. सागर डांस कर.
I know
डांस
how
का
it
स्टेप
works.
दिखा दे.
You do this. ये लेना है तुमको. Okay, guys, A4, very important move. Gukesh has played it. Good move. Which means that now for Ding, he has to find the accurate move because bishop G7 is a mistake. And I don't know, is B6 the move?
No.
B6 is also a
What's
mistake.
the move here?
Oh, bishop c6.
Oh, bishop C6. What a classy move.
Ooh, taking advantage of the pin.
Knight से मार नहीं सकते. Ding ऐसे ऐसे कर रहा है.
How much time do you think he'll take now?
Party popper.
H5. He has to play H5 here. Now.
What? Oh, with the idea bishop h6.
Yes.
And bishop A3, bishop H6, correct?
And queen
bishop
h4.
A3, bishop H6. And now it's important moment for Gukesh.
What
B6, B6. अपन ने
Oh
देखा
yeah,
ना वो.
b6.
We saw it, we saw it.
Let's forget.
दुख की एक ही दवा.
B6.
But Amrita, tell us what is the problem with queen h4 so we understand why is it important to throw b6?
Yes.
Because then castle maybe Tanya. No, oh मर रहा है. B6.
Oh, let's think. There's
maybe
something very
B6.
direct here.
ये गया ना पिन गया.
So knight
तो?
into pawn, knight d3.
अच्छा.
Yeah. So that's why. But b6, queen d6. How does it's so complex?
No, I think for Ding to find H5 is very tough. It's like Gukesh played A4. Ding को वही move वो side पे करना है.
नहीं ना, but Ding played G6 and I'm sure he was thinking about H5.
Very possible.
So,
sorry, I
could be.
want to push this a little bit because
Yes, please.
b6. No, let's go with this line. Bishop a3. Bishop h6.
B6.
Yes.
If you take the queen, I take your queen and win.
I
Correct?
want to move my queen. No,
yeah, I just
ये
showed
winning
it.
है.
This is winning.
And if you go, you
Queen
can't take
D-
here
Can
because
you
this
go
is
queen
hanging.
d6 here? Oh, then you just take on. No, what do you do now? Queen c5.
And come to E4. And then B7 मर रहा
Okay,
है.
wait.
You
queen
can't take here.
Knight
No.
c6. Why is this so bad for black?
No, it's not bad. Equal है ना. Knight A3 maybe with the idea of knight
Okay.
B5.
But what if takes now?
rook
Queen takes
B1.
B6.
नहीं नहीं ये तो गलत हो जाएगा. Rook B1. Win. Oh, knight B4.
Then b7's hanging.
Correct.
Wow, so this line the players have to calculate and again tick-tock.
कोई
The
तो बोल
clock
रहा है.
is
Vansh
on.
बोल रहा है. The rotating part of the party popper is right at the bottom of the party popper. Bottom tip से घुमाओ. अरे thank you guys. क्या ही full.
अभी रहने दो. अभी
ये
next
bottom
time
से.
और
Fine के लिए.
हाँ,
Next
ठीक.
one
Gukesh
के लिए
has
we'll
to
have
find
this in
another
mind.
good move. But at least, you know, this is now giving some space to him. Like this bishop is ready to...
But Amruta, is H5, is there any other move apart from H5? Because I find H5 slightly tough to find.
Do you think H5 is easier or Rook D7 is easier?
Sorry, वो तुम्हारा खाने में गिर गया ना?
अरे बाप रे, पनीर टिक्का का पार्टी टिक्का हो गया.
थोड़ा गलत हो गया.
There's also Queen B8, by the way. Sagar bhai.
Sorry?
Queen B8.
Here, Queen B8. And if Queen B8, can we go Bishop A3? Then you take on
but
D3.
you know, Queen B8 is a move which you don't feel like
No,
you
Amruta,
won't play
Amruta, the
such a
threat
move.
is now to
These-
take on D3 because the Queen is defended. That's the point.
Oh, so what do you play here?
ये मुश्किल moment हो गया फिर से. Queen B8 is a more human. Good point, Sahil bhai.
Can you just again go passive in the position
Bishop F1.
or rook a3 maybe?
Rook A3 is not passive though. I like that.
I
move.
mean passive in the sense defend
But
the pawn.
वो square Bishop बोलेगा ये तो मेरा था.
But,
That square.
Yeah. Yeah, not ideal. But I really don't want to give the d3 pawn.
Can you continue with Bishop A3?
I was wanting to knight E D3.
And this could be a repetition, no?
Oh, Queen B8. No.
Repetition कहाँ से दिख गया तुमको?
Queen F3, Knight E5, Queen F4, Knight D3.
अरे भाई.
But queen
कहाँ
f3
कहाँ से draw निकाल रहे हो?
Actually, this is true.
But why not queen f3,
Oh my
knight b?
God.
Oh, if you go knight b4, I think you take and just push the a pawn and queen the a pawn.
Oh,
Wait,
bhai.
wait, 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 wait.
Can we show that?
Kabhi,
Can-
kabhi?
Go one move ahead. हाँ.
Kabhi.
पीछे पीछे. Knight D3 पे knight B4.
Maybe you
If
can just
bishop
take.
takes B4, AB, and
And
now
A5, A6, A7,
A5.
8.
Nice.
I don't think anything can really stop
Yeah,
this.
it's a great plan.
So it's getting very complicated now.
And very concrete as well. So it's all about calculation and who can do it faster. Gukesh with less time.
Rook D7, very good suggestion. Actually, the same point, but defending the queen that way. Nice. I think also possible. So we have candidate moves Rook D7, Queen B8, and H5. है ना और कुछ?
These three are the top candidate moves.
Oh, nice. And what's the order?
Rook D7, Queen B8 and H5.
अच्छा H5 third हो गया अभी.
हाँ.
Nice. Okay. So I believe Ding will play one of those. It's clear.
So
How long will it think?
I hope he thinks for a long time.
He
Apna time lo.
10 minutes more. He must think. And by the way, guys, lot of energy needed here. अरे
यार,
उसमें वो
आपने वो
party
पता
popper गिर गया. You can take a new one. Sorry.
सब जगह बस यही फैला हुआ है. If someone can like put a camera here and see what's going on this table.
We had
We
once
have
a
to
guest.
cancel the party poppers.
We had once a guest come here and thought that when he will sit on the table, there will be like a sheet saying this call out is important. Next, this is the run of order and all.
Computers होंगे, ऐसे screens खुले होंगे.
पनीर टिक्का और भाई
So paneer tikka, ये
Party
सब.
poppers, Red Bull. भाई party चल रही है इस table पे. Okay, but A4, very important find by Gukesh.
But we have got a great hope because the situation just a while ago was super tense.
I know you don't like it, but I'm going to point out.
कैसे?
नहीं भाई वो.
You disagree. You know, maybe somewhere Ding realizes कि भाई E6 would have been, because that also can happen to a player. You know, where you're like, was E6 more accurate? भाई जो भी है बस सोचते रहो यहाँ पे.
Next time I meet Ding, I'm going to ask him this, that when you do this, do you feel sad or it's, what is it like? Matlab, I really have such a big question on my mind.
Arey, you got your, ask Abhi and Aditya to ask.
It's not a press conference question.
After the World
It's a
Championship
private question.
Yeah, it's just something to ask as a person, you know.
Ooh, and he looks at Gukesh. Again.
Yeah, Ding इतना
हाँ
sweet
ना,
है
बड़ी-बड़ी
कि when he
आँखें में
stares, I feel a bit scared.
But दोनों players
मैं like ऐसे क्यों देख रहा है भाई तू इतना तो sweet है.
देखना बार-बार. So what is he thinking? H5, Rook D7, Queen B8. And these three moves keep the balance.
Yes.
H5!
Oh, wow.
Played.
Wow. Epic stuff. Epic stuff by Ding.
It is so impressive how Ding always keeps proving that why is he the world champion right now.
Yes.
In difficult moments, you know, when to change his dynamics, he plays fast, finds the accurate way, just amazing stuff at this match.
Correct.
And now Gukesh has to see that B6 idea.
हाँ, Bishop
उसकी हालत
A3.
में.
Bishop A3. Hey, by the way, can we do B6 now
Yes.
at this moment?
Yes.
But
Also
Queen
possible.
D6 or Queen B8, two moves, I'm just...
And then we saw this line, no? Bishop A3.
And many lines B7 is tender because bishop takes knight and the B7 pawn's hanging.
हाँ, either Bishop takes C5.
And Bishop H6.
And
Bishop
Queen
takes
E4 in the
C5,
end.
no?
And Queen
takes
E4.
and Queen E4. I feel somehow White's position does have more to it than Black. Like, it's a good position for White. Okay, so coming back, B6 is one move that Gukesh has.
Is it converting even after Bishop A3 actually? Because if Bishop H6...
B6.
Yeah, it's forced. It's converting into the same idea.
Yeah.
So it comes down to if this trick of B6 Gukesh has
Takes.
spotted or not.
वो तो देखना ही
It's
पड़ेगा.
essential.
For sure.
देखना.
नहीं, वो तो देखा.
If you don't see it, you are losing D3 pawn. It's
Yes.
it's almost lost position then. तो वो
He's
देखना ही.
played it! B6 on the board!
Let's go!
Go, Guki, go, go,
They told you
go.
how to do it now.
नहीं अभी तानिया वो तो
अच्छा,
नहीं
ठीक.
जम रहा है.
ठीक है, but still 10 minutes
But बढ़िया
low on
move था,
time.
बढ़िया move. Great move.
What an escape until at least from what the position was.
हाँ,
to come
escape
till
तो
here.
किया है पर अभी it's still an ongoing story. Yeah, the moral has not come out yet.
Not yet.
Because you can't take the pawn, guys. The knight in the center is hanging.
And
The
Aniruddha
queen has to
says,
stay connected.
Super chats, faith in astrology restored.
But we know that Gukesh only believes in
Good moves. Yes.
Nostradamus is missing this though.
So b6. Will he play queen b8 or queen d6? These are the two moves to stay in
इतना
touch.
लंबा कौन जाएगा queen b8?
इतना लंबा क्या छोटा सा तो मूव है
I mean when you have queen d6 to keep this
No,
protected.
I'll tell you
But
why.
bishop a3
हाँ, बराबर
हाँ.
तुम भी वही बोल रहे हो. Bishop a3 के बाद bishop takes knight was coming with an attack on the queen. Here, if you play bishop a3 now, bishop h6, and bishop takes c.
why not knight takes pawn? Question.
Good. And you lose a pawn. Be careful.
Because the queen is well defended. Trade the queens. Take on no knight b3 in the end. Knight b3 हो रहा है ना, and bishop g7, knight b3 दोनों
फोर
चलेगा.
स्क्यूअर सब कुछ वो बुक में आएगा. दिस वुड बी अ परफेक्ट पोजीशन फॉर चेस कोर्स बुक. We have Praful Zaveri sir here, the author of Chess Course. Guys, if any of you want to get a book to learn basics of chess, then online you can have chess.com membership and physically you can have Chess Course. So amazing to have him here.
So queen b8 actually a good move, like
Because
you guys
it
were
comes
saying.
with an immediate threat, right? Bishop a3 would have pinned the queen on d6.
And now the move is so tough for white.
Okay, wait.
What do you do?
So knight takes pawn is a big threat. Queen, oh, but queen d2 knight b3 आता रहता है. Bishop f1. What?
Queen d2 is the best move in the position.
How?
Crazy move. So firstly, wasn't d3 pawn hanging and अभी तो 4 रुक ही मर रहा है.
तो queen b2 knight
नहीं वो
takes rook,
sacrifice
queen
है सागर.
b5.
It's a sacrifice.
Queen
Queen
b5,
b5.
rook d7.
नहीं रुक ही मार knight मार दो.
Wait,
तानिया
wait,
take
wait
the
a
knight.
second, huh?
No, it's actually bishop f4.
Wait, not queen b2.
What?
There's a bit.
कुछ भी चल रहा है भाई.
नहीं
भाई ये क्या गेम
गाइस
है?
थोड़ा ध्यान से ह्यूमनली सोचते हैं.
हमारी गेम चाहिए तो सब पीछे दे रहे हैं.
पीछे अमृता
यहाँ
एक
पे
मिनट
हाँ,
एक मिनट एक
let's
मिनट.
before we enter
Yes.
into lot
One
of
minute.
details
Let's
here.
first understand this clearly that b6 which has been played here forces queen b8 and queen d6. We know that queen d6 पे bishop a3 is kind of forced, right?
Yes.
And it consolidates because you pin the knight. Black's threats are taken care of. So this might be the easier move to deal with
Right.
for Gukesh.
So Ding will play queen b8. Can we look at Ding's face?
उसके चेहरे पे मत जाओ सागर. कितने
नया
बार
नहीं होगा
तूने
भाई
बोला?
मतलब queen b8 अगर खेलेगा वो now, then for white it's not clear what move to make because even the d3 pawn is hanging, knight b3 is coming.
If queen d2 is the only move here, no.
Is it?
Oh, thank God.
I mean,
because
it's
I
the
think
best
that's-
move, but you can continue with the idea bishop a3.
But then you give up the pawn.
Yeah, that is why it's a bit of trouble.
Gukesh finds queen d2 तो party offer बनता है फिर.
Queen
है ना?
d2 तो crazy चाल है यार position.
नहीं पहले Ding क्या खेलता है वो तो देखते हैं. Queen
Hey,
maybe.
actually, that does mean queen d2 is the only move.
No,
Tanya.
Keep the balance,
can I
no?
just make this move? I had one question, which was bishop a3, bishop h6. ये मुझे समझा नहीं क्योंकि now you have no bishop takes c5 attacking the queen.
Queen h4.
Queen h4 and now I take here.
e7 queen into pawn check.
रुको.
अरे दिखा तो सही. And a big blunder.
भाई
Filling
Amruta
in
was
Samay Raina के footsteps.
Amruta was making queen blunder. मैंने यहाँ पे king blunder कर दिया है.
And also, Sagar, if you take with the other knight, then rook takes knight with the same threat.
Correct. Oh,
Yeah,
now you understand why we both are made for each other. Blundering king and queen there. Okay, so right now bishop a3 is a great move then. looking there. Oh, but can we interpose g5 there?
But bishop a3, why not just take the pawn, man? It's for free. Knight
Okay.
takes pawn.
Okay,
is
now analyze this.
तानिया को गुस्सा आ गया है
हाँ,
शायद
नहीं,
अभी।
No,
खा
because
ले
this is
Queen
the
takes
most
queen.
obvious move.
Queen takes queen.
Let's take it back.
Rook takes, and now to think.
I think, what about bishop f?
f1.
Yeah, that's the move that I wanted to make.
Maybe it's knight b4.
Knight b4.
Knight b4.
Yeah. And the problems continue because you
can't
can't
take
capture
here,
on d4.
yeah. As
Knight
we know,
b3,
this
bishop
and
Bishop
g7.
a7, knight b3, jo khelna hai. This is a tough position. Okay, Ding firstly hasn't made his decision. Queen b8 or queen d6.
So for Ding, in order to put most pressure on Gukesh, he needs to go queen b8.
Yes, yes.
And if he goes queen b8, then Gukesh needs to find the next move, which is
queen d2. Okay, can we look at queen d2? Because this
How
move,
realistic is this
Tanya,
move?
let's look at it after queen b8.
Okay,
Chalega?
okay,
Right
chalega.
now, this move is very crazy to even look at.
Exactly.
Running into that
एक
fourth.
ही बार सागर
हाँ,
queen b8 खेला तो because it would be the most critical situation even for Ding if he
वो
doesn't
सोच रहा
find.
है,
So
तो
queen
मुझे-
d2 को थोड़ा सा देखते हैं ना एक दो moves.
Sure, sure.
ठीक है.
भाई देखा ये देखो मैंने बोला तो बाद में तानिया बाद में यहाँ अरे अमृता श्योर ऑफ कोर्स अमृता अभी देखते हैं ना
अरे वो दोनों का प्रेशर है ना नहीं बोल सकता इधर इसके लिए. So queen d2, what do you play?
दोस्तों यहाँ पे एकदम साजिश हो रही है कुछ समझ में नहीं आया. नाइट टेक्स d3 भी एक मूव है वैसे.
पर a5 हैंगिंग है ना लाइंस में
अच्छा.
and then queen b, so can we show that knight ed3, queen a5, knight b3 and queen b5 check wins the knight.
Ooh, nice.
Nice, very sharp, very sharp. So if we go back and knight b3, which is the key move, just to understand why this position is still equal or
Also,
even better for
let's
white.
break down why queen d2 is such a tough move to make, right, from a human perspective. One, it's a retreating move. Two, you're not actually defending the d3 pawn. Three, you're voluntarily walking into a fork on b3.
Exactly.
Four, you're putting the queen right in front of the bishop, stopping development. It's the most counterintuitive move in this position.
Correct.
It's
Which
like
is
that
why it
move,
won't happen.
you know, bitter chocolate रहता है ना, like it feels
I love
bitter,
bitter
over
chocolate.
here, but then there is
Oh,
this
Amrita-
chocolate over here.
Amrita is saying कि bitter chocolate जब introduce हुआ था तब सबने बोला रहेगा ये क्या है, like queen d2.
हाँ थोड़ा सा ऐसा शुरू में bitter kind of feel आता है, but yeah she loves bitter chocolate तो ठीक है.
अच्छा तो
It's
knight
like
b3 को क्या,
pineapple
अरे
pizza.
मुंह दिखाओ knight b3 को करना क्या है?
Queen b2.
Queen b2 और knight a1 को?
Bishop f4.
Oh yeah, that was another crazy move.
Wait,
अब how
यहाँ
do you find
पे
this?
यहाँ पे queen b2 and queen e2 are two options actually.
With the idea of bishop f4, both cases क्या? Okay, let's do queen b2. I love this line, bishop f4. Now threatening queen b5 check, correct?
Yes.
So bishop g7, defending it, and now we take on a1. Finally, या
Now
नहीं लेना
knight
है.
d2.
Knight को बाहर निकालो.
Knight d2, हाँ?
But why not to take on a1? One second.
Castle कर लेगा and
But I think you just play maybe for compensation.
Oh,
here.
g5.
g5. Wow.
g5.
Yeah, okay, very complicated.
Very
So,
complicated.
ये नहीं होने वाला
Now
यार.
we can't go
We
into
can
this.
stop.
Thank
कोई
you
चांस
guys.
नहीं है.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we will-
Guys, I have one talking point which I wanted to talk about, which
Talking point is
which we didn't touch upon, which was that when Gukesh took 1 hour, after that he went to the washroom or somewhere and came back after 6 minutes when Ding had made his move. And somewhere I feel like he came a little bit refreshed. And I'm very curious to know what he did in those 6-7 minutes. I mean,
भाई
not in the
pressure कम हो गया.
not in the I mean washroom का बात नहीं, but mentally what did he tell himself?
मुंह धोया होगा, थोड़ा रिलैक्स किया होगा. It's just a game, calming down himself.
भाई it's just a game तो thought नहीं आता है stage पे यार. This is
जो चैट सोच रही है उससे better thought है. So let's
Okay.
We have a super chat by Fact Sahab who says क्या अगर आज गुकेश जीता तो क्या सागर शाह डांस करेंगे?
Yes.
हाँ, done.
आपको डांस
Done,
करना
done,
पड़ेगा.
I will do it here.
Everybody, in
Amrita and
fact,
सागर.
और गो गुकी पे बहुत और भी सब लोग डांस
हाँ आज
करेंगे.
गो गुकी के सिंगर
अगर वो
जी भी है
जीतेगा
यहाँ
तो.
पे. We have the singer of the song, so live we can have the
Live
performance.
performance.
Right.
कोरियोग्राफर
Live
भी है क्या इधर कोई?
I also want to point out that in this,
he went, huh?
he hasn't
Maybe
played.
when Gukesh came into troubled position,
He's like, मैं जा.
वो बोले कि अब नहीं होगा शायद.
By the way, Ding का time कम हो गया Gukesh से.
Wow. Oh my God. Guys, this is
20.
pure rapid game now. 20 minute
no
का
increment.
With no increment. With no increment. 21 minutes where they have to make 23 moves.
That's less than a minute per move. In a very difficult position where every move is a high responsibility move. And you know the thing is, Amrita, in this line, this crazy engine line that we discussed with the queen falling back, it's not about finding one move. You have to find non-human next 4 moves. How do you calculate that? So queen b8 would be a big question for Gukesh, and I think right now, he's actually thinking about that. Because as a human, you're like queen d6, bishop a3, bhai sab theek hai. Ye knight pinned hai, dusra knight pinned hai, nothing's falling.
You know, for Ding, if he plays queen b8, he also has to calculate all of this.
Yeah, but you know, when he plays queen b8, I don't think queen d2 would enter his mind.
Exactly.
So I can be sure that to queen b8, queen d2 will not happen. So the next best move will be played, whatever
He's
that
about
is.
to make a move, guys, or not. Acha, listen, if he makes queen d6, I think just with relief, Sagar.
हाँ भाई.
Just with relief.
भाई मुझे नहीं आता है ये खोलने को.
वो करो ना अपना जुगाड़.
ये पार्टी वाला नहीं है रे.
वो जुगाड़ वाला.
Oh, we have
Tane,
this
you're the party
very high energy moment right now. Thank you, Red Bull. It's giving us also a lot of energy right now. I have been sipping on it every few moves, just staying in this zone.
यार ये बहुत important moment है because queen b8 is big problems for white from a practical perspective.
नहीं सोचते हैं ना queen b8.
Queen d6, he's played it.
Whoa! Woo! रुको एक open है.
सर पे मत डाल. Mini celebration.
कोई खाना safe नहीं है जब सागर भाई बैठे तो.
नहीं इधर खाना वाना मत रखो अभी. अभी हम सिर्फ खाएंगे गेम के बाद.
So queen d6, at least it makes Gukesh's life a little easier.
Yes.
Because bishop, and he's gone for it.
Yeah.
Bishop a3, bishop h6 immediately played.
Oh, इतने जल्दी moves हो गए. Wow.
मार दो यार इस नाइट को, इतना परेशान करके रखा है.
Correct. We have to take. Oh, can we move the queen now? Sorry. No, that's possible, but he takes. He takes. Let's go. Let's go. Good move.
And he'll play queen e4.
Did he play queen e4?
Yes, he played it. Woo! So Gukesh is out of trouble, at least for the time being. अभी पोजीशन बढ़िया है. It's around equal.
भाई exclamation mark भी आ गया है बोर्ड पे. Queen e4 जान में जान आई है. At least that knight is off the board.
Yes.
So knight c6, and then we saw the line with developing the white knight, putting the rook on b1, right?
अरे ये कैसे आया?
ये तानिया ने सिखाया था मेरे को.
अरे पर मतलब how did you decide हिकारू?
क्योंकि वो खुश लग रहा है.
बस अब
ये वाला. अरे
कौन सा वाला ये?
Second.
Okay, so guys, now clearly understanding that this position is. Oh, he goes knight c6 back.
So they've calculated this entire sequence with the speed with which the moves are being played, and now we've reached 20 moves. Still the time scramble on the horizon. b6 is hanging, no way to defend this pawn. No piece can connect itself to it. So Gukesh has to find his counterplay. Is knight a3 the only move?
Knight
Not the
d2
only move.
also.
But knight a3 looks so natural, right? The b5 square is so tempting.
so
with
inviting.
The king on e8.
Knight a3 is very inviting.
So knight a3 if black castles. King को safety में लेके गए.
Rook b1.
Defend it.
Rook.
Oh no, a3 knight is hanging.
Rook
db1.
db1. Okay. And knight. Okay, I don't want to go to b4 because my b7 pawn is hanging. Correct. So I would prefer first rook d7, defending that pawn.
Then rook b5. You're allowing a very strong counter.
Bhai.
Oh wait, move coming in. Knight
Click.
a3. He's gone for it, guys. Let's go.
Gukesh finding all the good moves now since last at least 10 odd moves. Fantastic.
70,000 people are watching this.
Awesome. Awesome.
So the knight is headed to b5 and white's rook will land on the b file. I think the question here is, can Ding get greedy and just grab that pawn? Can he go all greedy-weedy in this position?
Ha, he can.
Oh, he can't.
But kaise? Rook a b1, correct? Knight b4, I thought.
Queen takes pawn.
Acha, queen takes b7. Huh?
Yes.
Nahi,
Not
Amruta.
this. Because oh,
Because queen b7, bishop b7 and short castle I
Hey,
thought
you're
should be
slightly
fine, right?
better, but maybe there is a stronger idea here.
Okay. Rook e1 he's saying. देखो एक बार तो मैं mate हो गया, इतना शायद से easy नहीं होगा.
दिख जाएगा.
This helps black defending the b7
Yes.
also. So
Okay, wait, let's think.
Oh, I know. Wait. क्या? Queen e5.
But then short castle.
Castle हो सकता है because you are attacking the rook and you can castle. But it's
though
a
it is
better
a
move.
decent move.
Better move than
The strongest move may not be so easy though, and Queen e5 is a
Knight
good move. Knight c2, yes.
Wow.
It's the best
And
move.
castle. Acha, knight b4, queen
And
e7.
queen into the pawn, and then b4 is hanging.
Wow.
b3, queen a3, and the pawn falls.
Super.
Oh, b7 you just take.
This is also a good test for what will happen in the tie breaks, just in case.
हाँ, correct.
इससे बड़ा टेस्ट हो नहीं सकता था.
दोनों practice कर रहे tie break के लिए. But if someone wins, then there will be no tie break. So
Also, a draw in this game is a far off result. Like it's not likely.
yes. But there is opposite colored bishops. So कहीं ना कहीं if some pieces get traded, so there are these contours of draw coming up.
And also, I think it's better that the world champion is decided through the classical games because then we already have World Rapid and World.
Yeah. I feel there are so many contradictory opinions on that. You know,
Really?
because let's say you have a really closely fought classical match, right? Like somewhere where you've seen both players play their absolute best, and we are treated to a 7-7 after like Yan and Ding.
Ding
All
just
the way this.
shook his head. He just shook his head
He's
like this.
shaking his head all the
Yeah,
time.
but he was
Sahil bhai is still getting
still in hope.
so excited
Oh, yeah,
about
again
Ding
shook his head.
shaking his head. Rook
Rook
d7.
d7 on the board.
Rook d7 played by Ding.
And Gukesh
Whoa!
is there in a better position, but
Whoa!
Whoa.
wait, how do you continue?
think.
What are the possibilities here?
Wait, let's think.
Rook d b1 और b5 पे जाना है मुझे.
हाँ, तो पहली बात तो ये अच्छी चाल है.
Knight b4.
Knight b4.
I want to stop rook b5.
Knight.
Ooh, now it's not an easy move.
Okay, so rook b1 is an option, but there was
Yes.
something stronger. Let's try to find that.
I think it's tough. It's
This is
not easy
impossible.
to find.
Impossible.
नहीं
huh?
नहीं impossible कुछ नहीं.
Very difficult. Very difficult.
There is nothing. h4 with the idea of bishop h3.
Oh, move.
He played
Knight
already.
c2 he played. Amrita,
Oh, it's a decent move. The stronger move was very difficult,
H4.
which was queen e2 and just
yeah.
doesn't go along
don't
with
need
the...
to look at this also. I
Yeah,
feel,
yeah.
Right?
But why would it be played? I don't know.
Maybe opening up the bishop diagonal, somewhere bishop takes knight threats,
But you know
stopping
what?
knight b4.
After knight c2, black has only one move
To remain around even,
Whoa.
right?
to take the pawn. That's it.
Okay. So short castle is a bad move here. Oh, the point is that now rook b1 is a threat, right?
Yeah.
You've controlled the b4 square, so black doesn't have knight b4.
So if you short castle as black
Wait,
instead of taking the pawn, then rook db1 with the idea of rook b5.
Yes.
Rook ab1, no?
Or db1. I think both are equally attractive. And then knight b4, you can just trade the knights. Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah, ab.
And then I wanted the other rook, so you can go a5 in this
Oh, I know.
position.
Queen e1. नहीं इधर.
Good move.
Yeah, rook db1 would have been better.
If rook db1 होता तो a5 खेलते ना अमृता यहाँ पे.
Okay, got it. So you want to go here?
Oh, move.
Oh, he took the pawn. He took the
He's
pawn.
gone to
Ding
the
is very, very solid in defense. We know this from the previous
Now
games.
which rook will you bring to the b file?
Rook db1.
Oh, guys, इधर tactics है. Rook db1. If queen c7. what would you play?
Oh, nice.
हो रहा है क्या work?
I mean, yeah, I think it's a possibility.
नहीं?
क्यों हो रहा है ना?
लग नहीं रहा.
Oh, नहीं हो रहा शायद.
My thought was rook takes pawn, queen takes rook, and queen c6. But perhaps it doesn't work because of queen c7 here. Just.
Or yeah, correct.
Okay, so let's go back. And now, if queen c7, what do we do?
Rook b5. What's going on?
Yeah, rook b5. Great. Castle.
Yeah. I was trying
Rook
to
b1.
calculate. Queen c8.
And it's a normal game now.
Yeah, it
But
is.
pawn down.
But it's
wait,
opposite
great
color
composition.
bishop.
Oh,
Maybe you go h4.
Or f4, f5.
I like h4, bishop h3. f4, f5 is attractive.
h4, bishop h3, very nice.
e6 आ जाएगा ना बिशप
But
क्या
then
करेगा
I'm
उधर
provoking like bishop takes pawn threats, queen takes pawn ideas. I'm happy
इधर
to
भी
put your
थोड़ा
pawn.
risky तो है.
Interesting. Actually, Gukesh knight c2 that he played was interesting. Like we thought he'll play maybe the rook there, but okay. Queen b6 is on the board.
So rook b1 is what we're expecting right now.
Yes.
And what's the clock situation here?
17 versus 14.
Manasvi Mishra, thank you so much. Oh, did he play?
A b1.
A b1. Rook a b1. दूसरा rook लाया.
It's going to be the same though. After rook b5,
Ah.
you double the rook.
Is knight b4 a bad move here?
He's already gone back.
Yes.
He's gone back?
He's gone back
Oh,
to
he's gone
C7.
queen c7. He's gone queen c7. So no point in discussing this. Queen c7. Okay. Guys, just to put like things in perspective, perhaps Ding will keep that extra pawn on the queen side, but because there are opposite colored bishops on the board and with so many pieces, an attack can come in on the king side.
Also compare the two bishops. Gukesh's bishops has clear targets towards the left side of the board, while Ding's bishop not as much. That pawn on d4 comes in its own way. So I actually, and this idea of h4, bishop h3, always on the mind.
पर यार pawn कम है. अब मुझे तो थोड़ा बुरा लग रहा है कि there is a pawn missing. And still it's better for Gukesh.
But look
which
at
means
the experience of this rook no on the open file.
Yeah.
बढ़िया है.
Yeah. You know, I'm from that school of thinking that if you don't have something concrete to get when you are pawn down, then maybe it's not that great a position. But
also the fact that the eval bar gives an edge despite
Yes.
being down a pawn.
I'm very
Engines
surprised.
are greedy.
I'm very surprised.
They would, be very hesitant to give this kind of an edge. So it means it's really something to play for. Rook b5, rook b1 is a very, I would say, a natural idea in this position.
And also Gukesh normally loves rook lift, Sagar.
And he loves the initiative, right?
Exactly.
He's happy to give up pawns for piece activity on the board.
Rook
रुकेगा
b5
नहीं.
and castle कर दिया. Ding has castled instantly. Ding is like, I don't want to spend any time. He has 14 minutes, 16 moves to make. Gukesh has 15 minutes. He will also double quickly. है ना?
बहुत ही टेंशन वाला चीज हो रही है बट अभी
बहुत ज़्यादा. High energy game. Rook b1 putting a direct threat on the b7 pawn. I think it's the next move. It has to be the follow-up here.
By the way, LC0, which is an engine which gives probabilities, it has completely switched now. So white का 30% win है, black का 14%.
Wow.
And rest is draw.
और
Very interesting.
और black के पास है भी 14 minutes. तो
एक question पूछूं, just for my curiosity. If rook b1 here, queen c8, as Tanya also mentioned. Now, I don't know what is the. My feeling was f4. Just if you can make that move, f4. With the idea of f5, black will have to play e6. And then I didn't know how to continue. Is g4 something we want to do? Oh, what? What?
Oh,
No.
Knight a1?
yeah, he wants to reroute the knight to
b5.
b3. Rook b5, short castle, knight a1. It's very creative, a very creative idea, but unexpected.
Wow, this move is something that is really difficult to
comprehend.
Yeah.
I thought he's going to consider knight e1, knight f3 later, but this one, a practical question, no, to black.
Yeah, but you're also giving up the b4 square. So knight b4 directly, I think, runs into b7 hanging.
हाँ b7 मर रहा है.
So
You can't play this.
You can't go immediately with knight b4.
He wants to go to b3 and
Okay,
c5.
find a move for black here.
I will play knight d8 with the idea of b6.
It's very passive,
but then
no?
knight
Knight d8,
b3?
knight b3, d4 is hanging. not
b5
good.
is hanging, everything.
No, I wanted b6 here, but
but-
yeah, knight d4 is hanging.
Maybe it's about the clock, yeah, because there is no way Ding expected 9.
Exactly, it's like a shock.
Gukesh is
Ding.
like knight a1 क्या move है यार मतलब
ये जो नाइट ऐसे कॉर्नर में गया ना, वो कॉलेज का कट्टा में ऐसे मतलब बैठा रहता है.
टाइम पास
वो
कर
रहता-
रहा
हाँ,
है and then suddenly goes to b3 c5 becomes like a topper IAS officer.
ये वगैरह बनता है.
वो ना प्रिंटिंग इंजीनियर करके ऐसे किल कर रहा है फिर स्टैंड अप में. So knight b3 could be that topper out of nowhere.
If Ding is not careful here.
Okay, what the best move according to the engine Ding can play is rook d6.
हाँ
And
मैं वही बोलने रहा था. Why, you know?
Why?
Because if knight b3, I want to go b6 because now my knight is defended.
But yeah,
c5 very powerful.
Awesome.
But not b6 over here. You can even continue with rook d8 because both of them are defended.
but knight c5, b6 then or what?
हाँ.
Yeah,
Yes.
then you'll go b6.
Rook
Maybe
a8.
instead of knight c5, you can wait with rook b1 in that position. Oh, here rook a8. A little passive though.
Although it's inspired by knight a1.
Rook b1.
Rook a8 पे रखेंगे.
Yeah, it's a very interesting position to play.
2.5 minutes Ding has thought. Guys, this is not trivial because they have 1 minute per move.
Yes.
For any move that he thinks beyond a minute, it's like taking away time from your next moves.
And a lot of moves remaining to be made, and still a lot of pieces on the board to figure out the variations and the path. You know, knight a1 is actually a very practical decision he took. He came up with this creative idea. It keeps all the threats on the board. Rook b1 aa raha hai, knight b3 aa raha hai. Sahil, I think you're right. He's playing the clock as much as the position.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and मैं फिर से कहूँगा Ding की body language देखो, लेकिन सागर भाई कहेंगे यार.
नहीं आप बोलो.
नहीं मतलब
ऐसा नहीं.
he's moving back and forth every 2 seconds now. Like he's really panicking ऐसा लग रहा है.
Correct. Quite possible.
And at this stage, a 5-minute lead on the clock is not a small lead because it's the final minutes of the game.
कुछ भी हो सकता है
कुछ
दोस्तों.
भी हो सकता है.
दिल थाम के बैठिए.
And actually, these are the moves which, Gukesh's intuition is actually seen. And I don't know why Carlson thinks that his intuition is not the best, but because of, Gukesh is able to bring a very mystical element. It's very mysterious. Many times his moves.
But
you're
Amruta,
not
he
able
does
to
that in
predict.
classical games more than rapid and blitz.
Yes.
So knight a1 and now.
But just because the experience is not much, he's not played those level, those many tournaments.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, इस बार I saw थोड़ा shake किया भाई. हाँ. मतलब कर ही रहा है वो. But
I think it's just he's not used to the pressure ना. हमेशा इसका reaction वो तो normal position में shake करने लगता है तो घंटा पड़ा होता है.
Sahil, he's been absolutely thrown off with this last move.
Yeah.
He's calculating rook b1, all the natural moves. Knight a1 was not something that Ding was expecting at all. So a very strong practical choice by Gukesh.
Acha, but yeah, if you make Ding think for 5 minutes for the move, then it's already worked. You know, the move has worked.
Yeah, and it's almost touching the 5-minute mark in a very critical time situation. And you can end up making a few good moves, but when you're playing on those last 2-3 minutes, your hands are frozen. It's tough to make a decision. Ding has already lost a game on time in this match.
Right.
9 minutes now, by the way.
And look at Gukesh, completely focused, zoned in, totally on the board. वो तो move, he's ready for his next move.
भाई decisive game होने वाली है ये मुझे जो
आज लग रहा होगा decisive. Yeah, if something happens till move 40, then yes. Otherwise, they'll get 30 minutes. Then they'll manage.
The thing is, even if they reach move 40, it's the condition of the position that you reach it in, right? You have to be so careful.
15 moves pending है अभी. I really don't think we'll have a very very dull position. Like कुछ भी हो सकता है अभी.
और कुछ trade ही नहीं हो रहा है, right? The rooks are not getting traded, the queens are not getting traded,
No,
the
a
bishops are
question
never
is
going to get traded.
E5 right now, if suppose with the threat of F5 in the future as well.
That's a good move.
What do you do?
Knight b3.
Let's continue with Gukesh's idea.
And now F5.
थोड़ा weak नहीं लग रहा है वो. हाँ, d5 square weak हो गया थोड़ा.
do or die types.
It might not really work out. Yeah.
Bishop d5 is coming, knight c5,
C5,
knight e6.
So this can get very, very complex, yeah, for the time pressure.
I mean, the
100%.
bar is not moving, but as black, you're terrified to go into
Yeah,
this.
knight e6 is a big threat.
b7 is a massive threat.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back and wait for Ding to come up with a move. 6 minutes.
Guys,
And down
we
to-
go full screen on this?
Yeah, let's go full screen and see both the players.
players.
2 moves per minute now, by the way.
2 moves per minute. Wow. And look at Gukesh's chair shaking all the while.
Oh, he plays
rook b8.
Oh, rook b8.
Rook b8 is on the board. And Gukesh
immediately
immediately pushing on the... Bhai, Gukesh is like...
भाई गुकेश मूव ही कर रहा है और तालियां बज रही है मतलब बस फटाक से खेला उतना
Oh,
ही
and he
important है.
makes another move, e6.
And it's a bad move. It's not a good move. Yeah, e6 and g6 together cannot be good. They are not compatible.
His plan worked. Knight c5 is a great move now. Knight c5 is a great move now.
एक मिनट, knight
ये
c5.
देखो इधर पूरा सैक मेट होने वाला है.
उधर
सागर.
सैक आ रहा है.
Knight b7 आ रहा है apparently.
Knight b7. Also rook b1 आके और pressure.
So if rook e7, you immediately take on b7.
Or rook b1 maybe. Look at Gukesh. He's ready with his move.
Almost did it.
He's ready there.
Knight c5 he's gonna play. He's going to go in with the knight. यही तो plan था. Knight a1, knight b3, knight c5. Guys, it's...
Knight c5. Knight c5. Knight c5. Knight c5. Knight c5. Gukesh play. Knight c5. Bye, let's go.
By the way, even rook b1 h4 is decent. It's not bad.
नहीं भाई नाइट c5 करना
हाँ,
है.
करना
नाइट
ही है,
c5
करना
करना
ही
है.
यार वो पूरी नाइट ने यही सपना देख के बड़ा हुआ
वही
है.
तो वही तो ओ प्लेस ये खत्म हो गया.
Rook e7 played. He will now get the pawn back with the same position.
Okay, but what now? Knight b7 मारना है. अमृता, rook e7 is on the board. Ding has played it. मारना है b7.
Did he play rook
Oh,
b1?
he played rook b1.
Okay, he's gone for rook b1. It's fine. It's fine. He's playing fast, guys. He's
I mean,
putting
knight
the
b4
pressure on the
only
clock.
move.
Only
No.
move.
Only move knight b4.
Or he's lost.
He's lost.
Knight b4 is the only move. or
Oh
he's lost.
my god.
No,
if
but
he does...
he will play it. He will play it. There's no other move.
But knight b4...
Isn't d4
Can't-
hanging?
Yeah, can't you just take?
Somehow.
Oh, wait,
no.
queen c8! Queen c8!
Let's go! Let's go! That's a. It's
What?
It's plus 4! Let's go!
Queen c6!
It's a blunder!
Oh my goodness!
Queen c6! Come on!
He's on the board! He's on the board!
Let's go! Whoa, that's a blunder! Gukesh!
Gukesh has won the game. Queen takes c6. Queen takes c6 is on the board.
And just like that, for the first time, Gukesh takes the lead in the FIDE World Chess Championship!
Whoa, let's go!
Let's go.
Wow.
Whoa, what a moment, guys. क्या moment था.
Guys,
Oh my god, can we? I wish we had a replay or something, man. Wow.
dance
dance.
तो पड़ेगा सब
पक्का
लोग
भाई.
dance करेंगे. Can you believe this? But
Can
this
you
is
believe
so
what has
heartbreaking. Okay, but think about 18-year-old Gukesh. He takes the lead with 3 rounds to go. Unbelievable. But how did that happen from Ding? Like, can you talk
This-
dude?
There is history being created right now.
Yes, गरबा करते हैं दोस्तों.
Can we see the playing hall for a second?
I think the playing venue
probably empty
is
now,
empty
they
by
must
now.
I mean, I don't know if there's a way to get an action replay of the
Yeah,
players
yeah.
in those last few minutes. I'm not sure.
And
But
maybe even the final move, yeah?
yes,
एक
we
बार
have
मुंह
it.
दिखा देते हैं दोस्तों. तो क्या हुआ? Just so
Wow.
that you know. What a Sunday! What a Sunday!
And the hero is the knight on A1, by the way.
Yes!
So the knight jumped to c5 and here Ding blundered big time by going queen c8. He thought the b7 pawn is defended, but Gukesh chopped off the knight. Queen takes c6. What a move! Because if pawn takes, then rook b8 and you are a piece up.
What better way to win than with a queen sacrifice on the board?
Absolutely.
वो ICU वाला सुपर चैट एक्चुअली हो गया सागर.
Chat by the way, Gukesh भी spam होना चाहिए भाई. अभी बस पूरे टाइम spam होना चाहिए. Let's go.
So guys, वो वाला प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के पहले वो गो गुकी सॉन्ग एक बार हो जाए ऑन द बैकग्राउंड.
बैकग्राउंड में करते हैं and you guys promised. Everyone, Tanya.
We have.
भाई.
Oh, we have the singer here. अरे भाई आजा आजा.
सागर सिंगर को इधर.
माइक मिल सकता है इनको.
Check.
पीछे म्यूजिक थोड़ा रखेंगे.
हाँ, just play the song. I'll sing along with you.
Play the song, we'll all sing along. Yes.
Done.
30 सेकंड चाहिए उनको भाई.
You all also have to sing because जीता है यार. Come on.
Let's do this. सागर अमृता करो डांडिया.
डांडिया करते डांडिया.
तू भी है.
तू भांगड़ा करेगी.
Okay, let's go.
Let's dance here.
Guys, 3 games remaining.
You all can stand up. You all can dance. Whatever you all want to do. And sing along. जितना भी all at least go Guki को तो जोर से बोलना है because जीता है यार आज. Come on.
We have been waiting for this since 10 days.
Chalao. Oh. And what a way to finish. Queen takes 9.
Woo! पूरे देश का ये हाल है, हर नजर तेरे चाल पे, जब से देखा तुझे खेलते, सब थे फिदा तेरे खेल पे, अपने पीसेस कर ले अब तू सेट रे, ये टाइटल अब नहीं हार्ड टू गेट रे, पूरी दुनिया है तुझसे इम्प्रेस रे, नामुमकिन नहीं कुछ भी व्हेन योर गुकेश रे, अब है टेंशन और इमोशन, ये है कंडीशन, पूरा नेशन रखे पेशेंस की कौन है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, गो गो गुकी पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, गो गो गुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है, जिद पे तेरे तू अड़ा है, देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, लाउडा गो गुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है, गो गो गुकी, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है, गो गो गुकी गो, या हर पल है कीमती, कीमत है तेरे ड्रीम की, जब भी तू बोर्ड पे बैठे आशा हो बस तेरे विन की, आनंद का है तू चेला, नहीं है तू अकेला, अगर अपनी गेम तू खेला तू सा ओपोनेंट तो गेला, हेटर्स वाली बातें जिनकी, शुरू कर लो उल्टी गिनती, मार गिराया सबको उसने, अब बारी आई है डिंग की, इंडिया अब आया है तू एंडगेम में, सब ले रहे तेरा नाम है, सबकी नजर तेरे बोर्ड पे, घर लाना है तुझे गोल्ड रे, अपने पीसेस कर ले अब तू सेट रे, ये टाइटल अब नहीं हार्ड टू गेट रे, पूरी दुनिया है तुझसे इम्प्रेस रे, नामुमकिन नहीं कुछ भी व्हेन योर गुकेश रे, अब है टेंशन और इमोशन, ये है कंडीशन, पूरा नेशन रखे पेशेंस की कौन है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, एवरीबॉडी गो गो गुकी, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, सबका बस अब ये कहना है, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है, जिद पे तेरे तू अड़ा है, गो गो गुकी, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, गो गो गुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है, गो गो गुकी गो, जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है, जिद पे तेरे तू अड़ा है, Let's go everybody! Louder! I hope Gukesh wins the World Championship now. He needs to make like 4 draws or something, right? 3 draws in fact. Let's go, 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 Guki, go!
Thank you, Kevish, for this wonderful, wonderful song. And guys, we are almost about to go to the press conference now. They'll be here, but very quickly, a short break, and then we come back for the press conference.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you just cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only if I think 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with the 1 month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now because Chess.com is best.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now going to the press conference, but before that, Samay bhai, I have sent you, our director's name is also Samay. I have sent you a video, maybe just to see the celebrations at the venue in Singapore. Wow. People went crazy there as well. There were so many Indian fans there. And I think if we have time before the press conference, we can just show it to our to everyone here. Okay, we don't have time because the press conference is here. Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the post-game press conference for game number 11. Ended in a victory for Gukesh. We will be doing the press conference in a different way today. None of us really knows the feelings of losing an important game such as this one, so I will give the champion an opportunity to answer questions first, and when we're done, he may go get himself together. So prepare your questions, please, quickly. We'll do a few questions. I'll ask him a couple of questions, and then we will continue the second half by giving Gukesh the opportunity to answer some questions as well. So first, your impressions of this game. It was a very complicated game, irrational in many ways, and also on move 4, you spent quite some time thinking. Your general impressions of this game that was played.
Yeah, it's a very difficult game for me. You know, move 4, I'm already wondering if this is the right move. I remember once I played this against Ardiban in a rapid tournament, but I forgot what to do with the other moves. And he played this, also came a surprise, so I had to think once again. So these 40 minutes just went nowhere. Calculate some nonsense variations. And then, yes, I have many options, like a5, also, I don't know, maybe e5. Here, yeah, he played, I think, the best move, g3, to allow attack his d3 pawn and he defended in this way. I think this is a critical moment which I played a horrible move, g6. I missed a4. Yeah. I should have played e6, maybe the position not so bad. After g6, my bishop is clearly out of play. And I don't think I have any chance after that.
It seemed like you had some chances. He didn't necessarily play perfectly from this moment on, and it was a dynamic position. Obviously, mistakes in this kind of irrational situation. Do you feel like your final mistake, part of it was due to your initial time issue, or was it the emotion of the moment?
Here I thought I'm fine after knight c6, but I missed knight a3. Very strong idea just to give up this pawn, doubling on b5 and playing on dark squares. My bishop is totally out of place, not on e7. It's a very bad place on h6. I don't know where I can improve. Maybe after knight e1, maybe I can have to play this. But after c5, still very, very difficult.
So you felt under heavy pressure right from here, I mean, the last few moves?
Yes, after knight h3, I sense the difficulty of the game.
We've seen you bounce back before in World Championship matches. After very difficult losses as well, is it possible to reflect on the strength that you got to bounce back then to make a bounce back now?
Yeah, last time also in the 12th round, I made a comeback with white pieces. So tomorrow I will definitely try.
Reporters, I'll give you a chance to ask a few questions now and allow them to go. If you have any questions for the world champion.
Ding, a question from Ulrich Stock, German newspaper Die Zeit. Why did you choose to play d4 in the opening, which is can get pretty wild and committal in the last games? We got the impression that you tried to keep everything in balance.
And maybe I should have played e6, considering what happens in the game. But I thought I know something in d4, but I don't know what the way he played.
Next question.
Abhidaya from ChessBase India. My question is to Gukesh. When you thought for about 1 hour...
I'm sorry, the question has to be directed to Ding. We're limited to Ding. We will ask Gukesh a question afterwards.
MyClimateChess.com. Obviously, my question is for the world champion. During that long think, before you played knight f6, were you only looking at knight f6 and trying to remember variations, or what were some other options in your mind that you were considering?
Yeah, here I think if that takes very dangerous because you can develop very quickly. Bishop d3 and then castle. Bishop b2, e4 like this. Here, yes, I saw calculate some nonsense.
Yeah. Thank you.
No more questions? All right, we'll allow the world champion to take some time to compose himself. Thank you very much for answering those questions. We really appreciate the time you spent with us. We'll continue now with Gukesh. Gukesh, you played a very enterprising opening line, to be sure. What was your thought process going into such an imbalanced type position?
Yeah, I mean, I was aware of this game that he played with Adiban in 21 after b5 knight d7, and a3 was a new move, which is almost never played before, I think. I don't know if it's a novelty, but it's like very rare at least. And yeah, it's something that my team had prepared and showed me last night, and I really liked the idea. So full credit to my team, but But what happened after this, was just horrible by me. I mean, I knew this position was slightly better for me, and I think from here I played like I don't know where I could have improved, but I spent so much time and came up with this stupid plan, which is probably just. I mean, I.
Sorry, there's just a sound. Whoever that is can turn off their phones, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought this position is already. I thought I was in trouble here already, which is probably right. But I was just trying to make some moves to not lose on the spot, and yeah, I think after h5 I spotted this b6 idea, and I was kind of. I thought when I played b6, at least I'm like getting out of the worst right now. But I until I played until I played knight c2, I didn't realize I actually had some chances to take over the game. And after this went quite quickly. But probably we both were had less time than the number of moves we had to make. So it was just yeah, I mean, it was like almost like a blitz game. So yeah.
It was an issue watching him think for 38 minutes, and then at some point you think for an hour. When he was thinking all that time, was there any feeling in you like this preparation has really paid off? Or obviously you're not going to be winning from the opening moves, but at least he's deep into all for 38 minutes. What were your thoughts at that moment?
Yeah, I was happy when I saw him think, because I was still quite well prepared in that position, and I thought it's not easy to figure out. So yeah, I was happy to get the time advantage. But then yeah, I mean,
you thought for an hour.
Yeah, that was
suddenly flipped. What were you thinking then?
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I was calculating so many different lines. I knew this was slightly better, but I couldn't figure out the exact way.
By the way, just to go back 2 moves, it seems like c5 was better than d3.
Ah, really? Oh, okay.
In this position, bringing the bishop to this diagonal as opposed to.
I was considering this actually, but actually I saw some line like bishop f3, queen f3. I was checking this in the morning, and maybe I kind of mixed up. I think knight c6 d3 was what I saw in the morning, and I thought I just played d3 fast, and then after this I realized, okay, his knight is coming directly to c5. I was still under the assumption that I should have something, but probably I already.
Once it got to the time pressure situation, and by the way, he started to play really fast, as you know, and you caught up on the clock, and then you passed him on the clock. And once it got to the time pressure situation, how did you stay composed? As you said, it's now goes from a classical game to more like a rapid blitz type format with the World Championship on the line. Did you even give thought to that, or you were just so locked in the moment that you just had to play?
Yeah, I mean, I think around this point I was already kicking myself really, really badly for, I mean, it was such a normal position, and then suddenly my queen is stuck on f4 and I didn't know what to do. So at that moment, I was just kicking myself. I had some problems to get myself back on the game, but then I was just trying to make one move at a time and not lose on the spot. And this a4 was, I think, a very, very important resource, because at first I just had no idea what to do in this position. And then I saw a4. I was like, okay, at least I can get bishop a3, bishop c5 and just sit tight. And then after h5 I even got this open b file. So here I was already feeling better that I'm out of danger. But yeah, it completely turned around unexpectedly.
When he blundered knight c6, queen c6, excuse me, did it come as a shock to you? You saw it on the board. What was your instant feeling when you realized, whoa, this game has changed?
Okay, at that point it was already clear that I was completely. I think knight a7 was his last chance. At least I thought during the game. Take everything, rook b8.
Yep.
And if I go back, he just goes knight c6, knight b4. I thought this was his best try. But once he played rook b8, I thought it's already really tough for him, because
I think
Okay.
E6 was the real mistake for
Really?
him here.
Okay.
Like the
What should he do?
serious move. I think it was knight. Somebody have to help me. I forget what the move is here, but E6 is the mistake. Maybe just rook D8. I think rook D8, and allow the
C5.
knight C5 and the B7 to fall. But E6 is the
Knight
mistake.
C5, knight A7. But if I go rook D8, rook B1.
No, you're definitely fine. I mean, you're doing
Yeah.
well. But I'm pretty sure that the
Okay.
E6 move was the one.
Okay.
The culprit.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it was already like he was also so low. I mean, we both were, but he was more. He had I had maybe 2-3 minutes more than him. So.
Did you just sort of feel like you were in cruise control? All the initiative was yours. You're just playing with flow at this point, and
Yeah, at this point, it usually happens when you think you're just losing, and then you get some chance. I mean, you get out of danger, and then you suddenly have, and suddenly you see that you can actually take over the game. It's a very pleasant feeling. So, I was basically just making moves, and yeah, it quickly went completely out of control for him. And this, I spotted it before, but it was nice to play.
not often we get to sacrifice a queen in a world championship match. Yeah, you're one of the few with that feeling. I will open up the floor now to reporters to ask Gukesh some questions.
For Gukesh, obviously, Michael Rahal from FIDE, Deputy Press Officer. So, Gukesh, according to my database, this was the first time in your life that you played the reversed Blumenfeld gambit, at least according to my database. I did notice that Arjun Erigaisi has had quite a bit of success with this line recently, mostly in blitz games. So, I have a double question, very short. How difficult is it for you to play this type of gambit, which could be a gambit, in such an important game with so much on the line? I don't remember you being much of a gambit player. That would be my first basic question.
Yeah, I mean, basically this line, it's obviously very double-edged, but we just thought we had good odds of out-preparing him, and we thought, my team did some really amazing work in this line, and I looked at the line. I felt it was very interesting, and the risk-reward ratio was quite nice because I would be surprising him for sure. So, yeah.
It does make sense to ask you then if Arjun is one of the members of your team helping you out with this line or any of the other lines.
I mean, we'll get to know the team soon, I think.
So, possibly then.
Sorry?
Possibly then.
We'll see after the match.
We'll see. Okay. Cheers.
Hi Gukesh, congrats. My name is Atreo. I work for Rev Sports. My question is, in the context of this match...
Could you get a little closer to the microphone, please? Sorry, we're not hearing you.
Hello, my name is Atreo. I work for Rev Sports. My question is, in the context of this match, how significant do you think is this win?
I mean, obviously, this is a very, very important win. Yeah, I mean, we were going head-to-head for last seven games, all ended in draws. I missed a couple of chances earlier, so this, especially since this game could have easily gone the other way as well. So, in that, considering that, it's just very, very important game. But there's still three more very, very important games to go.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Lokesh from India. Question is, before and after the games today, people were cheering for you and they were shouting for you. So I don't know if you have noticed this, but if you have, how does that feel? And that's my question. And congrats for what you're doing. Nobody on the planet has ever done this before. So yeah, what's your reaction on people cheering for you?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I did notice the Indian fans cheering my name, and cheering for me, and it means a lot to me. I mean, before the game, I mean, when I'm in the zone, I do not really like think about these things much, but it's always nice to see that people support me. And after the game, when I was coming out of the playing hall, I could hear some very nice celebrations. Although I did not see them live, but I could hear, which was very nice. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? Indian fans are the best. So yeah, I'm really grateful for all the support, and yeah, it really gives me more, especially since it has been quite a long match. All these little things give me the extra energy I need. So yeah, I'd like to thank the fans.
Gukesh, can you just give a thought process as to why you came out with this opening for your second last white match? Why wasn't it your last white match or your previous white match? Any kind of thought process, or did it just happen by accident?
I mean, many different reasons. Like every game I play, I mean, according to that info I have at that moment, we just decided what could be the best try for that game. Yeah, some of the opening ideas worked well, some did not, but it's normal. I mean, today, yeah, today we just thought this idea is a good one. It worked really well. The opening goal was achieved, but then I did some stupid things. But I'm super happy that that I could pull myself back together and yeah, I'm obviously very happy with the result.
Well, Gukesh, you're ahead in the match for the first time, and after all these previous games were getting drawn, were you a bit concerned? How did you feel today? Were you more relieved or happy?
I wouldn't say I was concerned because of the draws. I still thought like there are a few interesting games ahead and anything can happen. So I was just taking one game at a time. And today, yeah, during the game I was like I kind of lost my cool at some point because I achieved exactly what I wanted out of the opening, and then I just went crazy for some time. But after that, once I realized I'm not losing, and then I realized I have chances, and then I won the game. It's like it's mostly a relief, I would say, because at some point I was just really worried about my position. So yeah, obviously a super happy and relieving game.
Abhidaya from Chess Base India. First of all, a huge congratulations to Gukesh. When you played the move knight to a1, when everyone was expecting rook d to b1, did you think knight to a1 was stronger, or you just played because you thought the opponent would not have expected it?
Yeah, my rook d b1 was my first instinct, but after rook b8 I couldn't see. Basically I was keeping my rook on d1 to not allow his bishop to come to d2 b4. I don't know, maybe there is some clever way here, but I did not see it during the game. So I thought knight a1, like first of all I did not see, after I played knight a1 I realized knight a7 might be a very good defensive move, after which I think it should just be a draw. I don't know, maybe I can try, but when I played knight a1 I did not see knight a7, and also it was also partly because rook d b1 is the natural move, and knight a1 I thought at least in time pressure it will be really hard for him to handle, because the knight jumps are like always so tricky to calculate. Yes.
Prashant from Dopamine Media. Congratulations, Gukesh. Well played. And you said you lost your cool at some point in time, but you give this Dhoni kind of a vibe. And what happened in those 6 minutes when you went inside? and then came back different. So there was this basically regained confidence. It seemed to the audience that there was this regained confidence. So what happened in those 6 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, when I was drifting with all these long things, I just got really mad at myself. So I was also getting lower than him on the clock, but I thought I should take a break now and I should just refresh because I wasn't thinking clearly at that moment. So yeah, I just went to my lounge. I just spent a couple of minutes calming myself down, and I just told myself, okay, now I've already spoiled the advantage. Now let me just make one move at a time and not make any more mistakes. So after that I was just trying to play one move at a time, just not losing on the spot, and then somehow things went very well.
MikeLine with chess.com. Before I get started with the question, congratulations on winning $200,000. I know the title's more important to you, and I think you have made $1 million. So congratulations on being a millionaire at the age of 18. Again, I know the title's more important, but that's impressive. My question to you, it seems like in the last 6 games or so, I'm thinking of the rookie 1 game, the F6 game, and of course the choice of openings here, that your team has perhaps out-prepared your opponent's team. Would you agree with that?
I guess after the match we can clearly say if we have out-prepared or not, but till now it seems like, every game we are having the opening edge over our opponents, and I mean, my team is just doing an amazing work. Gayu and the whole team. Would love to reveal the whole team after the match, but all the guys, I mean, they've been super hardworking, super motivating for me, and they are doing not only the opening work, but also all the training we had in the past 6 months. It was super fun with them. So, I mean, full credit to my team, and in next remaining games also, hopefully we do some amazing work.
I randomly saw Gayu walking around 2 hours before the game started outside the hotel room. So it sounds like your opening was pretty set by that point. Is that right?
I mean, I'm sorry, I did not get that.
You weren't doing last minute prep. You had your opening ready several hours before game started today.
Yeah, I mean, we have a routine and we try to follow it. But yeah, Gayu also likes to walk a lot.
He does, yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Gukesh. Aditya from ESPN here. You are known as this really ambitious player. You've shown that you don't really like draws. You decline repetition. So does the score of this match now change your mindset in any way in terms of maybe being solid and taking draws is obviously wins you the World Championship. So does it change your mindset on how you play the last 3 games?
I mean, coming into the match from the start, I was trying my best. Obviously, it's not possible to not think about the result at all, but I was trying my best to focus on the process, playing good moves in every position, playing good games, and that is the only way that you can get the result you want. So the approach is still the same. I am going to try my best to play good chess in the remaining rounds, and if I do that, things logically should go well.
From Trinity Mirror. Before the start of the match, everyone saw you as the potential favorite. And once the match started, Ding started, he won the first match, and then you equalized, and there were a lot of draws. So Ding's strategy seemed to be that he wanted to push the match into rapid and blitz format where he felt that he had a better chance. So what was your strategy? Because we saw you going for, you're pushing more and for the win. So now, basically, what do you feel is your biggest strength? Is your mental strength like the key for you in terms of taking the lead? So how would you classify your position right now as compared to before the start of the match? What was the key to gaining the lead this time?
I guess yeah, first of all, after the first game, I had to show some mental resistance because obviously it was not a pleasant thing to lose the first game of the World Championship. But then once I hit back, I started playing some good chess. Yeah, there were some missed chances, and I don't think my opponent was just playing for draws. I mean, he had some better positions in the match, and also I don't think it's possible to it's a 14 game long match, and I don't think you can plan from the start to take the match to tie breaks. It's because in chess always mistakes happen. Yeah. So yeah, and what is my key to taking the lead? I think this game was just a roller coaster. It could have easily gone the other way. So I think in this game I would say maybe the key was that I could accept that I have screwed up after that opening, and then I could refocus. So I think that was that I'm quite happy about. Yeah.
Follow up to that, you have worked with Paddy Upton, mental conditioning coach. So how has that helped you in preparation for this match in particular, and will that help you in future as well? Have you changed any in terms of preparation style?
Yeah, working with Paddy has been super enjoyable and instructive for me, and considering the height of the World Championship, there are more emotional struggles in more than any other tournament. So yeah, we had a lot of conversations. I learnt a lot. He said a lot of things that has helped me in many of the games where because whenever you kind of lose your focus, or you get emotional, you should come back to the game and play the best move. And it's not always easy if you it's not always easy to do. So his teachings have really helped me a lot. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kyla, representing the local organizing committee. First of all, congratulations. And second of all, as you described the last part of the game as more like a blitz game. And in both Rapid and Blitz, Ding is ranked in the top 5 in the world, I think as high as second in Blitz or Rapid. So was that a concern for you when you both were entering into mutual time trouble? Were you concerned that he might outplay you under those stressful time conditions?
At that point, I was just trying to defend what I thought was a worse position. So at that point, my only focus was on playing the move that does not lose on the spot. I think this A4, which I found, I'm not sure if it's right. I'm not sure if I'm right, but this A4.
You are right.
Yeah. So this A4 seems to be the only way to keep the game under control. So I was just trying to make one good move at a time. I wasn't thinking about the result, and yeah, in a blink of an eye, it completely turned around. So yeah, there was not much thinking going on. I was just making moves. Yeah.
And between this and your victory in Game 3, is there one that you're prouder of?
You mean any game? Or?
Yeah, between this win and your previous win, is there one that you're prouder of?
More proud of.
Oh, okay. Between these two. I guess the third game, both games were a bit like bit of. I mean, in the third game, he had this one moment instead of rook h5, I could have played bishop f5, and he was probably slightly better. But I think that was that game. I at least I felt more in control, and this game I had to show some mental resistance to win. So actually, this feels, although the quality of this game was probably not the highest, I felt like yeah, this one is more pleasing because of what I mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Last few questions, please.
Shirley is asking on behalf of FIDE social media, this time from a follower, Amulya Bania. Does the pressure of playing on the world stage inspire your creativity or restrict it?
I think a bit of both, because I mean, before I entered the elite, I was like a super aggressive player, and I was going all in for a win in every single game. And when I entered the elite, it's like I learned that like some amount of solidity is also very important. And the same in this match. I think in some games I'm more creative, and in some games I realized that I can't I can't be like going for a win in all the games. I should be practical as well. So a bit of both, I would say. But opening wise, at least I've been showing more creative ideas, I think. So yeah.
Maria for the Chess Socials. Gukesh, first of all, congratulations on this massive step towards the title. It's probably nothing, but the first question is, you seemed a little bit confused when Ding was showing some lines, particularly following G6. You were looking at the computer. Could you elaborate? Was there something that particularly surprised you?
No, I mean, I was more surprised with Ding saying he thought he was in trouble after G6, because I thought I was in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But, so yeah, it was just very, I mean, difference of opinion. Yeah, I mean, maybe he was right. Maybe after G6 I'm already out of danger, but I certainly didn't think I was better. So yeah, I was just surprised by.
Yeah, you're not sure which line is proving one of you right or wrong.
Sorry?
You're not sure which line is it that proves one of you being right or wrong.
I think I might be right, because it doesn't, with this queen on f4 and
Mm-hmm.
this position does not really look dangerous for black. So probably I'm right, but I don't know the exact details. Yeah.
Well, it certainly gives all your fans huge hope that you are evaluating positions so well. One more question. Is there a difference in your routine that will be tonight versus after game one?
During tournaments, I generally try to do the same things for the whole tournament as I do on the first day. So I try to be quite strict with my routine, and yeah, it won't be any different. Yeah, I would just try to do the same things and get in right shape for the remaining games. Yeah.
Amazing, thank you.
This question comes from the joint stream with ChessBase India and Chess.com India. Your sponsor, Westbridge CEO, Mr. Sandeep Singhal, went on the stream today, and he told a story about you playing squash on the rest day, and he described you as very competitive. I think we'd all like to see that, because I know chess is a very gentlemanly game with decorum, but would you say that you are very competitive in all aspects of your life and in sports and things like that?
Yeah, first of all, it was nice that Sandeep sir had come to Singapore to watch the match, and on the rest day we went out a bit. We played some squash and we spent some nice time, which was really refreshing. So yeah, I'd like to thank him for for all the support. And whether I'm competitive, I guess in the when you're in when you're in sport at a high level, you have to be a bit competitive. But yeah, I don't know how much, like it depends on who you compare me with. But I'm decently competitive.
Fair enough. Congrats again.
Thanks to Gukesh for sitting here. Reminders to the reporters, today was definitely an exceptional case, so let's try to restrict our questions to just one in the future. And thanks for your patience, our understanding in allowing Ding to leave early. It would have been very difficult for him to sit here to answer all those questions, or to listen to Gukesh answer all those questions. Congratulations once again to the challenger. The next game is tomorrow at 5 p.m. See you then. Have a good evening.
Important day today at the FIDE World Championships. Gukesh takes the lead, and there'll be 3 more games left. Already feeling quite good about his chances, and also at the press conference he was so relaxed, giving answers. Just amazing to see his poise, it's amazing.
I know, और यहाँ पे तो क्या-क्या डांस हो गया, गाना हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया, so मजा आ गया.
भाई वो कितना काम है और यहाँ पे हम ही पागल हो जा रहे हैं. So it's amazing to do this, but really what a show today, what a game today. Starting with his bold opening choice, and he said it in the press conference that he felt he was close to losing, just wanted to keep the game going by one move. So with his back against the wall, to find these creative middle game ideas, and then to end it with a queen sacrifice on the board and get his breakthrough with that. How beautiful was that? And I think not just this game, but guys, the whole match, Gukesh has shown us how far a fearless and a courageous attitude can take you. And that has been one of the most beautiful things to watch for me personally in this match. And with this win, 3 games to go, Gukesh taking the lead, the youngest ever challenger has moved 1 step closer to becoming the youngest ever world champion.
All the pressure is now back on Ding. He has been kind of holding back, playing it safe, and now he has to completely, change his entire approach. Yeah. And he will have the white pieces tomorrow. कल लंदन तो नहीं देखने को मिलने वाला भाई.
Tomorrow he'll fight. He also mentioned that in game 12 I played well last year, and I'll try to fight my best. So we are going to see 3 very exciting games. Also, there was a question asked that after Gukesh won, there was a lot of cheering in the venue. So if we can just have a look at that clip, कि क्या हुआ सिंगापुर में outside when Gukesh came out. This is sent to us from Singapore by Aditya. And you can see, maybe we can go full screen.
Yeah, let's go full screen.
Also sound.
And yeah, everyone was shouting, I think, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. That's how, but the sound was a little bit. And these are all Indian fans. They were all cheering there. And I think this is the route from where Gukesh lives outside. So I think he heard them, many of them from All India Chess Federation who are here.
Right? Indian fans are the best.
Indian fans are the best, indeed.
So yeah, so I think many Indians have come to Singapore there to root for Gukesh, and
maybe he goes to Little India and has a dosa.
I think Gukesh was calmer than us. He knows the job still remains. 3 more games to go. हम लोग तो अब आज enjoy कर सकते हैं भाई.
भाई हम लोग 7 गेम से रुके थे, ठीक है? So it was like every day we would be like, अरे आ रहा है, and this time the moment it happened was so quick. ऐसे 2 मूव में ऐसे flip हो गया है ना?
29 moves victory.
Oh, 29 moves only.
29 moves was the queen sacrifice on c6 and resigns.
Director Saab, do we have that final moment? Have you been able to clip it?
Also, Sagar, today is your parents' 40th anniversary. So it was a very nice day actually.
Yes. Yeah, it makes the day even more special now.
You know what was the big difference today, Sagar?
What was it?
Amrita came. That was the difference maker.
I'm so glad I got to witness this really on Sunday. It was an amazing day, Sagar. And
Amazing, yeah. He can win it on 11.
Rishi's birthday.
Okay, if Gukesh wins tomorrow, he will move to 7, and then a draw would seal it on the 11th because 7.5 points. That would be on Vishy's birthday. That would be very special.
It would. And
Sorry?
what makes...
He will have the white pieces
Yes.
on 11th.
And I think what makes that also a big chance is the fact that now Ding has to have a completely different approach in the match. Something he hasn't been doing all throughout, right? He has to go all out in every single game. White or black doesn't matter because only 3 are left. So, which means that we might actually end up getting a position where Gukesh is the one pushing.
Correct.
So, very possible the match wraps up before game 4.
Do you think tomorrow itself would be the day when Ding will try to strike back?
He
Or
has
will
to.
he
He
kind
has
of...
to.
He has to.
He must have
100% Amruta, and he has been in the same situation in the match with Nepo where he was 6-5 down and he equalized the 12th game 6-6. So
But a very different match that was, because we saw so many decisive games. We saw a very different Ding in that match. He was ready to come back, play attacking, aggressive chess so many times. He will not only have to find a way to create chances, but also completely change his mindset, completely shift from what he's been doing so far. We haven't seen him push in a single game in this match.
आज डिंग के सेकंड्स को पूरा वो नारायण मूर्ति वाले वर्क शेड्यूल पे काम करना पड़ेगा कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है पूरी रात बैठ के सारे वो लाइंस निकाल के पूरा 40 मिनट तक प्रेप करनी पड़ेगी
and I think they will do it. I think उनको ऐसा है, if you are supporting a player throughout this event, it's been months and months of work. This is now the crunch moment. I doubt anyone is going to sleep. Even Gukesh's team, I think they will all be awake, fine-tuning his openings.
And for Ding as well, right? We saw him in the press conference, a very, very difficult moment for him. And he knows he's done it before. He knows he came back thrice and he has to find a way. And Amrita, to your question, I think tomorrow is absolutely critical. He gets white. He has to go all out. You know, throw the kitchen sink, as we say in sports commentary, at your opponent. Come out all guns blazing.
So, move number 1. What does he play tomorrow?
Ooh, tough actually. Not e4 for sure, because e4, e5 is very solid. So d4 he played many games and he didn't get much. So c4 or knight f3 mein se kuch. I guess c4.
Yeah, c4 looks very likely. I think he's also very comfortable with c4, so that would be 1 point.
But we'll discuss this more
Yeah.
tomorrow. I think today we have had our fun.
Yes.
A lot of excitement. Also, for sure, we all really like Ding a lot. The way he collapsed was not ideal. I mean, at the end, you know, like he blundered a piece, and you generally don't see this happening.
Kind of
but
heartbreaking for him.
He buckled under time pressure. But I think we had a lot of fun cheering for Gukesh. The table shows it here.
Also, the chat is saying that astrologer OP.
Astrologer. भाई कौन है वो, उनको पकड़ के आओ उधर.
Unko le aao as a guest here. But you know, I also want to give a shout out to Gukesh's knight move. I
Knight
mean,
A1.
what a moment. And he said it in the press conference that he wanted to play the obvious rook choice, but he knew that Ding was low on time. So he made the move that he thought would force his opponent into a thing. Look at the sort of the ability to grasp the importance of that and to go for it. Knight A1, so creative, so difficult, and I think that's where the collapse started.
Absolutely, and it was such a psychological thing, right? Like he understood while he was doing it. ऐसा नहीं था कि बाद में पता चला or something. So this understanding, it deserves to be here on the top.
Yes.
Correct.
But you know, guys, I will say Ding will absolutely fight back.
Oh.
And it's going to happen. I think we will see a brand new Ding. It will be Ding 2.0. Gukesh will still have to continue playing his best. But what a day. And I think today, you know, when Gukesh plays like this, I think we all sleep well and we all celebrate.
आज तो full enjoy. This will be a celebratory night tonight for us. But then we'll be back tomorrow again. A huge shout out to all the people who supported this stream, starting from Red Bull, who has been supporting chess and, you know, giving us the wings to keep on cheering for Gukesh and for chess. So thank you so much there. We also have Chesscom here, who have been wonderful partners, and without them this stream would not have been possible. So please do check out the pinned comment to support and to check out their offer, which is 1 month free premium membership, and you can click on any link and get that. We have Samay here, Samay BM right in front of us.
समय को फोन करो ना एक.
अरे समय भाई.
फोन करते हैं यार.
समय भाई का शो चालू रहेगा आज. He's in Bangalore.
चलेगा.
I don't
Try
think
तो
he'll
कर
pick
लो.
up. But Samay, who has, we are waiting for him to join here. A huge, oh, he cut. So, show चालू है. Maybe he was on stage. And
पर स्टेज पे फोन लेके क्या करेगा?
क्या बता अमृता क्या कर रहा था. एक्चुअली स्टैंड अप में फोन रखा तो लॉस नहीं देते चेस के जैसे. So that's okay. And we have Habitat here, who has been a wonderful, it has been a wonderful venue. We are also missing Balraj Bhai. I think he'll join in, like after this next game, he'll be back here in Mumbai. Also Nodwin Gaming, who have been beautifully producing this entire show, sitting there, working throughout the night. जब भी कुछ problem होता है, they sit back and try to fix it. So whatever little issues happen, they will fix it for tomorrow. So thank you so much for doing this brilliant job. And also Group E4 for supporting this stream. Oh, Samay called.
Oh, wow.
Hello, bhai.
Yo, in 2 minutes I have to go on stage, brother. What's up?
Arey bhai, Gukesh won. Yes. Bhai, when are you coming back?
Bro, I am coming back on 11th, man.
हाँ बहुत मजा आएगा भाई. Last 2 games के लिए Gukesh in the lead, very close to victory actually.
क्या बात है भाई, मजा ही आ रहा है फिर तो.
भाई आज हम लोग ने 6-7 पार्टी पॉपर ब्लास्ट किए.
क्या बात है, हो गए सही से वो ब्लास्ट?
नहीं ब्लास्ट नहीं हुए. सिर्फ उसको फाड़ के डालना पड़ा जैसे आप डालते हो.
अरे यार कोई नहीं. I'll be there on 11th, bro. I'm so happy that लोगों का पैसा वसूल हो गया भाई.
हाँ, everyone enjoyed.
Amazing. ठीक है मस्त.
Thank
go on stage, bro.
Yes, all the best.
All the best. समय दादी को हाय बोलना.
Bye.
Really, usko he was almost going for his stand-up. So it was wonderful. And lastly, also Ambit for supporting us throughout these streams. So thank you so much. And lastly, guys, all of you for coming out.
What a day, guys. What a day.
Spending your Saturday with us.
Sunday.
Oh, Sunday. Sorry, Sunday. हाँ.
You know, sports में होता है ना championship Sunday. So maybe when we look back, this is where the championship got decided.
Exactly. मुझे ऐसे लगता है अब थोड़े लोग थोड़ा कल भी holiday ले लो, फिर Wednesday, Thursday और इधर आ जाओ. It'll be so much fun. Thank you Sahil bhai, Tanya and Amruta for this amazing stream. See you all tomorrow.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
Bye.